Hello and welcome to Valence League Season 12 Split 1 Division 2 Losers Final. We're going to have an amazing battle today between Prime, Nebula and Ronin, Myra, the winner of which will go into the Grand Final against Eclipse Luna. And what better person to be casting with me today, other than one of Eclipse Luna's players, Lars. Welcome on in. How are you feeling?
Yeah, thank you. Should be a banger. I think these teams are both really good. So yeah, I'm very excited to cast them with you.
Yeah, I know you don't really have much casting experience, but you know a lot about these players. You've played against all of the players in this lobby pretty much. And like we've already discussed, have actually played against Ronin Myra already in the playoffs in a very close winners final game, which went 3-2. So if we look back at the results, Ronin Myra seemed to be the favourite. They did 2-0 Prime Nebula once already, back in winners round one. But since then, you said Prime Nebula have obviously beat some teams that maybe you wouldn't expect them to. So we should be on for a close game, you reckon? Yeah.
Yeah, Prime. When Ronin beat Prime at first, in I think round one, that was or it seemed like a pretty big stomp. But I think Prime just had their new jungler from like the first week or maybe second week in that series. And since then, they have for sure built more synergy because they've beaten really strong teams like Esports Wills, I think, and Base Department. Yeah, Base Department for sure. So yeah, they have for sure improved, and I think they. If it was like 2 weeks ago, I would have said Ronin would win for sure, but now I think it's actually super close.
That's pretty interesting. So, out of these two teams, then, what are we expecting playstyle wise? Are we going to see double tanks, double carries, and then a playmaker in between, like big team fight comps, or do either of these teams favor a split pushing style instead, or we're going to see a 1-3-1?
Yeah,
What do you
the
think we're going to see?
Prime, at least when I played first them, they really like to play through their top side, especially through their top. And he plays like champs like Fiora, Camille. He's pretty good at side laning, so they could play like that. Prime, they're also fine at team fighting, to be honest. And Ronin is really, from my experience, just a big team fighting team,
Yeah.
and they do have decent macro, but they mostly win the game through playing very good in 5v5s. Their mid lane is very good mechanically. Their AD carry is a monster. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm pretty sure we got Prime. I've selected the blue side for game one.
Yeah.
And
That's
you think
that's
that
a bit
could be
strange.
maybe a priority pick for the top lane? Or do you think like what could that be for? Because normally if you want to play around top,
Yeah, yeah.
then you're gonna want the counter for that side of the rift. So you'd probably take red for the counter pick. But
Yeah, I agree. So I'm also a bit surprised by that. So I think it's just because they either want a strong jungler that is contested by both teams. I'm not sure which one that would be. Or I think it's just to first pick the Jinx, which is a good pick for Gravity and a good pick for Remco.
yeah, you are right.
But yeah,
It's a pretty
I would have
safe
picked
pick.
yeah, yeah. But I would have picked red side as Prime and tried to give PGX Key, who's now changed his name to a very long number. I would have given him the counter pick and tried to win with side laning, but they are gonna try something else.
Yeah, maybe we will see something different coming out of these guys then. Um, maybe we see an aggressive support style. And we've seen a lot of roaming lately from coming out of the support role in the
Mhm.
playoffs specifically, where whichever support's able to leave lane the most seems to win. So maybe that's something we could see as a development as the playoffs do continue here.
Yeah. I think so too. I think. I mean, Prime isn't really a team that play around their mid, so a roaming support already has less value. But their jungler does seem pretty good, and the jungle can still walk with the support. Yeah, the support can still walk with the jungle, right? So yeah, it should
Yeah.
still have value.
Yeah, so we're going to dive into the champ select. See Akali being banned away, the Vit being banned away. So some pretty straightforward target bans here.
Yeah,
Um,
Akagi ban is very good. They're just banning the champs that Ronin popped off with against us last week. Einsound is really a beast on Akagi. Typo was also really good on Shyvana, so I think these bans are perfect.
the actual ban's a bit off to me. It's it's not exactly super meta AD carry right now, and that's something you got to be scared of in the early game either. So,
Yeah,
um,
yeah, I think it's a bit troll. That I mean, it's Lefty's most played champ I see on the PGG, but
yeah,
I don't feel like that's a blue I mean,
And
Prime chose blue side probably for the Jinx, right? I think if they don't ban it, they're just gonna pick
it's
Jinx.
his most played only by one game. Jinx is the second in that list. I'm very
Yeah,
close
yeah.
behind. Just one game after that is Jin with a much better KDA as well. And Jin definitely more viable in the meta right now than Ezreal, I would feel.
Well, I don't think they're gonna
Rengar.
rock the Rengar.
Well, I don't know. Since the changes,
Okay.
we've seen it once and it decimated. So it is going to be Diana, safe first pick. It denies the Diana Yasuo pick, I guess, that we could have seen coming out of Ronin Myra.
Yeah,
So,
true.
so maybe
Yeah.
that's why they opted for the blue side. But Senna's going to be the option. Will likely be a support Senna. I
Well,
don't think we'll see a farming Senna.
yeah, this will be a Senna with a farming time cash, but I think this should be punishable if they're both picked here. You should be able to pick a range support with a ranged AD carry, maybe Caitlyn Morgana, maybe Jinx and
Yeah,
Gugu. Should really punish this, but yeah,
yeah.
we'll see what they pick
I'd
here.
like to see Caitlyn Morgana come out here, or even Caitlyn Lux if you want to throw some
Yeah,
extra damage on top.
seems good too.
Yeah. Caitlyn Lux is a really, really oppressive lane. Um, not fun to play into, but they're gonna go for the safe Jinx.
I think they also have to pick the Yasuo here, or it should get banned. But the thing is that I'm pretty sure Vanoffel doesn't actually play Yasuo. So, and I know the top laner Key does play it, or he has played it once, but
Yeah.
I don't think he would blind pick it top. Because red
Well,
side, Ronin should save last pick for their
yeah.
top laner.
And I mean, Diana's pretty solid anyway, even without the
Yeah,
Yasuo.
for sure,
So,
for sure. This is complete
Nautilus.
troll, I think. This is
I,
really bad.
I actually like the Nautilus pick because they've picked the Jinx. She is still susceptible to being killed by this Tahm Kench if you don't give her some defense. So, I would have preferred not to have seen Jinx here and seen something more like a lane bully like Caitlyn.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah,
Have we
Udyr,
s- have we stepped
how
back?
the typo really likes farming junglers. So this makes a lot of sense. She's just gonna try to get ahead of the Diana, but I think Udyr is gonna have a kind of hard time against getting to the Jinx. So
Yeah, I think so too. And the problem with taking something like Udyr is you better hope that you start drafting winning lanes with pick 4 and 5 because Diana will be looking to gank and Udyr it struggles with that. Like you said, he does very much like the farm until he's got a good couple of items under his belt. This could
yeah,
be tricky.
and the bans are quite good. Okay, the Vladimir ban I don't think is super great unless they want to blind pick a mid on 4 here. That's kind of bad against Vladimir. Because Vanoffel does of course play a decent Vladimir, but I
I
don't
guess
like it with Diana either. To be fair.
yeah,
So
I don't either, and it is too much of a safe pick as well. I don't
yo.
think Vlad will put out the kind of damage that you would need.
Mhm.
Um, Northwest Diana, yes, they have good CC, but the damage isn't actually super high. I know Diana can obviously snowball and run away with games, but
Yeah.
it's not a reliable damage source, let's be honest.
Okay, blind
Camille?
pick top actually. Okay. I think this is super smart because I think that actually Prime we're gonna go for the blind pick Camille if Ronin would have picked the mid here, right? Because that's one of
Yeah,
Key's better champions.
yeah.
Veigar is kind of countered by range, so he will have a hard time against Senna, but Veigar's a good pick against Udyr and Camille for sure.
I think so too. Tom can get in and out of the cage, but yeah, it definitely stops the engage from Camille and the UD running in as well. Makes him really safe and almost ungankable on
This,
on on the
yeah,
Vanguard.
last week when we played versus Ronin game 5, basically mid jungle picks were exactly the same
Oh
for
wow.
them by then, and we also had a Camille. I
So
think you can just go cast it in here, something like this, something that's because you won't get ganked by the Diana really easily. You can get a free laning phase against Veigar. But maybe Icehound has something else. Of course, you can also go Syndra to really punish the Veigar.
well, what do we think about the Ornn pick on the other side? It just gives us those two big beefy tanks that we mentioned we would likely see come out and
Hmm. I mean,
um
they're gonna scale up super well, but so will Ronin, and I think Ronin now can actually it's a Syndra.
yeah, it is
Ronin
the
can
Syndra.
actually side lane with the Camille. Ornn can never match Camille. He's gonna get completely outskilled in the side lane. So
Yeah, so if we take a look at what Procoms is suggesting, it thinks that we have more engage on the side of blue, but more split, obviously, like you've just said yourself, on the side of Ron and Myra with that Camille.
yeah,
Udyr himself was actually pretty quick at picking up those side lanes. And I would argue that Syndra is slightly safer if you do want to put your two solo laners in those 1-3-1s later into the game
yeah.
with that E disengage as well. So
I think Syndra will just sit with the rest, though. I think Syndra should just sit with Senna Tam. Then they are a really safe core to just keep wave clearing. It's
Yeah.
really hard, actually, to engage on those champions, also when Tam Kench is there, right? I think,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that the clearest win con for Ronin is for sure getting the Camille split.
I think this game ends in 24 minutes or in 44 minutes. I don't think there's an in between for either of these teams. The mid game kind of either one team's going to be miles ahead because they've done the early game so well, or the mid game's just going to not exist. I think, and then we'll just have a 40-minute. Everybody's got full items now. Team fight for Baron, and see who wins.
Oh,
And
man.
if it comes down to that, I think I probably favor Prime's draft.
Yeah, I
But if it doesn't come down to that,
the draft from Ronin is also fine, but the
yeah,
Udyr
me
doesn't
too.
make a lot of sense to me. But to be fair, I don't know. Typo for sure knows more about jungle than me, so
yeah, the Udyr is the big question mark to me too. If we replace this Udyr with some kind of engage early playmaking jungler, like
yeah,
I don't know, Jarvan 4, for example, who can punish the Vigar, who can punish the immobile bot lane that they've drafted as well, then
yeah,
I like their draft. But as it stands, they're gonna get outscaled pretty heavily. And sure, Ornn will never beat Camille, but you can't really tower dive him as a Camille either.
yeah, it's really
So
hard for sure. Yeah.
yeah, once they have the split advantage, yeah, I think I favor Prime's draft, even though I think Ronin have drafted more options, which I typically like. I like having variety in different ways you can go.
Mm-hmm.
I just I think it's the Udyr. We could
Yeah,
be wrong. We could be
I
proven
agree
wrong
with you.
in 20 minutes.
Yeah, of
But
course. I mean, anything can happen, right? But just looking at purely the rest, I would also say Prime for sure should have a better comp at some point. And if they don't lose every early Drake, I think there's no way that Ronin can at some point contest the Drake still.
now I know this is Division 2 as well, so we are getting to the upper epsilon of the abilities and capabilities we see of players within the Valence League. And some people have really high skill ceilings. Like they've proven that time and time against certain players. However, I do also like to come back to certain things, such as if Syndra misses Harry, then she could likely die. Vigar can't really miss his cage. Like his E is just gonna surround him, and it's fine. Jinx can't really miss abilities because she's just an auto attack bot in late game. Diana's on click. Nautilus is an on click ult. So it's just easier to play as Prime's team comp. And it's game one, so that doesn't matter too much. But if the team comes draft similar to this throughout the series, best of fives fatigue is a thing. I say it all the time. And playing something where it's hard to miss, like I don't know, a go away button like Vigar has, it's a comfort feel for me. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't need to play good. I just need to press one button.
Yeah, I agree. It's for sure a bit easier to play those champs, but I have played this exact same matchup against Icehound. My Veigar versus his Syndra. He completely rolled me in the early game in a scrim. Like it's actually, I think this is impossible to play for Veigar. It's actually so hard, and so I'm really curious. I think that's a big win con for Ronin. Just Icehound roaming over Van Offel and then getting a big advantage all over the map by roaming.
Yeah, and that's where we both kind of question mark the idea, right? Because if you paired a jungler who could then match that pressure and utilize the pressure in some way, it doesn't even need to be. They could have even put another damage dealer if they really wanted, but a Sejuani, a Trundle, a Jarvan, like I said, anything that can then Syndra can push in. She's got complete control over the lane. Now we want to go and invade, or 3-man top, or 4-man bot, or like use that pressure that the Syndra's going to get you. And I don't know, maybe Typo's going to be a beast Udyr. I hope that's the case. I hope that's the case. I want to see Prime get pushed and tested here. They've picked safe, methodical champions, and I want to see them be punished for it. I want this Camille to run rampant. I want Senna to be scaling without problem. I want Syndra to be out here throwing Qs at everybody and hitting every max range stun that you possibly can. And then see if Prime can withstand that and then fight back into the game.
Yep.
Okay, we are just loading in now. We'll sync up our small indie dev spectator bugs. and then we will be underway with game 1 of this series. And like you've already suggested, Lars, this could be a close one. So hopefully we get the full 5 out of it.
Think I might have a bug, or is it black for you too?
Yeah, that is the bug. Yeah. So
Okay.
wait a couple of seconds. You'll be able to move along the timed thing, whatever it's called, the time
Oh
control.
yeah.
Yeah, when it gets to 10 seconds, hit the pause button. We'll all sync up, and then we'll carry on with the show as usual, guys.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Yep. Okay. Do you think we're going to see an invade from either of these teams then, Lars? Is there any
Yeah,
team where...
I think
Yeah.
Nautilus will invade. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you've got Nautilus, right? You got the... He's like the tankiest level 1 champ with all of that CC as well.
Unmissable hook, by the way. It's actually... I feel like Nautilus hook is just a bit of a cheater skill.
Yeah.
This hook can almost not miss.
Yeah. So we see the interesting on start as well, because you can build items in lane, going for the pots, and then we'll likely build a Doran's, or maybe even a tier to go that Fimbulwinter early. Oh, it's the flash hook, but good flash from Senna to avoid this one as well.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Maybe Nautilus has the CDR rune, like where you get your summoner spells more often. Yeah, he does.
Well,
So
he's
this is
running,
for sure a worth trade for them.
He's also running Hex Flash, so...
Oh yeah, extra worth.
Yeah. Yeah, getting that Senna to burn the flash early is good. And because we do have a Diana on this side, again, we can set up the gank, let the Diana come in. And she's been spotted on a ward. So...
Bit of a
Ronin
strange
will know.
ward by Ronin, but I don't think I see that too often, but... I mean, they spot Diana, they do know she starts move.
I accidentally done this myself in a game recently and was like, huh, I guess I'll just put it here instead. And it didn't show anything for me, so it was a waste of time for me, but it did work for Ronin, so yeah, yo.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
look
can
at the
just see-
presence already.
Yeah. I sound just walking up, insta-procking electrocute.
OQ already come through, trying to abuse that Sana, no flash. Tom will get the stun ready, and it's a pretty back and forth equal trade. Nothing too much lost or gained here. Maybe a bit of impatience shown from Crown, and queuing a little bit too early with that anchor.
That seems like a decent trade though for Senna, because Senna can just heal both. If they use the Q correctly, you should both just get healed. Tamkench has decent healing in his kit. They should be fine with taking even trades.
Yeah, this is where I was concerned about taking the Jinx. You're not able to overly abuse, unless, you know, they just give away free autos all the time.
Ooh.
Okay, trying to just thread the needle of that big anchor, and it's hard to do, like you've just mentioned yourself. The hitbox on that thing is massive, so
yeah.
It can be hard
And that can also have a downside, right? If you are hooking a minion on accident, or you hook the tower on accident, yeah.
Yeah. So Udyr is technically behind a little bit on the jungle clear right now, but I mean, he's done Krug, so actually not the case.
Ooh.
W hits, but
Good dodge.
there's going to be no follow-up. And Camille, again, trying to take the best of these trades. Bit on the tower there, though, but very solid trade out of Ted as well.
Yeah,
So,
I would really like to see him just recall here, and just cheat the recall. He had such a massive crash, but he's gonna stay around. I think that's a mistake, but...
Yeah. Also, there is a slight issue with the scoreboard as well, so if your scoreboard isn't updating, if you press the letter O on your keyboard and then press it again, it'll close the scoreboard, bring it back up, and refresh all the items and keep it up to date for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. That's another spectator issue. Sorry about that, anybody watching at home.
And I found this really winning the trades in like HP, but Venopolis is insane for... Oh my god, okay. What's this invade?
And yeah, there's the baby cage, keeping the Syndra steady, and so far Scotland advantage goes over to Udyr as well, worth noting.
Yeah. Diana had to flash though, because of that invade. And Venopolis doing pretty good. She's same farm as Syndra, I think that's really good.
Yeah, just gotta weather the storm, so to speak.
Yeah. Orin is also just beasting it. He's also... I mean, it's only 1 or 2 CS, but he's still doing good. But this matchup gets like harder and harder as far as the game goes longer though for Orin. It gets only harder.
that wave is pushing out, but we see both junglers meeting in the top river. It's a flash stun from Udyr.
Aggressive.
I think Dinah has the red buff. Like, if you stayed to fight this wouldn't be terrible, but no, Camille has priority. We'll get down here first. There's no flash for Dinah. We'll die first.
Oh.
We're going over to the Udyr as well. Typo showing us, hey, I can do things pretty six, I promise.
That was such a chat fresh. That was really well done by Udyr. Right,
Yeah,
if he also gave the Camille, if she also gave the Camille an assist or the kill, it would have been perfect. But this was already so good.
I think it was important knowing I've just bought my Sheen. The damage I can do is pretty high before you can run away without your flash.
Yeah.
So yeah, good champion knowledge from Typo there. Very well done. Showing us that comfort sometimes outweighs meta.
Yeah, for sure. She just knows that she can just win every skirmish right now. Already invaded early too. So yeah, she for sure knows what she's doing in this matchup. The wave is super good in top 4 again.
Yeah. Ornn's getting a nice trade. There's a lot of casters in this wave, so Camille not too sustaining yet, just having the door and shield.
Oh, and the wave is gonna crash, I think. Or
It
maybe
is
he
coming,
does die.
but the water's there. No, he's gonna get caught up. The burst and stun will likely come through. Camille eating forward as well. Ornn realizing, hang on, this is getting a bit dicey. Maybe I just need to send right at the fight. And no, we'll fall, but we do get Camille flash forward. Meanwhile, the baby cage is put in mid lane. Dana is here for the engage as well. Flash from Syndra, but the QE is going to go through. Second E to follow. Conqueror's proc, but not going to be enough damage coming out of V2 on this Diana, so we'll have to back away from that as well. So 1 kill for 2 flashes, I guess. Kind of worth.
Very good patience by Camille, by Tedjet. When he used the E, right? He just waits.
Yeah.
Maybe Ornn flashes. He didn't in this case. He can still just use his E after. Waiting out as much as of the W of Ornn as you can. Yeah, that was actually super well played.
Yeah, and this is where we can see those small advantages, those small
Yeah.
earlier game champions coming into play, like the Syndra, like the Camille.
But bot of Ronin is really far behind though. That's a really big CS gap that's up there, and that's very impressive because I don't think Jinx Nautilus actually get that much pressure in the lane versus
Good damage
Senna
from Good damage.
Yeah, on the next rotation, Veigar dies. Iceland just has to hit QER and Veigar is dead.
Yeah. Yeah, gotta be really careful here. A little bit greedy for this wave, and I find typically when you're in this situation, it's hard for your jungler to gank for you because you're pretty low HP, and if your jungler comes in, it's gonna tend to 1v1 almost immediately.
Yeah. Iceland has 0 vision though, so he's actually walking up completely blind.
What if they don't bring just the jungler and they bring the entire goddamn team? And here comes Nautilus, Jinx. Baby cage is there. There's no flash available for Syndra. Veigar getting really low though, but Diana will come in and secure the kill. 3 assists going over to the side of Prime Nebula, sorry.
No worries. Udyr going for the invade though, even though his mid just died. He's gonna look for the invade there on the Diana blue buff.
Yeah, it's kind of risky. Diana prepared to fight this one this time. No, is realizing, hang on, that Sheen still hurts.
Oh my.
And look at this Udyr damage with the red buff, with the slows, with the extra damage. Smite comes through on the wall to try to stay alive longer, but won't work. Camille is here. The ultimate cage comes through as well. I believe it's called the Hextech Ultimatum to lock on in place. And Nautilus on the other side of the map, though. Tam can't get out of this one. First kill for the bot lane comes through, and it's on Jinx of Prime Nebula, the Super Mega Death Rocket securing that one without even having to use the Nautilus because he's only level 5. We'll
yeah,
get caught under the tower,
that's really bad for Ronin.
Rough. Yeah.
I mean, I think Ronin bots, they're having a really hard time. They should just play very safe. Their jungler can 1v9 this game. She's playing so well on Udyr. Super far at the CS, already 2 solo kills on enemy jungle. That's so good. Just play a bit safe, wait till you have a bit more armor and MR on Tam Kench.
We take a look at this Udyr right now, already up to 4,000 total gold accumulated. Nobody else is even close to that. Jinx being the closest on 3,000, and that's such a gap. Like, we're going to see the Triforce, I assume, completed on the next recall from Udyr, which will likely be coming in after these Krugs, I think. But we see an engage in mid lane. Dana comes straight through, and Veigar with the instant primordial burst will put Syndra to bed. Tries to unleash power back, but obviously the not enough balls now to make that damage come through. And a mobile mid laner without flash.
Yeah, and that's weird to me that Iceland died to that, because I'm pretty sure that Ward in the river in the pixel bush should have spotted Diana. But he still just dies to it, so
We might not have seen it because director cam, but Baby Cage was likely involved in that, which stopped her from being able to run straight away, I guess.
Yep, they
Uh,
just use the Predator super well in the Veigar. Makes
Yeah.
it a very good counterplay for Syndra for sure.
Yeah, so we are going to see the dragon started up. It'll be Inferno Drake, and we'll likely go over to the side of Prime. They're probably looking for an Ocean themselves as we get further into this game. And with Mountain being second Drake available, it could be possible. Triforce is completed, by the way, for Udyr.
Yeah, Udyr is so strong, but he really has to do a lot of stuff because he can't carry the late game, right? There's no way Udyr is gonna carry versus Veigar and Jinx. So he has to try to get his team a bit of a lead as well.
It's getting to the Jinx. That's going to be the issue. Right now, I think we need to say, hey, Icehound, how about you pushing a lane? We go 4-man this Jinx and get some of that gold and help our bot lane out a little bit because.
And Icehound is getting camped really hard, but I think it's just he doesn't. He's kind of like me. He doesn't buy a single pink, and then he probably is still in the voice comms with his team. Why is support mid again? Why is jungle mid again? But yeah, maybe he should just buy like one pink, and it will already be way easier for him to play.
Well,
But yeah.
Yeah, but it's also worth noting we've just discussed how far ahead this Udyr is, and
Mhm.
I mean, if you see one of your lanes getting camped and you've got the extra gold, I mean, we see the control board in Typo's inventory. You can put that on either side of the mid lane and just help your
Yeah.
mid lane out a little bit. But Diana engages, he with the ult to follow as well. No way off the time just yet, but Flash will do it. Trying to stay alive and is going to be healthy enough with the help of a Senna Q's coming through as well.
That's super good that they give there. That's Diana ult, that's an Outrage ult, that's a lot of pressure gone. I think Icehound now also shouldn't die to a gank for a while. And Udyr got the whole blue side of Diana, so that's really good.
The Q almost actually interrupted the Diana recall. It was very close. Very close.
Can we see somewhere how many stacks Senna has? You can just click on her, yeah?
Yeah, if you click on her, it will show you the stacks. That's 38 at the moment as we do see a re-engage from Nautilus under the tower. Jinx is quite happy to run in and do some rocket damage, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, there's a fight happening on top lane. Call of the Force got reduced as well. Owen just about gets away with that one, but Nautilus and Jinx are still staying here despite how little mana Jinx has got, and the sustain out of the Senna is very quickly becoming a problem that they're increasingly becoming aware of, I think. Dinah's in the top lane now, though. Very good escape from Camille, but will it be enough? The second E not available. Maybe a cute Udyr is here for the kill on the backside as well. So both top laners died to the junglers in solo kills. No assist coming through for either team, but Dinah is kind of stuck on the wrong side of the rift right now. Pings, question marks, everything is coming out, and you're going to be spotted on this one, I'm afraid. Trying to flash the wall, but you'd only flash at the Syndra. No!
Oh, no.
No,
Wait.
this is worst case scenario. Conqueror's there.
Okay.
Actually gets 50% damage through, and if
Jesus.
Van Offel roamed up to here, that would have been a free kill. Q ult.
Yeah.
Q ult and the Syndra's dead.
She
ult?
can actually just Q flash R here and Syndra
Yeah.
will die. Please do
There
it.
you go.
Well played. Okay.
So
let's go.
actually 2 for 2 in the day. Udyr did get some plates in the top lane though. Maybe he hasn't realized on smacking you in the face or just doesn't seem to care. I'm so tanky in the studio already with my Triforce complete. I'm going to walk away from you. And now everybody can take 2 minutes to get their breath back and figure out what the hell just happened.
What a shit. This Udyr is doing everything now. Is getting plates for herself. Very good job. Oh,
Yeah.
Ornn does have his mythic though, and so does Veigar, and so does Diana. I think they have mythic advantage actually in every lane, because Ronin has only mythic on Udyr.
Yeah, they do. But that's due to some people maybe not backing as well.
Yeah.
Nobody's carrying any gold except the Udyr, funnily enough. Which is interesting to note as well. Whilst having the most farm in the game, Typo has also been involved in 100% of the kills for their team. So, definitely doing the lion's share of the work here. And already back to hit this on. Diana is available for the counter gank, but I don't think we'll see it coming just yet. On using the W to the E, sorry, to try and escape, but no, not going to find a way out once again. The tank definitioner, the definer of what a tank is, unkillable on, is now 0-3 in this top lane.
Udyr is completely 1v9ing this game. It's actually unreal how hard this Udyr is carrying now. I hope they can transition this to the mid game, where he will fall off a bit, but damn.
Doing a good job to get the Rift Herald, get the gold, so some neutral gold to help your team, which are falling behind. Bygas end up now with the Predator though. Tyna is able to chase so far with the second E. All comes through as well, and that kill is gifted over to Van Offel. 3-0 3-0-1 on Vigon now, and you want to talk about stacks on a champion. There's 114 passive stacks, 115 now of phenomenal evil power. But Nautilus finds the engage. Senna is automatically into avoid the Nautilus as well. Tom is pretty squishy at this point in the game. Doesn't even get to use the E, and it's an excited levity on Jinx now. The zap will hit the center, able to chase, but gets scared of the Udyr coming through. Nautilus is saying, don't worry, I can hold this. You don't realize how big Typo is on this Bear Tiger Man Pig. You're trying to get the second kill on center and manages to get it done killing spree, but that's just more shutdown gold, but it goes to center. Ooh. No assist for Udyr.
Yeah, well done, Bangavity. Big upgrade.
Yeah, and that's 2 for 2 on the day, I guess, but I think that actually favors Ronin, to be honest, getting some gold back into their bot laners.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure, because I think, because what we talked about, Prime, they shoot outskill, right, normally. Yeah. I think even trades are then kind of fine, especially when all the kills go to Jinx. I think Jinx got 2 kills there.
Correct, yeah.
I think they're fine with that. I think both sides are okay with this.
On slapping away at the tier 1 tower. No vision, by the way, at all in this top half of the map for Prime. Not one ward.
Yeah.
Not a single
To be
ward.
fair, he knows the Udyr is at Drake, right? But yeah, it still should be. I think Camille can completely run him down if
I
he
think
would
so
go
too.
for it.
Does manage to step away in time, but yeah, a couple of things that I would look at changing going into game 2. Maybe whoever's coaching for them, or they have a quick chat between the game, say, hey guys, I seem to die quite a bit to ganks in the early game. What was happening there? Well, vision is really strong, so maybe invested in some more.
I mean, Key is still doing good in the CS though. He's same with.
Tom will come through. It doesn't interrupt though, because the Nautilus hook hit afterwards. So that is how that animation works. Vision trading, but Venophilus here as well. And if anyone can stop Udyr at this point, it's probably the Vigar. Like the primordial burst is still so terrifying. But look, it's 2 items on Udyr already.
Yeah, and
look, Gage coming in from Camille, the E off the wall, and the W to follow for the slow. Call of the Force God will come through to try and delay this, but the ult actually dodges.
Well played.
Oh, what a fantastic ultimate from Ted.
Yeah, super well played. That's exactly what you have to do in that matchup. Yeah, you have to ult as Camille when the second part of Ornn R comes at you. So, or when Ornn E's in, but that will almost never happen in the mid game. So yeah, super well played.
Perfectly timed Hextech ultimatum there.
Yeah.
And
Diana is
just
gonna
cleared the ward.
No?
Yeah, but the problem with clearing that ward is there's no way out from here. There's
no
way out from
I think
here.
I don't think she should have gifted her. Okay, Teddy's still going in.
Oh wow, I think they tried to big brain it, and Ted probably didn't even not Ted. BT probably didn't even consider the fact that they'd been seen. I was like, oh, I'm just going to walk out. Hook does land from Nautilus. Good damage coming through into Tom. The W will come through because Udyr was licking, but no, the traps actually stop it. Respectful flash from Nautilus as well. Very respectful of this Udyr. Super Mega Death Rocket comes through. Flash falls from Tom Kench as well. General comes through to keep everybody alive. Poke is actually landing on this Udyr. He has, of course, built that Force of Nature Fair, so it's mainly MR. Flash and Bear stands to get the stun. Udyr tanking this damage, no problem as well. Double TP coming through, shut down for the Camille. Vigar falls as well. A good ult by Diana as well. Understand, look at the Udyr's HP.
No.
Udyr living on 1 HP. Syndra getting a fantastic stun on the back. There's double kill for the Camille. Could be a triple kill. On, I think your time is numbered. There it is. Triple kill over. 5 kills for 0 on the side of Ronin. And what a fantastic team fight.
Well, that was how they switched the turret aggro was super well done, but oh my god, they got a bit lucky too, man. I think Udyr was like 15 HP.
Yeah.
Well played though, that was a super sick dive. That was so nice.
Yeah, that Force of Nature paying dividends, getting it so early on in the game, and there's so much HP on the Udyr already. That does also secure them the Mountain Dragon, by the way, worth noting. So, 1 dragon each. Turret advantage massively in favor of Ronin, along with a 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah, they should be able to snowball this game now. I think if Ronin plays it well now, they can get every objective. They should get the soul in. Wait, is the dragon spawning in 2 minutes or so? Oh,
it'll be quite a while. Dragon's not spawned. Ooh, that Nautilus hook just missed. It's gonna be a Hextech soul as well.
Yeah, that's pretty decent. That's a good soul. I think it's even better if for Prime if they were to get it, but that's probably not happening. Or at least not anytime soon.
Yeah, stacking it onto those Jinx rockets would be huge.
Yeah, that's so good. And I started to think that maybe the Ornn pick was not very good. And he has gained well with it, but now he's just gonna be kind of useless. He's super far behind now, and he could have just had a counter pick, right? But maybe he doesn't play the champions that counter Camille. I have a hard time counter picking a blind pick Camille. I know that you need to play some very specific champs for it.
I personally would do something either completely useless like Poppy, just so that she can never engage me and I never have to fight her, or something equally useless like Malphite, except that I'm losing the lane by 60 CS, and then just press my ult in a team fight. But
Yeah,
that is...
yeah. Revolve is a decent pick, yeah, into Camille. It's still kind of hard though. Camille's just such a good blind pick champion.
Yeah, because I mean, typically my go-to is Renekton, and he's pretty solid. But if Camille knows how to play, and Ted definitely knows how to play this Camille, as we've seen, then they can trade their Qs really well around your damage, and
Yeah,
it gets really difficult for you to stay in that matchup as Renekton, because you get outscaled pretty quick.
yeah.
Camille
And with
damage is
Grasp,
no
it's
joke.
really survivable, right, for Camille?
Yeah.
Grasp
yeah.
changed so much for Camille.
Dragon
matchups.
has been started, and yeah, this is likely just being given away by Prime.
Okay, so that's
A super mega death rocket just flying past, checking out the scenery. Red buff is given over
that's
to the
good
Jinx
though.
too.
So they should get Soul if they play it well. They should get Soul at around 31 minutes. I think that should be in time for Jinx to either just or not yet have 3 items. So that's really good for Ronin, because I think if they go too late, the Veigar Jinx will just be way too strong with Ornn upgraded items.
Yeah, I think so too. And Prime are lucky in that the gold that they do have is on the Jinx and on the Veigar. It's where they need it to be. Yes, Ornn is 0-5-0, but V3 can still press the call of the Forge Guard in a team fight. And either it's going to hit somebody, or they're going to have to expend some kind of resource to stop it from going through, which just gives this Veigar and the Jinx more time to lay the damage on top. So this is where the next 3 minutes are crucial. I said going into the game, it's going to end at 24 minutes or 44 minutes. And if it goes to the 40-minute mark, I know which team I favour, and it very quickly becomes Prime. So we need to see some proactivity coming out of Ronin. And they've shown us so far. Yeah, they've shown us so far they can do it.
They want to start the Baron. I think that's a good call. We see Veigar bot, and we just saw Diana bot too. So I think this is actually decent, but I think Syndra should early TP. I don't think you can wait too long. Because Prime did ping it.
They did ping it. Look how tanky the Sudhir is. It's actually disgusting to me. Just how well Typo's played on this. It's been crazy. And no, they opt out of it. They were testing the waters, I guess. Can we have a look? Yeah, maybe.
I would really like to see Ronin put Camille in the bot lane, get Camille have a lot of pressure, push all the way to the tier 2 tower, get it with time, right? Because Ornn can't stop you. And then they can actually play to keep growing their lead, right? Because I feel like now for the last few minutes it's stagnated, and that's not good for them at all. They have to keep making plays.
Since that clean ace in the bot lane, they haven't done anything. They've took a dragon and a tier 1 tower, and because Prime were able to actually secure that fair streak, like you said yourself, it puts an extra 5 minutes on the timer for the game. So it's going to be after the 30-minute mark by the time the soul comes in, and by that point your Jinx should be 3 items and ready to go. We do see a Hurricane coming in for Jinx rather than the favoured rapid fire cannon that we've seen taken more recently. So we're going to be looking for those big team fight damages, and we could see a fight breaking out.
Ooh, Damcrash is a bit out of position.
And the full call of the Forge God is coming through. They instantly turn onto the Diana, but they can't get through to the Jinx. Udi is worth so much gold and goes over to Veigar. Great ultimate from Diana with his
Oh my god, man.
Actually buying so much time for the team. Senna kills Diana, but at what cost? Nautilus and the rest of the team are here now. A single kill will make Jinx excited, but Camille's in on the back line and just gets popped immediately.
Nice
Ted
catch.
is unstoppable now.
Gets
Double kill coming through. And Van Offel is running for her life. Good flash over the wall. W coming through from Tom as well and trying to live, but no, gonna be killed by the Camille. And it's another ace. Another ace, and that shows just how far ahead. Just how far ahead Ronin are to be able to win this, because I feel like Prime did everything right in this fight.
That was a super nice Diana ult, and I think Diana almost just won the game. If they were even in gold, I think that would have won the fight completely. But the other carries were just so long on the Udyr, and they could just kite back, kill Diana, and Senna was basically unharmed after that Diana ult.
And I think the key turn in this fight was actually Ted accepting, okay, Udyr's gonna die. I'm gonna lurk, I'm gonna wait, I'm gonna sit in this bush, and I'm just gonna wait. And then once the Jinx was exposed, bang, kill a Jinx, game over. But we see a re-engage, but it's on to Nautilus, and yeah, 3 items already, 24 minutes in. It's a hard kill to catch.
And they'll
Typho
get
just
out.
gonna walk away, and yeah.
Well, this is
Find a
great
push.
for Ronin. This is so good. This should completely... They should be able to basically win the game with this Baron, because Camille is so strong. She has Mercs and Hex, so neither Veigar or Ornn can match her. Oh,
Oh, the bear stands on the nose boob. Call of the Force guys coming through to try and interrupt. Dino will get the engage off, and they may be able to finally kill the Udyr
So
for the second time.
tanky.
Meanwhile, though, Camille 2v1 again in the mid lane. Udyr is actually going to be able to make it out. And whilst all this is happening, Dino and Ornn, they're on the wrong side of the map. Dragon is about to spawn as well. But Offal, you're playing in
Oh,
a mobile
no.
mage, so unfortunately, you can be chased down. The E from Camille should just be coming up, but the baby cage locks you in place. Nautilus is here to save the day. Good hook on the tower as well, and the primordial base comes through, but the shield that is available for Camille.
She died to
almost
Death
out-
Stance?
Yep. Yeah, Death Stance will get her dead, and maybe the dragon is no longer on the cards. We're yet to see a lot of resources used, though.
Teddy, please start playing with target champions only, man. That just hurt to watch. And uses the Cho'Gath ult on the minion instead of on Veigar, and then Veigar just gets 1k. That's so
Yeah.
huge. That's such a big mistake. That's the kind of stuff that loses you momentum.
Super Mega Death Rocker coming in very early, but safe hands of Typho. Played almost a flawless game.
Yeah.
I think you could argue has played a flawless game on the Sudia, and keeping up with farm with the carries on either team. 200 CS, 7, 1, and 4, 3 dragons. I think both Rift Herald as well, and a Baron to boot. Man, what a fantastic game we've seen on the Sudia. The one that we doubted, the champion we
Yeah.
doubted the most, Lars.
So it just shows you, right, how important it is that you're just comfortable and that you just know exactly what your champion can do. Because Typho invades level 3, then invades or fights at crap level 4, instantly flashes on full HP Diana, and just
Yeah.
knows that she can 1v1 her, right? That's
Yeah.
so good. Yeah, you really have to know your champion for that.
Yeah, it's whether we can see that transition into the late game where we said it would maybe cause an issue getting onto the Jinx, who is slowly approaching the 3 items. I think by the items we've got, it could be an LDR coming through to get through the Sudia. Hook lands, but again, it's probably on the wrong target. Baby Cage here as well, though. No, he will die. The Udyr will fall, and we don't use too much. We've got the primordial
that's not good. Think a bit
Big
too
pick.
far up. No reason to be so far up. Just wait for your team. Wait till sides are pushed. But Ronin is not pushing the sides at all. Camille's even going mid. I think that's a big mistake.
Yeah,
They're not using the Baron buff at all. They took 0 towers with it.
Yeah, they have Baron and they're getting pushed right now. And
Yeah.
if this tower goes down, Jinx gets excited. And 5 versus 4 with no idea. This could be an interesting fight. Kill to engage it. Good damage coming through into Jinx, but everybody's here to keep her alive. Will
Well
eventually fall, and Camille gets eaten by Tahm Kench. No, the Devour. Gonna keep him alive. Great engage by Diana, but immediately it's buffed after the ultimate as well. And Tahm is able to keep the chase going on this one. Senna W comes through for the stun. Syndra E max range coming through for the stun as well. And yeah, it's just so far ahead. So far ahead, it's going to be 3 for 0. Surprisingly.
That was well played though. Camille just jumping in so deep, still being able to pick up the Jinx through everything. Then Tahm Kench eating her. Oh, maybe now times 2. I
Good
think it
flash, but the Q unfortunately missed, and Nautilus committing suicide against the wall.
That should be the inhib. Or are they gonna respect the Jinx? I think they should be able to get the inhib, but that looks like they might just give respect. Yeah.
I mean, Camille's gone top. There's free gold to pick up there, I guess. There's gold to pick up in the tier 2 tower and bot lane. Maybe they're worried about, like we said, that the lead getting away from them and want to keep the gold flowing, but they obviously don't know what we know, and that there's a 10,000 gold difference right now. Sometimes you can't feel it when you're playing, Glass. You know that yourself, but
Yeah, for sure.
we can see the numbers, and man, you guys are very far ahead.
Also, it was Diana almost had a sick ultimate again. I don't know if you saw it. It was like
Yeah,
3
I
people
did.
again, but she just didn't press
died
stopwatch.
immediately.
Like almost could have pressed stopwatch, and
Yeah.
maybe would have turned it. I'm not sure, to be honest, because Ronin are just so far ahead that it probably was still a 1-5
I
for them.
think it stops the Kench saving the Camille, but Jinx is already dead, and
Yeah.
Primordial Burst is already used on the pick before that on Udyr, so maybe they get away with both teams kind of handshake and walk away from that point instead, I think.
Yeah. Oh, that's looking for it. I think he can for sure 2v1, but he probably doesn't know if there's more than 2 people, right? So he's just gonna respect it.
Yeah, it's establishing some vision. Baron, of course, about to come back onto the Rift, and will definitely be potential for closing out the game with this Baron.
Mhm.
Only inhib turrets standing. Everything outside of the base has been taken, has been destroyed, and turned into gold to buy more and more items. Look how stacked the inventory bars are on the
Yeah.
side of Ronin.
They should really give like the KO though with this next Baron, because Veigar has 3 items too, Jinx has 3 items too. They're really gonna start hurting.
And
It's
like you said,
have
that
to-
On has been grabbing XP, so we see the
Mhm.
Kraken upgraded for Jinx as well.
and that's actually a massive. Like the Ornn upgrades are actually just so big. How much damage that gives you? It's really insane.
So the 85 attack damage and 40% attack speed on the Kraken Slayer now, which is insane when you think about the difference.
They're gonna look for a fight here. I think that's good. Camille's in the side, but does have TP.
Baby Cage comes through, but it's on the Tom. He can W out if needed. They're gonna stick to try and kill on the Kench. Call of the Force God comes through, hits 3 members, but Diana does fall immediately. Udi managed to flash Bear Snats onto the Jinx. Naughty Soul comes through as well, striking him safe. Good kiting coming out of the Jinx as well. Look at all of this now. Jinx is excited now. Double kill for Jinx. Triple kill potentially. Gonna be a quadra kill for Jinx, maybe. Yeah, quadra kill for Jinx. And they do go 4 for 1. Camille is in the base, but it doesn't matter at this point. You might get 1 tower. Yeah, you do, but Ornn gets here. Recalls are coming through, and good damage for Camille to get what will be 2 towers and an inhibitor, but yeah, you've got to be scared now. This Jinx is well and truly online.
And another kill, another shutdown.
It's a good ultimate from Camille, but I think your death is inevitable at this point. Flash of ult to try to get something more from it. Look how tanky this Camille is. That's disgusting. But they no longer get Soul. Dragon Soul can be picked up. 4 kills going over to the Jinx.
Yeah, that is so bad for them. I think
I'm
Camille should have
scared.
probably TP'd, but
I'm scared.
yeah, and they're gonna delay the soul by another 5 minutes as well, so they have 5 minutes of farming before they have to show for the soul. Jinx will for sure have Infinity Edge before that next
Don't
fight.
actually have a good siege comp on the side of Ronin. Yeah,
Nope.
I mean, your Udyr can run under the tower, but there's plenty of wave clear. We have Jinx, we have Veigar. Nautilus should just be sacrificed here, I think. You
And
got the
that's-
dragon, you
yeah.
delayed the game.
And that should be the Baron
Force
for
got
Ronin.
used to stop the Udyr chasing.
I think they should just turn to Baron and get that for free.
Yeah,
I don't
they
think
should
they
turn
should
to Baron.
overforce it.
They'll get it for free, and then it's whether they can force anything from it, though, because, like, it's 4 items for the Jinx now. Infinity Edge has just been gifted over. I'm terrified of what this Jinx is capable of.
Yeah, and you could just see that the Senna is pretty strong and Remco is positioning on it super well, but Senna can't actually shred through tanks yet,
Yeah.
right? So the Ornn, the Nauts, they can actually just keep Senna at bay, while Jinx can completely shred tanks. Jinx
And
will...
the thing is as well
destroy
that Prime are all in on the Jinx carry right now. They've even bought a Knight's Vow on the Ornn. Like, hey, we know you're useless at this point.
yeah.
Just keep the Jinx alive longer. Dinah, you had no business being
Oh,
here.
this is...
V2
really
just
bad
had no
for
business
Prime.
being here. You
No.
know they were doing the Baron. You don't need to be there right now. It's very risky. You're a big ultimate for the team.
They can look for the end here, honestly. They just throw everything at the Jinx. I think Jinx will die. I think they should look for a lot here. That's Ronin.
Well, Jinx does have Flash Heal available, so we'll have to see if they're able to get that locked down. Camille on the backside is one thing that's got to be made aware of, and yet Jinx hovering the bottom side of the base. I think if they need Diana here for the initial engage, and yeah, dying to the jungle out there is what's caused the debacle.
Ooh,
Just
good
trying to
gauge,
clear
but...
the waves. Oh, he's stunned under the tower, but the gauge comes through. Flash
Hit
from
the
Jinx,
Nexus.
as we suggest. Nexus is now open and available for business. All of the
Jinx?
damage is here, though.
Jinx
Diana
marking?
gets in, Ornn gets in. Jinx is shredding, but Cinder
Nah.
tries to get the kill. It's just a quadra kill. Will they get the penta? Let's go for the penta. No, penta denied. But they do get the ace. However, they lose their inhib and the Nexus is available. Jinx is a monster at this point in the game, and you have to be aware of the game plan. We're approaching that 40-minute mark. Like I said, you're on, still in on. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm so scared, lads. They don't deserve to lose. They played so well, but they just didn't close the game out.
Nexus, man, Ronin. What are you doing, man? It's
Okay. Okay, but But they did kill another inhibitor. This Nexus is very exposed, and nobody on the side of Prime can hold Ted on Camille.
Wait, they have TPs though? Are they not overextended?
Like, you
No, I
have
guess
to be
they'll get
very
out. They
aware
have
of
no
this.
wards. Yeah, it's fine.
But
Yeah.
you've
That's
got to be
huge.
aware that Ted on this Camille can just pull at least 2 of your members away. So Jinx is ahead, but is she ahead enough to carry a 3 versus 4?
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, but you can just see, right? If Jinx is not insta-killed by Ronin, she's gonna 1v5 the team fight. The damage is insane. And the Veigar is really helping with that too. Just controlling the zone, right? With the E,
Yeah.
making sure Jinx can't just get engaged on for free.
Yeah, Levity is up to full build now, with Bloodthirster being the last option. Again, more shielding, more lifesteal, try to stay alive a bit longer. No flash or heal available though, so that will make the next fight maybe a bit more difficult. If we look at the engaged tools though, no flashes available on the side of Ronin either, so this could be a bit more of a slower fight, and that's not what Ronin are looking for. They need to be explosive in these engagements.
And they're just gonna Oonga Boonga it. It seems like they're just running all bots. I'm not sure if they can see. There's no way they can siege, right? Jinx insta clears these minions.
Yeah. The question to me is, do you not just ult somebody with Tom and W halfway into the base? Take the Udyr.
God.
I'm so tanky, you can't kill me. I'm just gonna
That
go
would be
for the
sick.
Nexus. Oh, how many people is Camille pull? And they could just be looking for the end. Call it the Forge God issues to delay the push. Tom is going to be the sacrificial lamb on this one. Gets hit by the Nautilus Hook as well. The team are a little bit spread out, but Diana's tanky enough now that can take some damage. The Syndra ult coming through on Diana, not getting the kill. Camille made it to the back line, but Jinx is still alive at the moment and is now excited. So we will have a race for the Nexus, but Jinx is ready to pop everybody in the way. Double kill. They're going to go for the end. It's going to be...
my god.
Logical, not enough.
Nah.
And the first game goes over to Ronin. Just about by 80 HP.
Okay, well, this game was slipping out of their hands, but oh my god, that was a good pull through at the end. That was super good. But, man, they were almost throwing this game so hard.
You've got to give props to Ted for this one. If he did TP to the Baron, which a fight that they heavily lost, and still lost it, and he didn't get that initial inhib kill in the top, this game probably doesn't end.
I mean, but you can just see, right? If Prime, I think this just a jungle gap in the early game
one more
carried
fight.
the game so hard that because if the game was a bit more even, you could just see how OP Jinx is this game.
One more fight and Prime win this game, I think. You've got that one, then they clear out the Baron waves. They set up the waves for the next fight. Win the next fight out of their own base. And then they end the game. But man, well played by Ronin. Well played by Prime. This is exactly what I wanted to happen. I said I want to see Prime get pushed and tested and see if they could hang in. And they got pushed and they tested and they hung in. Well, Ronin were able to just about push them across the line. And honestly, what an opening game one.
Yeah, this promises a good series.
I think it's only fair we give the players a quick break. So we'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. We'll dip on out to a break ourselves, and then we'll be back with more Division 2 playoff action here on the Violence League mainstream. Hello and welcome back to a Valence League Division 2 losers final between Prime and Ronin Myron. Prime Nebula and Ronin Myron. Sorry. The first game did go over to Ronin with a fantastic early game pressured style comp that laid the pressure on and on and on and on and on into the traditional late game scaling team fight comp that we're seeing coming out of Prime, which was getting pretty scary towards the end of the game. We knew there's a clock on it, and it very nearly passed that time. Joining me today is the ever increasingly popular with his casting capabilities. Honestly, gameplay analysis that we've heard from Lars so far today is Lars, who has been doing a good job so far. Lars, if you're going to see anything change from these two teams, what would it be? Because stylistically, they're different, but it was a really close game.
Thank you, man. um, well, I still don't really like the Udyr pick, but I guess Typo is just so good at it that it outweighs it, right? That it isn't maybe the best pick in objectively.
Yeah.
So that can probably still stay the same. I would really like that if Key can get the second top pick, right? So he already sees enemy top, that he picks a matchup that's actually good for him, that he can actually get pressure with, and
Yeah.
not just an Ornn.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely didn't look too comfortable on the own. Some nice colored force cards throughout the game, but in the laning phase, definitely didn't seem too comfortable. I think you're right there.
Yeah, and you can just also Camille didn't often attribute too much, but you could see at some point the Udyr was invading the blue side from the Diana, and Camille always had prio, or
Yeah.
almost always had prio, so she could just follow it, help a bit, and she didn't really get much. But if the fights were closer between Udyr and Diana, that would have really hurt them.
So far, the bans have largely stayed the same.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised. Both teams definitely feel like they could have won that game. Of course, Ronan were the ones that did, but yeah, Karma being the last man. I love banning Karma as red side. Or at least I used to. I think she's very underpicked. I think she's a great first pick for blue sided teams because
Mhm.
she can be flexed into like 3 different
Yeah.
roles. 4 if you have a really competent jungler. Um, and
I I thought you were gonna say really competent AD carry, but Jungler is also fine.
well, you can run her APC with a center actually.
Yeah, for sure. And you can
Oh,
even run her with like Seraphine, I think, but
yeah.
that's still kind of hard.
But Karma Jungle is something that I've done a few times, and it's pretty fun. Your ganks are pretty interesting.
Hmm.
Um, but I wouldn't play it in VL.
Yeah,
So yeah, I respect it as a man. Skarner being the pick here
that's a
into
good pick
Viego.
into the Viego, I'm pretty sure,
Yeah,
because you can completely burst him down if he goes a bit too deep. And this time they actually do prioritize the Jinx. So last time they just picked Senatam here, right? But this
well,
time
yeah,
they actually wanted Jinx.
yeah. Well, was Jinx not first picked on the other side?
No, the first pick was Diana.
Oh, it was Dinah. You're right. Yeah, yeah. I guess they were prepared to give up the Dinah this time, and I was like, yeah, we'll go Viego, and they're going to offer the center themselves.
Okay.
Um, Considering how last game went for the opposing bot lane, I don't think I would suddenly be like, Center Town worked really well for them. Let's pick it ourselves.
I just really don't like this that they pick that both teams pick it right. I think you can just pick like Lulu or any enchanter really here, and it will be so good for the Jinx to just free skill. And you could already see,
Why?
and even with the Nautilus, they kind of already won 2v2 really hard, right?
Why the center? I don't understand. There's a lot of other options available, and yeah, Jinx Nautilus. So just a flip of the bot lanes.
This seems like a bit of BM though. Like we can just beat two at this two from Prime at least, I think.
Well, that's the question now, right? If Prime still win this bot lane, now playing the reverse matchup, that
Mhm.
is definitely demoralizing
Yeah.
for Ronin. So it could just be a mind game kind of thing. Yeah, you're right. Pure Bank
Uh,
coming through again.
yeah, the bans make
Action.
still a lot of sense. They both
Yeah.
teams just really like their bans, and I think all these bans make good sense. So yeah.
So far they do.
The
See
only
what?
thing that I would say is not amazing is the Ezreal, because I think
Yeah.
Jinx is also good against Ezreal, or fine. So there's no need to ban it, right? Unless you're
Yeah.
super afraid from his comfort.
The Vigor man, that's a good
Mm,
adaptation. I like to see that coming through.
yeah,
And again, the Camille man. So two target bans from last game. I respect that.
yeah. So Key saying he does not have a counter pick into Camille. That's respectable. We did the same
Yeah.
with ECL basically, until I maybe learn better champions. think it's makes a lot of sense that they bank Camille and Vega, because Vega also got good, right?
Yeah, they got them pretty well. Vanaflo survived in a lot of situations where other people wouldn't be able to. And
Pantheon.
Pantheon. Is that a
Well,
Pantheon mid?
well, that's a flex pick for sure. I have never seen either of them play it. Gonna look it up real quick. I
Interesting
think it
pocket
should
pick.
go to the mid laner.
Oh, I'd like Galio mid here and then take a carry top lane. Because then the Galio can match the Pantheon roams. He's fine in lane against Pantheon as well. And then you still get your carry from top side. And you did say that Prime like to play through the top side of the map. Instead, we're going to see Malphite.
The Malphite, yeah, the Telia did play Pantheon yesterday, so maybe it's his. And then Malphite is for sure an amazing matchup for Prime. And Cassiopeia, I don't think they're gonna lock this in. It does not seem like a Van Alpha champion.
Ashy and Toscana Nautilus sounds risky disky. And it's not the kind of damage you need. Corki.
This makes more sense.
Yeah, I think Corki makes more sense as well.
Yeah, I think it's the Pantheon top, and now he's just kind of counterpicked. If he doesn't get a lead early, then he will get super outskilled by the Malphite.
And he can't really go mid either. The Corki would poke you down if you wanted
Ooh,
to. So
I think they're gonna swap now though. Or the Sylas pick is great here. That's a good pick, and I think they should swap, but maybe they don't want to.
there's some really big ultimates to take. Not obviously the big obvious one is Malphite,
Yes,
but
sir.
Viego's ult too. It's
And
pretty good.
Senna, if you are gonna 5v5 and Malphite is not available, I think Senna is
Yeah.
also good.
You
Corki is a
want
good
to
match
take
for Sylas too.
Tom's ult to save your Jinx?
That
Like,
would be really clutch if you can pull that off. Actually, you know what? That's actually, if Jinx gets
yeah,
fed, I think that's good. If
yeah,
you can actually
right.
do that, yeah.
But you can Malfolt in and then, oh man, this is scary. I don't know. Which team do you prefer right now?
Ooh.
They're both team fighting teams. However, the split push is probably about even as well, actually. According to ProComps, let me take a quick look. ProComps saying on the stream, more pick potential coming out of Ronin. Yeah, they have Skarn Sylas, so I agree with that.
Yeah, and Pantheon Naut as well. Big potential, yeah.
But with more siege coming out of Prime Nebula, so yeah, I agree with that too.
But it's
As
not the
for
split comp though, for sure. So I don't know. Maybe they think 80 Corki is still a thing, but this Corki will not go.
so yeah, they're not a split comp, but if you put Sylas in the side lane, he can fare up versus Corki in the side lane, not too bad at all.
Absolutely.
And Pantheon can get there pretty quick. And Jinx is happy to farm in a mid lane with two tanks like Scanner and Nautilus in front of her. So I think I prefer Ronin's team. Again, based on difficulty to play.
I think I slightly prefer Prime Strafs. I think because if you kill the Jinx, which should be really doable with the Malphite and Corki poke, and Senna has a very good range to follow up, right? Then I think it will be really hard actually for Ronin to do any form of consistent damage.
Yeah, you're right, and it's. I think these drafts are so close. What the one thing that I do favor Prime for is that if Viego falls behind, they've still got Corki. If Corki falls behind, they've still got Senna. If Senna falls behind, well, they've got the other two options. So they have variables which they can play around if not everything goes their way. Whereas, like you just pointed out, Jinx and Sylas, sure, Sylas can do pretty good, but unless he's 6-0, he's not really gonna take over a game. So they need the Jinx to be rolling, and this Pantheon has got to be.
I would really like to see Ronin and Myra
Impactful.
swap their solo laners here, because I feel like it's gonna be so. I mean, I almost never see Pantheon, but it's still a champion that needs to get the early lead, right? Or that needs to snowball a bit. And I think you can't do that versus Malphite.
Do you want my real hot take? What I would do?
Sure.
I would actually have put the Pantheon support and put Nautilus top.
Okay, but
Because then you just kill the Senna from level 2
actually,
until infinity. And then Nautilus doesn't die versus Malphite.
Kind of base take. It's for sure Giga share take, but would it objectively win you the game? I'm not sure, man.
I don't know if you get your Jinx fed early. That's
Maybe.
the one. That's the big loss.
Yeah,
condition,
I can
right?
see what you mean for sure.
Like, I don't know. I would have liked to see it. Obviously not gonna, but I would have liked it.
Someone hired this man as a coach.
Yeah, joke's on you. It's actually Pantheon support, boys. Um,
Man, I don't think Nautilus, like he used to be a bit of a top laner, right? Or he used to be able to wave clear with E. That got nerfed like 20 times, so.
it did, but with the introduction of Fimbul Winter, which will enable him to both be tanky and still have that mana usage to clear the waves, and the fact that he's into a Malphite, it wouldn't even be a bad matchup. Like,
Yeah, no, I do think it wouldn't be a
Man.
bad matchup, that's for sure, yeah.
But so, casters with opposing views. You favor Prime, I favor Ronin.
Yeah.
Let's see which one comes out on top. The snowball chance definitely favors Prime. I think if Vigo or Corki get rolling, then they can steamroll the game. Whereas if Silas gets rolling, he's got to really get rolling to steamroll the game. So we'll have to see how that goes. We do see a pause already, and one of the players probably going to refresh slightly, not to drink over, something like that. We see it happening at least all the time.
A little bit of all chat going on.
Yeah.
Not sure what to think about that one. And also, Sylas does have the TP, while Ponton has the Ignite, so I do think they're actually gonna swap.
Yeah, that could be the case. Or we could see them really trying to commit to Pantheon being the guy who is going to be aggressive in these lanes, which is quite typical case as well.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll have to see how this one goes. I'm excited for it personally. If the game eventually gets us going in, because of the pause, there's a bit of a delay, and then there'll be lag from the unpause as well because Riot don't really care about spectator. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm really curious.
Yep. Okay, so we are underway. And we'll see whether either of these teams look to engage. What I've seen as a result of Nautilus being picked a lot more lately in BL is everyone going mid and the flash Q. And I think we're going to see it again. Is an offer ready for it on the Corki? The flash Q comes through and it's an instant flash. And this is totally worth because support flash for mid flash, this is fine.
Bendachi is not taking the Hex Flash though. I'm curious what he takes and 3 boots maybe? Or maybe the... Yeah, he has the stopwatch actually, okay. Pretty sure that's the same bro.
Yeah.
I think Hex Flash is better, but...
Yeah. I love the Astro Nautilus skin. Look at it.
Yeah.
I also love the Chef Tompkins skin, so you know.
I feel like... No, Pantheon's still just sitting top, and Sanga's sitting mid, so Tetya just taking the Ignite, trying to kill the Malphite early. I guess that makes sense.
It is definitely doable. Malphite is pretty squishy until he gets that first item, and I think we should probably see a Warden's Mail coming through for first item. Most people will kind of opt for Bramble West, but Warden's Mail will stop the burst more, which could be what's needed, I think.
Yeah, Bramble is in some matchups a little bit overrated because a lot of top laners actually don't heal that much. So now that Bramble is a bit more balanced than it was before. Oh, so aggressive.
Early aggression, yeah, coming through. We like to see it.
That's just when you start E on Sylas, it's a bit flippy, right? If you hit it, it's gonna be a super good trade for you level 1, and you'll sustain back level 2. But Q start is just way more reliable.
I'm curious actually what kind of items we're gonna what abilities are gonna be maxed, because they say if you're a good Silas you're max Q, and if you're not a good Silas then you're max W.
That's unlucky to hear. I max W every game.
I also max W every game, right? Because it gives you more sustain and it's guaranteed damage. But the Q actually does more damage. So that's why they say, well, you should max the Q, but if you don't think you can hit it, then don't.
And I think, it's combo. You can combo it also with your E, right? If you
can.
play that well, but that can be quite hard.
Pantheon does have the preference in the top lane as well, but seeing a little trade in mid right now. Nautilus standing watch in the bot lane. Corki poke coming through. Oh, the E does miss. And
Yeah,
you're
Iceland
taking
really
a
wants
lot
to
of
pull the
damage.
wave to keep the freeze, right? But I think this
Yeah.
is too big to freeze. Corki can for sure shove this in. It's a cannon minion, and Sygus is
And-
too weak.
Yeah, it's gonna have to take a biscuit there too. Yeah, good trade coming through, and the shield obviously stopping the Malphite cheese reel from doing any return damage.
Yeah, and he is just getting boogied really hard, but he'll get most of this wave, and then he should be fairly fine in CS. But
I
for
see
now,
another
he's only got
cheetah
5.
coming out of Ted.
Nope, he's going for the crab, I guess.
Yeah, they obviously don't know where the Viego is, and it may be concerned that it could turn up. So, bit of security for the Skarner. The vision plant there will kind of let them know, hey, the Viego's almost definitely a bot lane because the entire bot off top is cleared. Look at the clearance speed of the Skarner, by the way. Since they moved those zones into the jungle and made it so that it increased your attack speed, Skarner's clears became devastating.
Yeah.
Great.
And Skarner is just a fine champion against most comps as well,
Yeah.
because most comps don't have more than 1 or 2 carries, right? And if you just
Yeah.
get one without any counterplay, except buying QSS, that's really valuable.
Yeah, I rate Skarner. You see another trade coming in, but
guess
it's worth
the-
noting as well. We have Conqueror on the Pantheon here.
Yeah.
When Pantheon first got this rework, I paired him top, and I liked the tanky build with him. And I always went Conqueror. And other people were like, no, you go lethality damage. But if you have your resource stacked, you know, your 5 autos there, and then you W with that up, you proc Conqueror immediately.
Yeah. And but the same is for PTA, right? I think in
Yeah.
squish matchups you just take PTA something like this, right?
And yeah, so the fact that he's into the smell fight and is using his Q for that extra damage rather than the W, I think I'd rather see the W bonus attack come in first to get the Conqueror straight away, and then you get a bit of lifesteal off that Q as well, make this lane a bit more sustainable. But aggressive engage from Silas, and the health is looking pretty good on the side of Icehound, but no, gonna keep the freeze and very well played to control that wave.
Yeah.
Freezing in mid is really hard. Notice all comes through, and this is a big caster wave as well. Gonna
These are
be
super good trades.
a good fog, and yeah, not too much damage to come through yet. Time quench quite tanky.
Yeah, and both junglers are just happy to power farm here, and I guess that makes sense. Both don't really want to gank before 6, I guess, or have a very hard time at least with these lanes.
And Nautilus
ganking
hook
before
landing
6.
again. Jinx traps come behind, and you're gonna try to find a way out. Exhaust comes through, but it is a bit slow, and Flash is paying for Crown as well, so kind of risky on
Viego's
this
coming.
one. And Viego is here. We do have both flashes and exhaust available on the side of Ronin. So Viego turns up, he's got to do this right. The W comes through from Tom. The lick will miss. Viego stun lands though, so Nautilus will likely fall. But no hook, flash, max range. Will we see a flash come in? No, I think a flash auto from Vigo would have actually finished the kill there. Plus to reset the to Nautilus, but we backed out for the safety. Maybe we'll take Dragon instead. Meanwhile, we see Corki trying to get an aggressive engage in mid. Wave will chase an awful off, and then we'll have to I'll let that one go for now, but meanwhile, Malphite is being engaged on. But the ult's available though.
Nah.
Yeah. That feels bad.
Come on, Ted. He's playing good, right? But it's so simple, man. 2 games in a row now. Please use target champions only, guys. It's super OP.
I'll give you it with the Camille, but Pantheon, it's pretty. It's a bit more of an easier champ to play.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Can't be missing these.
The point click, 1.5 seconds stun. It will make a big difference if you hit that on the champion. But it's fine. You still get Malphite ults.
Look at Malphite though, still have a 14 CS lead up in that top lane as well. So that's pretty good. But Silas desperately looking for these risky engages and only having an Amtone and no pots. I'd be thanking myself that missed. Honestly, that was risky.
But
Corki
not
is
playing it good
level
though.
7.
Not getting hit by any second part of the East from the Sylas. Just poking him away. Having
And
decent
open
CS.
farm as well. Yeah. Look how low HP this Silas is.
They
Gonna be
should,
pushed
if
away
he
and
stays
miss
around,
all
they
of
should
this
go to
farm.
the dive.
Yeah, 100% they should dive this. This wave's so big, you have to deny this XP because it's so huge. If Skarner's looking to gank, but there's 4 members of
Pantheon
Prime. Pantheon's on the way as well, and this is going to be a 3 versus 4. Benoffel is ready to retreat to the team and manages to do so. Time is here now as well. Pantheon is going to be the first one to fall down. First blood onto Senna. Viego getting the reset as well. will be able to W Skarner, but it is under the tower. Is it enough damage to come through? Yes, it is.
Oh.
Tom Kench picking over that one, and 2 kills over to the side of Prime, just dedicating more people to this resource
well
and
done.
able to rotate that bot lane up first. Very well played, yeah.
And they were so patient, right? Because they could have just gone early and dove the Cyrus probably, and then you deny them the whole wave. But they just sit there for like 10 seconds, wait for the Pantheon R, wait for the Skarner. Van Alpha baiting it by stepping up a bit too far. And yeah, that was actually really good. Communication must be really good by Prime for that play.
Yeah, and it was again it was Prime's bot lane that was roaming up last time as well. We see W engage. Nautilus lands immediately, so very well timed. Exhaust forces the center flash. That might have been too much, but Viego is here to save the day. Level 6 is available. Doesn't use the ultimate though. Instead, they just give the kill over to Tom Kench. Second kill, shoulder they lethal levity on the Jinx, and they do. And that's another 2 kills over to Prime. And the bot lane being involved in all 4 of them. So a lot of gold going over to the center Tom that struggled slightly last game when we've seen these 2 champions.
Prime is really playing different than how they used to play a few weeks back when I used to scrim against them a lot. They are really just keeping the top lane an island basically, and then they just play for bot, and it's working super well for them. It's really good to see.
Yeah, aggressive trade coming through from Malphite, but unfortunately Pantheon Shield says, no way Jose, I'll fight you later. Those cheese wheels hurt, man. With Arcane Comet as well, they hurt.
Yeah.
Skarner comfortable clearing out some mid. It was worth noting, by the way, First Dragon was picked up by Prime as well, amongst all the kerfuffle.
Yeah, that's big.
And it was an Infernal again, so no Infernal Soul this time.
And Senna went for Eclipse last game, but this time Gravity is going for the Kraken Slayer.
Likely Kraken,
makes sense. Yeah, because they have Skarner, Punt, Naut should be. I think that would have helped Remco a lot last game as well if he went that.
Yeah, and actually Tom Kench is again a really good pick here, because if Skarner comes through to eat one of the carries, then Tom can just steal it back, I believe. And just not get in the gob, so nullifies that Skarner with a little bit. So it's going to be difficult for Typo to have as much of an impact in this game as they did in the last game, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, the Skarner pick, it's still kind of the same as Udyr, as in that you just farm a lot, right? But the dueling power in the early game is not there, like the Udyr, so not able to go for any invades, really make any plays in the river. And now they have to be careful that they just don't get snowballed on, right?
Yeah, and I don't think there's too much risk of that yet. But this bot lane is starting to look a bit dicey now. Tom, obviously, with his Bami's completed as well, means that he's able to take a lot more of the punishment that Jinx can put out. And just Ramco doesn't seem as aggressive on the Jinx as Levity was, and they're allowing the Tom Kinshena to get away with being a bit more passive and farm heavy in this lane.
And Senna is at 40
it's going to be a
so
fight, but
means,
no. The smite comes through and the Rift Hold is actually secured by Skarner. Viego maybe looks to fight it, but who does priority fall to? Pantheon ult comes through, but Corki is already here. 3v2 though, as Malphite can't find a way into this fight with no ultimate available too. Flash is forced. Viego will take the blast cone to get over the wall. And yeah, it's Corki, Flash, and Rift still secured by Typo, so good job by Ronin on this one.
Yeah, they still use quite a bit. Oh, nice.
That hook can't miss, but Tom is going to fight
he's gonna
it
die.
anyway.
He's gonna die.
I'm practically a top laner. I'm going to throw you into my turret. Look at the damage, and it's the solo kill crown on this Tom Kench. Tragedy and Pantheon being able to trade a Malphite, but doesn't really mean too much.
That's a bit of a support gap, man. But I guess Tom Kench is not really a support in this game, right? Just completely
that was a bit of a
annihilates
yikes. Jinx Flash is forced as well to try to get away here. The Q will not land from Tom, so no lick stick, and we'll be able to walk away. Skarner, though, looking to recuperate some of the losses in mid, and will ult the Viego out. But Sentinel comes through for the extra shield. My fault used by Silas. Viego never ults. Super Mega Death Rocket lands as well, but Silas has already fallen to Corki. Skarner is very low, and if we could just see 1 or 2 rockets from an awful hit here, there's the first. We need the big one.
The big one?
Oh, it's not enough.
Okay.
No, shield gets Skarner away. And it's 1 for 1 on the day. Viego not managing to ult because of the layered CC, so very good job from Ronin to time that CC as well.
Yeah, it seems like on Skarner, if you E and then just don't proc it, and then you R someone, then the E is still on it after you have ulted them. I didn't even know that, but that's such a long time of CC. Plus, Sylas had the Malphite R. Yeah, that was well played. I think, for sure, Viego was CC'd 4 or more seconds that fight.
Yeah, it definitely looked kind of rough. The fact that he was under his tower to start with and still died,
Yeah.
it's not a good feeling as that player, and you're just like, man, what is the counterplay to this?
Yeah, I think
Uh,
Viego for sure has to buy QSS this game because he's the easy target, right? He's gonna have to go mega range, but he's not a
Yeah.
tank, so Skarner can ult him every fight, and he should get blown up.
Maybe QSS, maybe we just see a GA instead of I accept my fate, and then when I respawn, I'll just ult and get all my health back. So we'll have to see what the decision is. I think GA could work without delaying his build as much.
Mm-hmm.
Depends how this game goes. Looking for a fight in bot lane though. Ocean Soul will be the dragon available for this game for both teams to pick up, with the
Is here
Cloud
too
Drake
with the
also
package.
going over to Prime.
Maybe they wanna dive that.
They definitely want to dive. Silas is in mid. Pantheon looks like they could be making their way to bot lane though.
This seems a little forced.
Yeah, if they're gonna dive, they're gonna do it now. If not, then you need to just walk away, and your package is used to get back to mid lane. He realizes there's been a reaction across the map, and they will back out of this one and settle for the 2v2. But Pantheon hasn't fully backed out yet, and the ultimate could come through. But no, bot lane are calling it. Hang on a minute, we've made the move. That's enough for us. There's no objective down here. Let's make it safe. And
Malphite looking to ult mid.
all the
He's gonna
pings
get
though.
spotted.
Yeah.
Maybe Ronin baited this time. The switcheroo.
The old switcheroo. Oh, which way is this gonna go? Both teams are looking at mid lane right now. Silas looking for an engage.
I saw this so
He
aggressive.
lands. No, Everfrost comes through, but Viego's here as well. Instantly gets popped by this Pantheon. Skarner ult used on the Corki as well. No way out. Root auto, and that's another kill going over to the Silas. So 2 kills for 0. Very, very good patience from Ronin on this one. And the second part of that E hit from my sound, devastating.
Yeah, and it is the switcheroo. I think it would be really valuable if Prime can get a little bit more vision. They should be able to, right? They are stronger in the bot side. They are, I mean, not anymore maybe, but they were for sure a lot stronger. They should have a lot more vision. I don't think it's normal that Nautilus can walk all the way through the river like that and spot it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of weird, but yeah, they're definitely still stronger. I mean, we've got Kraken on both AD carries. Tom is just a better champion than Nautilus right now. I'm sorry, all of you Nautilus lovers. That is the case.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll have to see how this one develops. I'm interested. I'm interested to see, because Ronin have fought it back now, and there's only 600 gold difference. That's a negligible amount. That's nothing.
And it's arguable who outskills this game, right? I think normally you would say the Jinx comp, but for the most of the other picks, I think Prime's comp will actually outskill. So, and if they just kill the Jinx, I think they have a good shot in the late game, and they're also gonna get the good soul.
Yeah, it's definitely Senna. Yeah, Senna doesn't scale badly, and then we all know we've all seen what devastating Corki does late game. Full build Corki does so much AOE damage.
Yeah. Especially against champs that don't have easy sustain. Silas only has actual sustain when he can W someone, right?
Oh
nice
my god,
play.
the engage from Silas again. Perfect E into the Everfrost. Malphite is here though, the ultimate lands. That kill given over to Venoffel.
Yeah.
And a lot of gold trade in this team. 10 kills already. Viego looking for an engage with the Silas abilities right now. Skarner trying to get away. Viego will be used to try and follow this up. Pantheon's there as a get out of jail safe card. And yep, this one's going to dissipate into not much else.
And this is kind of a recurring thing, I feel like, with Icehound. He's really good mechanically, and he will look for the punishes when you overstep. But he sometimes doesn't respect the enemy jungler or support can be there, right? And then, yeah. And I mean, it's Tamka and Senna, so he shouldn't get roamed on too much by support. But Venoffel just baits him in, and the Viego is there. I think he really has to respect that a bit more, that he sometimes just can get camped together or ganked together.
Yeah. It's weird how this one's gonna break down.
I think Prime should just set up. They just reset at a good moment. They should have total control, I think, over the Drake, because they have item advantage. They just get that one. They play for soul, and then I think they're looking really good.
Yeah, I think so too. again, there is a clock on the game though, and like we said, there is scaling options on the side of Prime, but you do have to be worried about Jinx. Kraken has been opted for again. There's no single target damage coming out of Ramco on this one. Although maybe I would have preferred that actually. Yeah, I think I would have preferred a Gale Force Rapid Fire build here. Try use the Gale Force, if not your Flash, to survive the engage that's going to come from the Corki, from the Malphite. Actually, Malphite was over the wall. Silas tries to get out, but no Corki damage is enough to help out the Malphite. Then great ultimate by B3.
Yeah, nice pick.
To get another 300 gold.
And now the Drake should be completely free. Like, there should not even be a contest from Ronin.
Yeah, I think Skarn is kind of here playing about, showing some presence, but yeah, no contest comes through. And Ocean Soul point going over to Prime.
Yeah, and Ocean Soul is super good, because if Malphite gets a little bit more time to tank, that's already so good for you.
A Kench as well. We know Tom Kench is a health tank, a HP tank more than a resistance tank. Unlike Malphite, for example, or a bunch of others. Skarner being one who's more tanky as well than HP. Having Ocean Soul to regenerate all that HP for you is basically a free Warmogs. And we're not going to be contesting Rift Herald either. Just going to send the Silas top. Probably grab this Malphite ult. Corki can 1v2 bot lane, I think, pretty comfortably. Van's been playing really well this series so far. Probably quite happy to stand behind this tower so you don't get hit by the Nautilus hook.
Yeah, I think Pinoff was actually playing super well this series, because I think Icehound is probably the scariest Ronin Myra member, but Pinoff was just chunking. Yeah. And she's gonna skill up nicely, right, this game. It's not even like she has a hard winning matchup. She actually got counter.
Ult is used, but she's done Tom. He can W back out if he's not perma-stunned. But no, he is perma-stunned. Super Mega Deathrocker coming through as well. Reverse damage was coming through by Viego and Senna, but not enough to get through the Skarner's armor. There's a lot of it on the back of that Scorpion already. Turret will fall to the Rift Herald. Bit of extra gold going over to trade for the Tahm Kench, I guess. But all in all, not a bad trade for Ronin actually getting the picks where they can with the Skarner.
Yeah, and that's quite bad to give your shutdown like that. And I guess it's only the Skarner, right? It's not the worst that you die. That you give 600 gold to Skarner. He's not gonna 1v9 the game now, but it's still just free gold you give away, right? For no reason. And you have to be a bit careful with it, because we just saw how hard Jinx can pop off if the game does go to late game. Vanilla should get over.
It's hard to though, right? You've got to leave with an auto assault, and there's not much minions, so you wouldn't be getting back out again. Probably it would. I think you'd be trading at least one. And
I think that's worth though.
Well, Jinx is 0-1, but also worth shutdown as well, whereas the Corki isn't. So
yeah. But they also have, I think, because they have some decent wards, right? They should know that there was no one to cover, and they have stopwatch on Naut. Maybe you don't even have to use it. I would have liked to see it, but I can respect that they don't go for it. To be honest.
Yeah, you're right. The stopwatch definitely swings me into your side of the equation here. Yeah, why aren't you using the stopwatch? Get under that tower. Go back. Nautilus on recall and go back. Go back and dive that goddamn Corki. I don't like diving Corki because like Flash W, run away, but man, when you've got stopwatch available with an on-click ultimate as well, I don't see why not.
To drop the tower aggro, right? Yeah, and even if you get the flash, I think it's good. But to be fair, they get what they come for. They just get the tower, right? That's called for Jinx. Jinx has pretty good CS for this game, most of everyone. Jinx is it's gonna be a super hard game for Rampo to play though. He has very little good peel. Malphite should be on his face every team fight.
Does have the exhaust though.
Yeah. And then he should probably exhaust the Viego. But I think Viego should honestly be because I don't think exhaust on Malphite is super.
I definitely would have preferred if we went Gale Force and Rapid Fire LDR. Trade of ultimates, but Silas comes off the wall with Malphite ult. General coming through as well, and Tom is the focus for the Skarner again. Pantheon finally sends up to the fight, and there's 2 kills going over to the side of Ronin already. Viego being the second one to fall. Nautilus does get traded back eventually, hang around under this tower too long. But these fights are a little messy and not going in the favor of Prime right now. Ronin forcing their way back into this game with the target selection, by the way, being on Crown.
Yeah, I thought they were using a bit much on the Tahm Kench, but it worked out for them perfectly, so they should be happy with that. Viego just gets picked for no reason. He doesn't have to stand there at all.
Now, I don't like to overly judge people too much. I mean, it was when you're in the moment and the pressure's on, winners playoffs as well, losers playoffs, sorry. It's tricky, right? It's tricky, but I feel like on all 3 deaths, V2's had this Vega ultimate available, and you either need to be using that to go in, or making sure you can find a way to use it to come out. And there's so much CC on the side of Ronin that using it to come out probably isn't an option. So
Yeah.
maybe be a bit more aggressive with it. Don't worry about getting a kill for a reset, because if you take over the person, you can use your ult again anyway. So
Yeah.
if you're gonna go in, I want to see that change of style from V2 on this Vega. I want to see the ult used to start the fight rather than to maybe close it out.
10 are almost 100 stacks. That will also really hurt. But yeah, I completely agree with you.
It did
Also
knock
in last
people
game,
away
he
as
had
well,
8
right?
deaths, which is a bit much.
Yeah.
And even though his... Oh,
The Malphite misses. Jinx flashes perfect right away from the wall and is on the other side of this fight, able to get all of those rockets off. Nautilus finally using that stoppage as well. It's a very messy fight, but Corki is able to get the first kill. Jinx is now excited. Silas is on a killing spree. Tamkage has been exhausted on the back, but Silas gets another kill onto the Corki as well. Senna's trying to kite back, but Jinx will get a double kill too. Senna kiting it very well, but it will be 5-4-2.
That's Baron.
5-for-1 on the day. Gives them Dragon to deny Ocean, so gives them Baron. And Ronin are very much in this game now. Not only are they going to have the objectives, they're also getting the gold lead back into their favor too. Lars, where did that come from?
Man, 4 honors per Ramco, because that engage from Malphite was not bad. That was a fresh R, and he still responded to it with his fresh. And that's actually what just completely wins them the team fight. That was such a good reaction by him.
You can call it luck, you can call it presence of mind, you can call it situational awareness if you want. But it wasn't just a good flash from Ramco to dodge the ult. It was a perfect flash over the wall so that you would be safe from the follow-up Tarm engage, and then the Chompers came down so that Tarm couldn't come through as well. That was so well played by Ramco, and the reactions and the position, and it was really impressive.
Yeah, and that's just when Malphite R is used like that, and Jinx is safe, you just win the teamfight, right? Because Jinx is free hitting the rest of the whole teamfight. Runa's Hurricane, Kraken's Slayer, all your front line is gonna die. That's just such a clutch play that you have to make to win when you're behind, right? Because Ronin was not winning, they were behind. But just through better mechanical play, they now just turned the game back to them.
And that's all it's been, honestly, the mechanical play. Even the Silas engages we've been seeing in mid. Icehound has been jumping one direction, flicking back to another, and then Ian in. And it's just like, man, Silas isn't a super mechanically difficult champion, but he does have, 2 skill shots in there, plus knowing which ultimates you're going to grab. And he's done a really good job of using those abilities as well, and getting the most out of his champion. The adaptation from Typo to go, you know what, we can't catch any of the squishies, I'm just going to roll Kenshin will kill him instead.
Yeah.
Like, they've adapted so much throughout this particular game, not just the series as a whole. And Malphite having to ult away is not great. We will see a potential dive in the mid lane too. Baron, of course, helping out long range. Nautilus hook. Tarmcage is going to be the pick once more. Chompers going down behind. There's no way out for this Kenj. He does get used this time and will maybe score away, but no. Ramco gets a kill, so it's going to be an excited Jinx. We're diving hard on this one. Silas coming all the way through. Skarner will tank every tower on the map at the same time and not care. But is the damage there? No, Jinx has to run all the way around. Skarner tanking for Silas, striking him out as well. It's a double kill over to Silas, will eventually fall. So we get 4 kills for the price, 3 kills for the price of 2. No tower, but more gold into the Jinx and the Silas as well. And look at the size of this inventory.
And now you can just see that if Malphite is pulled to the side lane by Pantheon like that, Ronin can just run at Prime, right? They can just run them over. Time Kenshin is not tanky enough. He can get pulled and Jinx will shred him.
Yeah, it's been devastating. The kind of damage that the Silas has been able to do, and the Jinx is standing at the back, rocket. And eventually, just 1 kill or 1 assist has to come in, and once she's excited, Jinx will just literally train through everybody.
Yeah.
All aboard the hyper carry. Choo choo.
Ramco does have to be a bit careful because he doesn't have his flash, but his flash will be at the same time as Malphite's, right? So if he is gonna be clutch like that again, I don't see them lose a team fight anytime soon.
Yeah, that's what it's all gonna infringe on, basically. I think the play that we want to see out of Prime right now is don't worry so much about using the Malphite to engage. Play around this Corki package for the next objective.
Yeah.
You want your Corki package to engage, then once that Corki scene coming in, everyone's going to turn and try to collapse on the Corki. Then you Malphite ult the Corki. Ult your own champion, because you won't knock them off, but everybody who's turned on the Corki, they're going to get knocked up. and the package doesn't use the Corky W. So you can then W back out to safety, happy as Larry, no problems at all, into the safe hands of your Tom if needed. And that's it. Everybody's knocked up. They're going to take Viego damage, Corky damage, Senna damage, layer it all on. We need to see an evolution of these engages from Prime, because the way it is, Ronin are taking their pick of the litter right now.
Yeah, I completely agree. They have to play for the soul point. If they don't get the soul and sometime soon, I don't think the game is playable for them anymore. So they have to use the Corky package, like you say, set up for the objective, set up for the last dragon, use Corky package either to zone everyone or get the good engage off, and then get that Drake. Because otherwise it's looking
Look at the
pretty
layer
grim
from
for them.
Skarner, and it's going to be Tom attempted to be taken, but nope. We're just going to sprint out of this one and say thank you, Sailor. See you later. I'm not fighting just yet. Yep, we see Van sitting in the base, probably waiting to pick up this package.
Yeah, smart. And Remco buys stopwatch. I think it's a good buy, because I think
Yeah.
what else can he buy, right? Maybe a crit glove or something, but that's not gonna win you the game. And I think
when
if
you
a
know
good
this big
stopwatch
fight's
is gonna
coming.
win you this next fight. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, you don't see this done enough. As an AD carry being, I don't do this enough. I'm very bad.
I do this never. I'm way too greedy. But it's
Yeah,
for sure. The better
Nautilus
play.
is the one that's being picked up, but Skarner is able to try and pull somebody out, but it's not going to hit anybody just yet. Super Mega Death Arc comes through, and
Yeah.
nobody's fallen, but Jinx does get the kill onto Tom Kench. That's inside to Jinx. Look how quick the Skarner is. Finally finding a good ultimate uses though over the wall
Yeah,
for Viego,
man.
but that leaves Malphite alone at the front, desperately trying not to use his ultimate. Instead we see Silas engage, Malphite holds backwards, striking with Steam alive. Senna's trying to get the damage up, but it's nowhere near as much as the DPS that can come out the side of Ronin. Will they continue to chase with Zap? No, the W from Jinx doesn't land. Instead they're going to opt to maybe just send the Scanners through the Drake.
Yeah,
The
can
rest
they
of them
end
are
the
going to try
game?
pressure mid lane, and yeah, maybe even end the game, but I think it'll be 1 in hit plus Dragon.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that would be more safe because Tam is up in 10, but. And yeah, they don't have their engage left. Yeah, I think that is what they should go for. But maybe, yeah, their positioning. I think too. Oh, they're gonna go for more.
Oh, well, I mean, Jinx has the sight from killing structures too, so it's a 3 kill onto the center.
Yeah.
What a devastating champion this is, and why we decided to opt into Center Tom after smashing a Center Tom
Ooh.
is very interesting to me. Another pickup by the side, so very well played. Tom does come through though and get the kill back onto Jinx, so very well played there. But meanwhile, the game is ending. Tom being eaten by his own ultimate, that's an interesting thing that I never want to see again. Panda Cheese though will get the kill credit for that one on the Nautilus. First Nexus Tower falls, Pantheon is here as well. Skarner is so tanky. Malphite, you want to hit me? I don't really care. You do less damage than the turret, and that doesn't hurt me either. Skarner though opted to maybe back this one out. Baron's up, we don't want to overstay, and we'll reset and then fight for that.
Yeah, and the front to back, you can just see it in these fights. The front to back is just stronger for Ronin. They have more DPS with the Jinx and the Sylas, and it feels like Prime is just afraid, or we're afraid to actually completely, as like 3 or 4 people, dive on top of the Jinx, right? Especially in that one river fight, it was where Ronin basically pulled the game back towards them. Only Malphite dives on Jinx. I think Viego should dive on the Jinx. I think Corky with package when he has it should dive on Jinx. Time Kench maybe even, because Senna has less DPS. But yeah, now Jinx is just fairly safe in these fights, and you get out DPS.
Yeah, you basically do just get out DPS by Jinx. There's not many champions at the end of the game that can live up to the kind of damage that she can do in a team fight. Tristana maybe, Aphelios being another one, Zeri being another one right now.
I can think of maybe
Senna.
like 2 champions in the whole game. That
Yeah,
can do
definitely
that.
not Senna.
I think it's I'll give a shout out to Kill, because Kill is a good champion.
Oh, Nautilus is being picked off here. That would be a huge pick.
Oh,
Malphite
huge.
Black Bolt, and this time it hits the Jinx. Stopwatch is being used though, but Nautilus is now, well, Viego's now Nautilus, should I say. Root comes through, and the back line has fallen but for both teams. Senna, however, is still standing, and it's a 4-for-1. They only
Massive.
lose Corky, and we'll get the Baron. What a fantastic turnaround we've just seen.
And you just see that Ronin is not. Last game we saw too, they almost threw last game because they're not able to pull off the 1-4 correctly. The Ronin guys just stepping up way too far when Ted yet has no pressure in deciding at Eldar yet. So they, they're just throwing it now. Either if you are unable to play the split push, just send Ted yet with the rest and play for 5v5. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, yeah. Because what we've seen now is, like I said, I would have played into the Camille. Pick Malphite. Doesn't matter how unga bunga my lane goes, I'm going to press the funny button in a team fight. And that's what we've just seen, the flash funny button, and Jinx died, and guess what? Your team fight's dead.
Yeah, Remco has no flash this time, so Malphite just flash ults. Then there's just absolutely no counterplay at all. And you just completely get Ungat indeed, because it's 5v4.
We are going to see the Infinity Edge being built as item 4 for the Jinx. So opting for more DPS now that the stopwatch was used. I don't know if I like that. We've just seen, yeah, you probably want more damage to carry the game, but if you're dead, you don't do any damage. I actually think I would have preferred GA still. I'd even go as far as to say get an Edge of Night for the spell shield at this point. Honestly, I don't even think that's that bad because
I think normally it would be good, but not against Corki, because Corki has very good ways to proc it, right?
well,
Or
if
like,
you didn't have a Nautilus scan stand in front of you, yeah,
yeah,
you
you
can
mean
catch
front
those
to
with
back.
the
Yeah,
Z2.
I guess that could actually work. Yes.
Yeah,
I
like
think I
Jinx
agree.
just needs to stand at the back of these fights to get one assist, and there's so many
Mhm.
squishy targets that it's very easy to do. I don't know. Infinite Edge, I mean, she's doing plenty of damage already, right? Ramco's putting out damage on the Jinx. So I don't know. I could just be way off base. It's just, it's all hindsight, right? If you never get hit by another Malphite though for this game, then you
Yeah.
were right to go Infinity Edge. But if you do, then you were wrong. So,
Yeah, I
I mean,
agree.
that's the gamble, right?
So
That's
they should probably fight around the point where Remco has his flash again. I
Ramco's on
think
the
that's
wrong
gonna
side of this
glitch
fight,
in the
but Prime
fights.
haven't realised it. Instead, they're going to flash out with the Tom. Skarner is so quick though, flash ult, and they're after the Tom Kent so badly here. Going to be left alone, and the Malphite though comes through onto 4.
But he's
Panty manages to buy some time though. Malphite's actually been separated here. Very well played to just come forward. Jinx is being chased. The Ramco has died to the Malphite on the back of this. Teleport coming through from Corki now. Package is available as well. This could be a great fight for Prime. And the package is used. And there it is, but it only really damages Nautilus as long as they don't stand in this willingly. Corki DPS is nothing to be shirked at, but all the kills will come through, and they just lose 1, 4, 5, ace, and probably the game.
Well played by Ronin. They lose Jinx. Malphite solo kills the Jinx, by the way. Like, actual 1v1, just solo kills, but the rest of Ronin come up clutch. That's super well played. And
I think
if they use so much on the Jinx, then the rest is still useful.
it was very good team decision and knowledge to know. No, like sure, we could potentially save Jinx, but Malphite is 100% out of this fight and gone right now. They're so far away, and we're already in on their backline. Corki's not here. We can kind of just win. So, man, what a fight! Very, very smart decision making by Ronin.
And also, Icehound just played really well again. I think he's really good doing this kind of champions. Champions that kind of have to play on the edge, right?
Yeah.
He already seemed a bit more useful than on the Syndra. Although I also like the Syndra. And you can just see that he's a super good secondary carry. And when
Honestly,
Agative used on Remco, he can still carry the game.
if we go back and watch since games, there's a couple of oversteps here and there from some people. But generally speaking, caliber wise, I'd say most players, if not all players, have played pretty well so far this series, and that's not being like, oh, I'm the caster, I need to tell them what do they play. Well, if they've done something stupid, I'll say they've done something stupid. But genuinely across the board, everyone's been playing so well so far, and this is another game that could have went either way.
Yeah, I agree. And it's just that one outplay from Remco carries the game
Oh, that
towards
one
Ronin, I
flash.
think. That
If
was
there's
really
ever
sick.
going to be a playoff highlight reel, that
Yeah.
Jinx flash better be in it, because that was so good. That was so good.
I mean, but Prime has shown they can get the gate, right? And they got 3 Drakes. They were on the point of basically winning the game there. I think
Yeah.
if they like have maybe a bit better comps, maybe decide a bit better what their goal is in a team fight. Do we all jump on Jinx or do we play a bit more front to back?
Yeah.
Then I think they still have a good chance in the series. It's pretty
Well,
close.
why don't you go away and decide what changes you'd like to see? Everybody else can grab some water, stretch your legs, move your eyes away from the screen. We will be back in 5 minutes on Valence League's main channel for more playoff action. See you guys in a bit. Hello and welcome back to Valence League mainstream. We are currently in an epic battle between Prime, Nebula, and Ronin Myra in the losers final of Division 2. So far, it's 2-0 favouring Ronin Myra in two back-to-back games that could have went either way, honestly. Both teams showing promise, potential, and the ability to take over the Rift at any point that they so desire. I'm really excited to see what Game 3 will bring us. But now, though, we need to figure out what Prime Nebula need to change or how they need to adapt to get us to that all important Game 4 and hopefully into the silver scrapes of Game 5. In order to figure out how we're going to get there, I've got along with me today Lars, a very experienced player who's going to be able to break down the differences and hopefully give us some kind of reflection as to what Prime Nebula can do going into this Game 3 here.
I'm hoping that we see something a little bit different from Prime, but considering that they choose blue side again, I don't actually think they're gonna change much in their game plan. I would really like to see them pick a damage top, for example, and maybe a more tanky jungle.
Yeah. Maybe move that playmaking ability to the jungle and have a more carry-sided top lane, and maybe even GP or something that's going to scale a little bit into the game and give them options to win other than just hopefully the ADC can do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would really like to
Okay.
see Key on a damage champion, but it's probably not gonna happen. Oh,
Yeah, I don't think the bans are going to vary too much, honestly, with how close these games have been. I imagine the bans are pretty much going to stay the same. Wonder if
yeah,
either team has forgotten about game one, though, and if we'll see those repeat target bans come through of the Camille and of the Vigar.
I think all bans still make very good sense. Ronin just beat Prime twice in a row, but I think 10 unique champions. So what is there to ban, right? I don't think it's gonna be. This is like an easy target. I don't think there is one. Maybe
Yeah,
they're gonna change something though, because they banned Karma on 2 now. Nope, still as well.
still Israel. I mean, we can question it for a third time, but honestly, it's worked for them for game 1 and 2. So
And
Jinx
this
and the
is
instant off pick.
yeah, and this is
I'm not
something
surprised.
we also encountered. That Ashe is actually a pretty good counter, or I mean, not an actual like hard counter, but it's a good pick into Jinx for sure. And you have a lot of playmaking ability with Ashe into Jinx.
Yeah, and Ash isn't terrible at getting through tanks either, especially if they are looking to fight front to back. And if you
Mhm.
see the enemy team pick Jinx, then there's a good chance that they want to fight front to back. And because of how strong she is, picking her early is almost definitely going to be what happens. And that's what we've seen. Jinx has been picked up P1, meaning that we're going to see a front to back style. And Ash is like, okay, we can do that. Ronan will happily say, we can sit back. We'll take the diner off you. See what you've got. Nocturne, though.
And like if they even pick like the Veigar right here for blue side, because I think it's gonna get banned second rotation. And considering they picked Diana, it's kinda to be suspected that they might go into the Yasuo as well, right?
Yeah.
And then you have a full on dive comp, which is hard counter by Veigar.
Galio does okay into full dive pumps as well, though.
Yep,
That big
yep, yep.
AoE taunt can be really great for breaking those down. And it does allow a bit of flexibility. That could be a Galio support. It wouldn't be the first and definitely not the last time that we see it.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Um,
sure Crown does play Genghis spread. Like I'm gonna look it up, but I'm 99% sure. And it's still a decent pick for Van Alpha as well, yeah.
99% is a big percent. That sounds like you're pretty
Okay, yeah.
sure.
I'm fairly sure. Yeah,
Hey.
he does play it. Not that much, it seems, but he does play it.
But it's in the conversation. And yeah, that does mean that it is definitely a flex option, and it's something that we have to be cautious of for the side of Ronan. And their caution provides us with a Lulu to keep this Ash alive. And I think that's more so to do with the Nocturne. Do you not think?
Yeah, I think so. And also to have just a strong laning phase if this Gangio does end up going bot. Because if you have Jinx Gangio bot against Ashe Gugu, that's super hard for the Gangio Jinx. And Nocturne won't really gank you before 6, right? So he's not there to
Yeah,
build them out.
yeah, that's true.
Ban still the same, make a lot of sense. I think
Hope to
they
see
should ban Veigar
Vigar.
still.
Yeah, because it could be Flex Galio. And what else would they ban, right?
I
They ban the
think
Malphite? Like,
I don't think you have
honestly,
to, because you should have a counter pick if you. But maybe
he
if they want to
should.
grind an 80 top again, yeah.
Vlad, though.
Yeah. Respect ban for Vanoffel. And now they maybe should ban the Yasuo. Because I know Icehound can play it. Nope, go Aksha.
And Yasuo works doubly here because of the Lulu as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think a Yasuo ban maybe could have been on the cards, but yeah, there it is,
there it
picked
is.
up.
I think that's a mistake that they banned the Camille. I can understand the Akshan ban. That Jet is very good at Akshan, but they should have banned Yasuo here, right? Like, I
And
don't know.
suddenly we have a really safe, easy to play trio coming out of Ronin. Like you send the Yasuo in, like you send the Diana in, you both ult, one of you ults. It doesn't matter which one you even leads that, because Lulu ult's going to ult whichever one engages. The Yasuo ult's going to shred the team. This is really risky disky now. Poppy, yes!
That's
Yes,
a
we
good
don't
pick.
see this champion enough. Get picked. She stops Diana, she stops
Yeah.
Yasuo. I love this pick.
This is a
Now,
super good pick to enable your Jinx. Yeah.
now we need damage, because that Poppy could go support. I wouldn't do Poppy support into Ash Lulu, because you're going to get wrecked.
Yeah, you're
But
gonna get absolutely destroyed.
it could.
But
But
I
we
think
need
that's just
damage.
Poppy blind picked up, right? And Lissandra. Yeah, I
Lissandra.
like this pick. I think this
Okay.
makes sense too.
So this is similar to draft 1 actually that we've seen out of Prime Game 1. We're gonna have the hyperscaling ADC. We're gonna have lanes that can survive. Poppy can survive. Lissandra is very good at surviving, and your Galio should keep the Jinx safe. The only difference here, and this is what I really, really like, is we have a jungler who can really snowball that early game, and we have people that can set up those ganks. Yasuo dies really quick if Lissandra just walks over, presses W, presses ult, Nocturne's here, you're dead.
And the kill last pick. I'm a kill enjoyer, but if Poppy is good, this is actually not the easiest
Poppy
matchup.
has like 3 seconds of CC. Like,
and you would
she can
think
keep chaos though.
that kill is fairly safe against Poppy, but it's actually not the case. And even when you don't hug a wall, Poppy can still EQ out attack you, and it's a good trade for Poppy.
I also like the adaptation from Ronin though to look at this comp and go, hang on, this is I've seen this comp somewhere before. I'm sure they ran something similar to this in game 1. Didn't we win to a backdoor with only 80 HP left on our last player? Yes, we did. Okay, we need something to answer late game Jinx. I know,
Yeah.
you said it yourself, Kale. You said it in game 2. Kale is a good answer to this, and that's probably why it's being picked up. But in the grand scheme of things, which team do you favor? Which comp?
Yeah, I think Ronin is just playing better than Prime, but I think Prime's drafts almost every game actually does make good sense, or more than Ronin's.
They work better as a team, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think Ronin probably just have slightly better shot call and slightly better mechanical players, but Prime's drafts, like again, they do counter pretty much entirely what Ronin wants to do, right? They have Lissandra, they have Ganglio, they have Poppy, they have Nocturne. Nocturne presses R when Diana wants to go in or already goes in. No one can safely follow,
So,
right? It's such a good counter to their whole comp.
let me tell you where I'm at. So remember game 1 when I said with Prime's draft, if they don't lose in 24 minutes, they win in 44?
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking the opposite. Like, I know they have this late game scaling Jinx, but if you look on the other side of the rift and you see Kale and Ashe and Yasuo,
Yeah.
there's not enough damage on the side of Prime to kill those 3 targets late game. The further this game goes on, they don't have the damage for that.
I think this is a bit of a. This will be execution though in the late game for sure.
But it's also harder for Ronin to get to that stage. So I favor Ronin's draft again because they have more variables. But if I had to play one of them, I would feel more comfortable playing Prime's draft. You know what you want to do. You know what your job is in the team. It's very straightforward. It's very easy to play. Everyone's got a job. Bang, dead easy. But Ronin definitely have more. They have a higher potential for victory.
Yeah,
I think.
I completely agree. Primes is for sure a bit easier to play because you just point click the enemy
Yeah.
that wants to go in, right?
And luckily it's not Ted yet, so these people can point click.
Yeah, these people, these people use target champs only, man. They have transcended to next level of VL. Tedjet is still one level below. But to be fair, Tedjet is a good player though, and I've played against
I've
his
been
skill
doing
once.
really well. He's been doing really well.
It was in regular, and he blind picked skill top against us. And I thought he was such a shat for doing that, even though it didn't work out for them. But the guy is pretty good, and his skill is pretty nice.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to which mid jungle duo I think gets the most work done early on.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, Nocturne's not really going to gank it till 6. Lissandra, again, not really super effective till 6. But the roam potential is there for Lissandra as well. and it's very easy to foreman these bot lanes. We have seen Prime time and time again have their bot lane be the priority roamers. They have actually shown a bit of bot lane kingdom over Ronin, even with the different matchups that we've seen. On the center time, they were winning. So if you can get this Galio to roam freely with that ult as well, we could see a lot of early game pressure, and we need that transition into mid game if they want to be able to close this one out and take us to a game 4. But for now, I'm going to load in, see what's going on in the Rift, and I'm excited, lads.
Too, but I really hope Prime can win this one. I think it's not completely deserving of this, unless they completely shit the bed here. But if they play decent here, I think it's not deserving of the series. That'd be a 3-0.
Yeah, I don't think the scoreboard represents the game so far, not at all.
Yeah.
I've seen 3-0s that have been way quicker than this, and I've seen fucking 3-2s that have been way not deserving of being 3-2s, but this game has definitely had all of the merits throughout for both teams. And whilst we're waiting to sync up, Lars, do you think we're going to see an invade from either team this game? Galio's pretty good at counter invades.
Yeah, I think probably not. I think both teams have not a very good invade.
Yeah.
Yes. So we started already, or?
I think we're having some issues with production. Just keep yourself paused at 10, bro.
Yeah, no worries.
That's okay.
No worries.
And we should, in theory, be on the way as we see people buying their items. A pause comes in. That's probably what caused the issue. Yeah, it will be the pause. It messes with the spectate so much. The reason that Riot don't really work too much on patching the spectate is because the LEC, the LES, etc. are all hosted on independent clients. They don't use the standard game client. So they don't use this, basically, is why they don't really care about it.
Yeah. And Ashe takes cleanse this game. I'm not a super big fan. I think you don't actually need cleanse this game, because Nocturne and... I mean, maybe Nocturne will go on you, but Lissandra should never ult you, realistically, if your team plays well. So I think I would have liked to see heal, and they are also a bit strong in the 2v2.
Or even exhaust and then put the ignite onto Lulu.
Yeah, seems fine too.
Cleanse, maybe for the Galio, I guess. You can only cleanse his W.
Yeah, I don't think you
Like,
should get
there's a lot
hit
that you
by
can't
Galio
cleanse.
W ever, unless
Yeah.
he... Ooh, this is
Oh,
good
good
cheese.
aggressive trade from V3. I like this though, but Kyle prepared to smack back. And Pot was already used. Oh, Yasuo's already here as well. Things are looking a bit spicy in the top river.
And can you see that Ted knows this matchup, right?
Yeah.
That he just knows. Poppy starts E. She used her passive. I can now trade with my little tempo and I win it. That's good to see. Bit unlucky that he popped his potion though. I don't think he had to do that.
So it's a red start for the Diana and a wolf camp start for the Nocturne.
Good cheese.
Oh, and Lulu being caught out here. Aggressive trade coming through from Levity as well. Seeing Levity back on the Jinx to see how aggressive we're going to be. But no, the trade's coming back from Ashe. And you're in the minion wave, and Ashe does plenty of damage. But Lulu, you've already took your chunk of HP. Flash is banned by both. Ignite comes through, and Lulu could die already here. Taunt is going to land from Galio. Cleanse is actually used immediately. Oh, the W to follow Flash has been used, and the only summoners left is Flash and Exhaust on the side of Ronin. What an aggressive start for both of his teams in the bot lane.
And Levity has 3 pots ticking, so he should be a lot healthier than Ramco.
Ramco's also got a biscuit on the go now, though. We see green floating around everybody. And yeah, spicy start. And it's going to be a cheater recall, I think, out of Prime.
Yeah, the infamous 2-wave crash. I also
think
sometimes do this.
Ooh, the
Not,
infamous comes through.
it's
really
not
easy
ideal.
to read. They should just recall here. Yeah, I was saying, it's really easy to read. Good dodge. Snapped ankles from an Offala.
Yes, sir. Kill's playing really aggressive. Kind of
Well,
weird to see.
yeah, they don't really know where the Nocturne started either, so...
Yeah, I think they have. I mean, they should be fairly sure. I don't know if Poppy actually showed in game level 1.
Oh, look at
But
the Yasuo gamer doing Yasuo stuff. The EQ for the free knockup win wall for some reason to stop the E! Holy
Wow.
moly! Well, Icehound knows this champion better than I do.
Yeah, you
And,
win super hard in their game if you actually go on top of the Cassandra.
yeah, good Yasuos terrify me, bad Yasuos make me laugh, what can I say? I pick Renekton into all of them. Mid or top, I don't care.
Oh yeah, that's so painful, man. That's so painful.
More aggressive trading coming out of both bot lane. This is, honestly, it's a nice change to see from Ronin, though. Not just being pushed over, and the bait is here, but both junglers are available. Which one's going to be here first? Will Galio fall before Nocturne gets in? Exhaust is used. First blood goes over to Lulu. Nocturne is going to try to find a way out. Flash over the wall, maybe, but no, it's too late. Wasted flash from both potentially, but Diana could use it to get more damage. No, 2 kills over to the side of Ronin. 1 to the Ashe, 1 to the Lulu, and yeah, good bait actually from
Diana. Faster clear speed coming in clutch. She's just there a bit faster than Nocturne, and then it's just a win for them. Really nicely done.
Man, the stones on Ted to be like, yeah, you can hit me. I'm okay. Man, as far as I'm aware, Kale sits under tier 2 tower until level 16.
Yeah, that's how I play it. But Tetchat is a bit of a shat on the kill.
Yeah, quite happy to take a bit of a beating and then give one back. I guess using that Doran's way to get a bit of health back with the autos. Probably, like you said, knowing the champion and knowing the matchup a bit better.
Yeah.
I do like the Poppy pick. I want to see Nocturne up here, though. Frequently. This is where I want the Nocturne to focus. Don't try gank the Ashe Lulu, because it's hard. Like, Kale is very easy to kill. Even at level 6 with Poppy Nocturne, Kale's pretty easy to kill. And here we go. We see Nocturne here now. The fear will be locked on. Flash used by the Poppy, but Kale gets out with the flash. I think this stun not hitting the wall there. Bit unlucky.
That's okay. That was a very good try though by them.
Yeah.
That was and also that's what you have to do, because so far the kill is even, and actually a big wave is gonna crash. Kills ahead on the Poppy. That should not happen. And
yeah,
game is looking hard for Prime already.
Well, I mean, yeah, but see the Nocturne now. That's a big cooldown. There you go. I guess that he does get a kill on Ted under the tower, long range Q. That Kale doesn't have flash now.
Yeah, that's huge.
Like, sure, your Poppy
doesn't,
but yeah, you just repeat gank this Kale. I want to see this 10 at the vertical jungle, honestly. I want to see Nocturne kill his walls, his Grand Prix recall, go straight over to the Diana top side.
Yeah,
and then regank top.
I would also really like to see that. Because the wave is gonna bounce back, right? Kill will have to crash, like, not this wave, but like 1 or 2 waves. Ooh, this might be a very good gank.
Oh, the ult is through, and Yasuo can no longer move. Nocturne is here. The fear comes through. Flash from Yasuo.
Oh.
Yeah, Icehound gets out, which is very well done, but it's another flash bent on a solo laner, and this Nocturne might only be level 4, but he's making his presence known in every lane so far.
Yeah. He's switching up the style a bit, farming a bit less. He knows he can't match Diana anyway, with just pure farming. And he's actually making good use of Nocturne pre-6, and you don't see it very often, so well played to him.
Yeah, Diana has started up the dragon. It's mountain for the first one. Priority, of course, is in the favor of Ronin in the boss side of the map. With a recall coming through from Prime. Recall and then turn it to top vertical, please. Dragon's going to fall anyway, so there's no reason for you to be on the bottom side of the map after this Krug camp Nocturne. I want to see you camp the living shit out of this Kale. Yeah. There's no wards. Look how dark the top half of this map is again.
I agree. And I think even Van Offel could just roam up, because she should have Prio, like, on this wave. She can just shove this in, but she seems to choose to, like, freeze it. I think on Cassandra it can be really good to just get Prio and move, right?
Yeah, news just in, Kale ult doesn't stop her from dying if she can't move. Like, just keep her still for a second and a half, and then she dies. It's not Syndrome ult, you know what I mean? Oh, good trade. Patient trade. I think you have to be really patient with the Lysandra in most matchups. She's kind of like not really a control mage, but an anti-engage mage, I guess.
Yeah.
And just kind of chills out in the mid lane.
She's for sure a counter pick though, because there's quite a few mid laners that completely shit on Lysandra.
Oh,
like high range champions, and then if she doesn't get ganks, she will not have a good time. But when you see 4 or 3 champions from the enemy like this game, it's a really good pick.
Lysandra should go in here. She does. W lands. O comes through. Stun up. Poppy locking
Yeah.
against the wall. And it's a free 300 gold. Thank you very much, Diana, says the top side of Prime. Good roam from Lysandra as well.
Well done by Van Offel. Now that's how you should use the pick. Get Prime on the Yasuo, you have slightly better wave clear still. You can push it in and you can just roam. If you miss a few CS for a kill, that's completely worth.
And one of the best things about this is Yasuo's expecting the Lysandra back. He's not expecting the Nocturne to be paired with it. Oh, Lysandra used ult on top. I can trade aggressively, and that's what we're going to see an attempt of. But Nocturne is here as well. The spell shield blocks the tornado as well. Ulted then no. The tower locking on, not letting Nocturne get any work done, and Icehound being able to just scurry away. Another good trade coming in from Poppy though, using that red buff to the advantage. Bambi Stinter completed as well. Blasted one is going to try to get some trades back, but nope. W makes
Ward wasted for one extra auto attack. I don't know about that one, but I guess Kill has flash soon. Oh,
Diana getting all the way in, and there's the double ult, but yep, pretty easy flash from Van Offel, and I'm safe as houses. That was double ult used, and I know they have low cooldowns, but like this wave was pushing in. Could you not have just rotated Yasuo to bot and four-manned this Jinx, this Galio? Galio's still really squishy at this point. You've got your Ashel to start that fight off. Use your both ults, and hey, all four of you get some gold. Sounds good to me.
I'm really impressed with Prime, their bot lane, the laning phase though. They seem to win 2v2 every game, even in like a game like this, where I think Ashe and Gugu should have a bit of prio or a bit of an advantage, but I know Poppy can dive kill for sure. Okay, well this seems...
Maybe a bit of inexperience with the champ. A little tap with the ult there would have...
Yeah, if you just tap her there and Kill doesn't ult fast enough, you can E and you CC chain her.
Actually, I feel like... Oh, good flash. A good flash by Ashe over the wall as well. Yeah. So, both AD carries ban and flash here. And we'll...
Ooh, they might turn this. Ashe is fully stacked. Nah, they can't chase.
Diana ult's not up though. Ashe ult's not up. Yeah, with the pop, of course, you want to tap the ult for the knockup, but I think the Bambi Cinder maybe triggered the tower.
Ooh.
Ah, well, you eat into the wall there, Galio. That's what happened. Yeah, because we did see V3 getting targeted by the tower before he actually got in range, so probably like, hang on, this tower's hit me already. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of this one.
This might be a solo kill.
What a really good counter engage, and the ult following through. Dasher ult does land, and look at the shield, but it's not gonna be enough. Even with the Ignite, Van Offel says, thank you very much, you don't win this fight. Diana could though, ult is available. Q lands, so the E will follow through. Ult comes through, second E's available too. Not gonna need it though, and Typo getting a kill back. That's a kill and an assist going over the side of Ronin, so overall actually worth more gold. Yeah. Unfortunate.
And Poppy going full tank, that's good. I guess that's good for the late game, but it's gonna mean that Kill is a bit safer, right? Because Kill's actually super good against tanks.
I think I'm okay with it though, especially when you acknowledge that Ted's clearly got a good understanding of this matchup and how to play it.
Yeah, for sure.
So you're not going to be able to punish it too hard anyway.
This is a good game.
Nocturne is here though, this is nice. The flash isn't perfect either, so the fear will land. Nocturne does so much damage, but Poppy isn't able to get in. And look at the lid from Ted, even sneaking back for that one more auto dynasty out for the counter gank. Nocturne's already used all of his beans. There's no way out for him. Poppy finds his way onto the Kale though, so the Typo will get the kill. Kale trying to find the way out. Yasuo is here to bail them out of the waters, but who is here but the Galio from bot lane? I said Crown will be roaming on this champion. The Super Mega Death Rocket comes up, hits Diana, but isn't it enough? Why didn't they go in?
Yeah, but how did they know though that they were in there? Maybe Ashe spotted them earlier. That was because Diana blind queued bush, right? And this should be a free kill.
They knew Lysandra was missing from mid, so very free pick up by V3. So good job on that one. Using your ult to make sure the Diana gets the hell out of here. Good flash.
Maybe
we'll eventually get the return kill. 450 shutdown gold. Holy moly, guacamole!
Still
look at
a
that
nice
gold
play
to
though.
Diana. Yeah, overall very well done.
Yeah, and this should be the Drake, I think, for Prime. Diana just reset.
Yeah. So yeah, Dragon will go over, be Infernal. So we will see maybe a Ocean Soul again, a Cloud or a Hex, and it will be Cloud.
Boo. Lucky.
A Cloud actually works really well in the favor of Prime here, though. Being able to rotate this Lysandra and the Galio around the map even more to roam exceptionally well will actually benefit them a lot leading into the late game.
Yeah, that is true for sure.
And then on the top of that, Cloud actually gives you slow resistance. Not CC resistance, it doesn't give tenacity, but it gives specifically slow resistance. And if we look on the side of Ronin, as we've seen a gauge coming through in here though, big ult from Lysandra, Galio able to follow up on that. Yasuo looking for a desperate way to get out, flashes over the wall, and will manage to live on this one. The chase will not continue.
I feel like if they layered the CC a bit better there with the Galio and Lysandra, I think Yasuo should have died, but you still get his
Dino
flash
to the re-engage, and Glacial Arrow is here to hit the Galio as well. He's pretty squishy at this point in the game, tacking up a little bit, but will eventually fall. More gold into the hands of Typo, and we're seeing what he done on the Udyr. What can Typo do on the Diana? Dropping the Rift in mid.
Typo is just playing so well again. It's almost like game 1. She is just a bit ahead of the other jungler.
Yeah.
They're earlier at the place, picking up solo kills even on laners that are overextending.
But most gold in the game again.
Yeah.
And the problem now, the majority of the gold on the side of Prime is in the Poppy, and that's not really where you want it.
No, for sure not. That's
literally anywhere else but the Galio is where you want it.
Because I do think Jinx still has carry potential this game against the champions.
Oh yeah.
Because Jinx can Gale Force out of the engage and should have such long range that it's not easy for Diana to get on top of her.
Yeah. And that's why the Cloud Dragons will come in handy if they get them, because Ashe slows, Lulu slows, Kayle slows. So actually getting Cloud Soul will be really huge compared to Ocean, for example.
Yeah.
I actually favour it this game. But let's see if they're able to get themselves into that position. They're only 2,000 gold behind. It's not a lot. Not like the game's out of their control yet.
No, not at all. And they have so many good tools to just pick someone off and CC them to death.
Yeah.
That with a comp like this, you can always make a comeback, I feel like.
100% agree with that. 100% agree with that. Especially like that Jinx is always on the back burner. She's in everybody's mind. There's 9 other people in this game, and every one of them thinking, hang on, Jinx is here. See an attempted engage again from the Astro, but ult from the Lysandra, ult from the Nocturne. Gonna try E your way out of this one, but
nice
no way, compadre. You are gonna get locked down or picked apart and killed. The on-click ultimates are too strong this time around. Kayle though, getting the better part of Poppy in the top lane. V3 trying to find a way out. W being popped to maybe stop this poke from coming through. And
I really feel like V3 Key, he hasn't played this matchup a lot, whereas Tediap maybe he has. Because this is like, Kill doesn't win that extended. Or Poppy can win that for sure. She has the level 11 and a better item. Kill before she hits level 11. If you buy any tank item against her, she actually doesn't do that much damage.
yeah, I want to talk about this Diana build as well. So I was always a fan of the Nash's first item, Diana. I'm an advocate for it. I think it's the way to go with her, especially if you run things like Conqueror, because you proc it so quickly with the Diana passive as well. But of late, we've seen more people go with Mythics first, and instead we've seen Nash's Tooth into Bammies.
Oh, I have actually seen this one, I think. And I think then you go basically the Akali build, right? But I'm not 100% on this one.
Well, they're missing a lot of frontline. They have Lulu ult, and that's kind of it. So this makes up for it a little bit. And I actually like that choice to go more tanky. And
I think it's actually really cool, yeah. I think it's cool that Diana recognizes that.
Oh,
so much damage.
But the stun won't be too long because of how far away it is. The Gale Force is maybe enough to get away. Ashe can't chase this. Maybe she could have. I don't know. W lands. No, okay. Levity will be safe this time around. Dragon is due to spawn, no?
Yeah, but I think it's cool that Diana recognizes that there's so much damage on the comp. She just has to provide the engage. And you can be a bit tanky for that, right? You don't need more damage. I think that's nice. She goes for thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this has to be frustrating for Icehound on the Yasuo. I'm doing all the plays, I pressed all the buttons. Oh, I'm stunned again.
Yeah, it's it's a recurring thing with him though. I feel like Icehound is the kind of player who will really do well in the isolated 1v1, but he is very gankable.
Oh, Nocturne maybe being caught out here. Dinah's already stepped away. And it's Lysandra maybe getting picked off, but Nocturne has found the way onto the Ashe as well. Galio to follow through Lulu, maybe disengaging that. But Noffel trying to find a way to the team, but Poppy is here. The W will stop any kind of movement. First skill goes over to Jinx, so that's an exciting day to carry right now. Galio in forward, able to lock them up. Kayle will fall too after getting the Nocturne kill. So the numbers are currently heavily in the favour of Prime. Kayle being used to try and keep Ashe alive a little bit longer. Oh, Noffel will eventually fall. It's 3 versus 2 left, but Jinx is ready to go. 3 versus 1. Max Reigns torn from the Galio. Poppy coming through under the tower. We'll get the stun. Jinx double kill. Ace for Prime. 5 for 2. Dragon to
Yeah.
boot. Good fight.
Huge fight by Prime. And there, here you can just see their coming in, right? They Poppy E's Diana. Diana gets Cassandra ulted. Diana gets Cassandra W'd. It's just such a long CC chain on someone. And then I think Jinx wasn't even there at the beginning of the fight. And they still win it. They can just lock someone up so hard.
Yeah, and I think it was really smart from Renawful not to just panic ult themselves immediately. Instead, it was like, okay, where's my team? I need to try to get down to there, and then we'll play it from there, and that's what happened.
Yeah. And this is good to see, because Gale was level 11 that fight, but has very low farm. So he did do a good job, I guess, of zoning her off a lot of CS. So Gale is not actually that strong yet. You really do need 2 or 3 items.
Well, yeah, V2 decided to gank bot twice, top twice in a row. Kale died twice, and then V3 was like, well, this is my lane now. Thank you, jungler. See you later. Dinah can't gank me because I'll just press W and lol. And yeah, it's quite comfortably
Gale's gonna
taken
die
over the
again.
top side. Oh, Glacial Arrow could save. The over hits the Poppy. No hits the sound, but Kale will die instead.
Take 1 more hits.
They might try to close this one down, but the rest of Prime has made it up to the top side of the map as well. E from Galio, no W to land. Being a bit risky with the Nocturnes just the other side of that wall with the ult up, so...
Also, first tower falling at 19 minutes. You don't see that very often.
No, but second tower could also be falling at 19 minutes. In fairness, the Diana
Massive
Yasuo combo, slapping these towers together. Joined at the hip, those two. And they will now disperse and maybe rotate towards the mid lane. Nocturne ult onto the Ashe as well. Feeling very confident with Lulu ult is available. The Wild Growth is now used. Shield bow is popped, but Ashe still falls the Super Mega Death Rocket. It's now an excited Jinx as well, so you've got to be careful. Poppy does take gold from the top tower as well. No, not just yet. So, interesting. Oh, flash ult, and there goes the Jinx. 800 shutdown gold into the hands of Yasuo. That means 400 into Diana's pocket as well. And that is not the turnaround that you wanted to see from Prime right there.
Maybe Gravity knows something that I don't, and that might very well be the case. I haven't played Jinx a lot lately or looked into her, but Connector second.
We've seen a gauge from Lissandra onto Yasuo. Again, a lot of CC, not really much ways out. Look at the sustain from this champion, but no, he is going to be shut down by the Nocturne. Collector second on Jinx. I'm not a fan of Collector in general, unless I'm playing like Draven on like a really want to kill. It does still give you the crit, and there is a lot of squishy targets, which is probably what the Collector's for, because all you need is to get excited in this team fight, so that's probably what Levity's thinking. But like, if I get 1 or 2 rockets off, it helps. But for me, instead of the Collector, granted, Ashe goes shield bow, it's what Ashe does. Yasuo goes shield bow, it's kind of what Yasuo does. And then on top of all that, you've got a Lulu. I don't see why we didn't opt for the...
Shield breaker item.
No. What's, the thing that actually... Mortal Reminder. The anti-heal. Yeah, that's what I would have went for instead.
Yeah, makes sense.
And I think it would have done a lot better. I mean, I don't think the shield breaker item would have been bad. But yeah, I think Mortal Reminder second instead would have been better. You still get the crit, get a bit more damage, and it's going to negate all of the healing that Ashe Yasuo is going to put out. And because of your rockets, you'll be doing it to everybody, so...
Yeah, that's actually a good shout. I would have liked any Zeal item probably, except Runan's, more than what you bought now.
Yeah. I can see the thought process behind Collector, because it's double shield bow, it just doesn't seem to fit.
Yeah. And also it's gonna delay IE, right? So 4 items will be his full-on power spike, the full Jinx power spike of having IE as well.
Yeah, so it's going to be a while until that Jinx does fully come online, and it all matters between what happens between now and then, basically.
And Diana actually went the tank item that I did not expect. It's that's a tank item that you buy when you can stall and sit on someone for really long. But I don't know if that's her goal.
Yeah, so
maybe
far it's an interesting one. Bit of
Primer just A-ramming a bit. It's gonna give Kill a lot of free farm.
Probably waiting for the dragon, I guess, but yeah, again, that Kale is also on a ticking time bomb.
Yeah,
however, Dark Seal picked up by Kale, by the way. 1 and 4, but goes Dark Seal. Again, another brave move that I wouldn't make. But I guess they do have 2 wins on the belt, right?
Yeah, and also sometimes you're just at a really awkward amount of gold in base, where you're like, let's say, like your 800 gold, you can't buy Blasting Wand. You rather buy Amp Tome plus Dark Seal. I sometimes do that to it. But yeah, it's not gonna help you yet, no, for
I
sure.
thought Prime would have priority for this dragon, but instead they've given it up to Ronin, and Ronin can burn through this pretty quickly if they're given the chance to. Diana being the front line here, but Poppy is much more of a front line than Diana is. Kale TPing but
This is a
to the
bad
middle of the
TP.
enemy team. Immediate ult, so a lot of CC used actually by Prime here, and the full engage is onto the Diana, but Diana's pretty tanky and will eventually fall.
I would love them to see them do Baron here. No Ashe R, no Kill R, Diana is dead. I would really like them to do Baron.
That Kale TP was
Yeah.
it was an idea.
And
Poppy
I sound
is
going
so
in, that
comfortable.
has to be a mistake.
Well, no, we are going to see the engage, and Yasuo shield bow is popped, immediately dies. Lulu to follow, Jinx is excited. Kale trying to kite this out, will get knocked in, but eventually falls. Actually turns into an unofficial ace, I guess, and it will just be a free Baron to boot. And yeah, that seemed almost desperate.
Yeah, I sound give it and I sound take it away. Sometimes this man, don't get me wrong, I think he's really good, but why does he overextend so much, man? Wait, no, there's no way they leave this, right? Oh, they're not gonna do it. I guess they were afraid of the Diana being up, but Diana didn't even walk to her top side. Was ready to give it up.
And I'm just saying, if you have a mortal reminder there, then you can kill that Baron. But Collector doesn't do bonus damage to mobs, only to champions.
Feels bad, man.
I mean, he's 7-1-3 after that last fight, so I guess it doesn't really matter at this point, and RC will come through. So yeah, all in for the single target damage of this game, which again, this is what I wanted last game out of Ramco, and we're seeing it from Levity instead. And I'm not against it. Again, a lot of squishy targets, so that single target bonus damage can really get you going a lot sooner as the Jinx. I enjoy that build quite often.
Really like for any, like, there's for sure like 1 or 2 high Ingo AD carry mains, right, in the chat. So not Mars, who says it's OP. But like someone who actually knows the champion, is this an actual build that is good? Because it seems to be working for Levity, right? He's pretty good with it, but it just doesn't make a lot of sense in my head. But props to him anyway.
Yeah. I mean, how much of it is Levity playing good, and how much of it is KLTPing into 5 people?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, it's hard to say. But if we look at what we can look at right now is the knockdown engagement on Kale, but Diana was ready for this one. This was almost like a bait. We're setting out the Kale as a free pick for you. Poppy using the ult to try to get them away. They land either side of the wall, but no kills are given. And it's, double bot lane fight in mid.
Well, Poppy's strong a bit with the ults. I mean, I guess they did save the knockdown though, but do you not want to... I think Poppy can 1v2 that with the current items, because she has the most OP MR item in the game, which is... Oh! Diana, what are you doing?
Diana, that's a big giant worm. Kale is here to try save you, and maybe this is another fantastic bait. Galio or Lamborghini stops it. Glacial Arrow doesn't hit anybody. Diana will fall. Galio manages to re-engage onto Ashe here, and we're going to see a kite back. Maybe stop this Galio from getting out. Kale getting a couple of slaps in as well. But this fight is all over the map. Sandra manages to get it from Yasuo. Was all over the wall.
Imagine if he W's it again.
Situational awareness from the Lysandra. And yeah, this one breaks down. They could do Baron. They could do Baron right now. They have Ashe, Kale, and Yasuo. That Baron dies in about 13 seconds.
I actually would have liked to see it too, yeah, with Nocturne ult not being up. But Prime does blue ward it, so they do expect it a little bit.
Yeah,
Jinx still has both sums. I feel like Prime should just look for a team fight. They're playing it well. Wait for your ult cooldowns. Just CC rock someone, just one person, hopefully Diana. And then just play off the Jinx excitement, right?
Yeah, stopwatch being used from Diana as well, meaning that there's going to be no kind of extra delay coming in from the Diana engage, and we're going to be starting to ask questions now of just how survivable your backline is to the knocked-in Jinx that are going to come steamrolling through. Interesting for sure so far. Diana maybe getting picked out here though, so typo, be prepared.
Yeah, they don't have enough patience to go for the invade.
Yeah. Cloud Soul will of course be on the rift soon enough. Bot tower being taken in order to prepare for that.
It's pretty in objectives, there's only 5 towers taken. There's not a lot of side trading by these teams. There's not a lot of trading of objectives. They're just trying to not give anything to the
It's
enemies.
been a very relaxed game overall compared to the first two, honestly, and I'm not sure who that really favors.
You know what? I have faith in Gravity carrying this one.
The
I think
goals
he
dead
has
even.
played very good game 1 on Jinx in the late game, so
Yeah,
let's see.
I agree. I agree with that. And he does have the most gold in the game right now. He's approaching 13,000 gold on this Jinx. So pretty big for that 30-minute mark.
And Teddy doing a bit of sinning. He's going... I mean, sinning. I guess it's a fine item. He's going Zornia next. I really love Ramadan on Kayla's third. It's such a massive power spike, but I guess he values the safety, right?
The Hawk shot coming through. Diana trying to find a sneak spot. We'll look for an engage here. Control ward in the pit, meaning that first person to step up won't be QE'd by the Diana. Zap is used, Q is used. Diana is just sneaking away from all of that folk though, and for all they know, this dragon's been started. They don't even have vision of it right now. Glacial arrow.
Nice Poppy W.
Poppy stops the engage though. Yasuo still follows through, knocking straight onto the Asher's kiting back. Yasuo is keeping 4 people busy and will eventually die. But did anybody die on the side of Prime? I don't think so. Crown does eventually fall, but at the cost of Yasuo. So it's 1-for-1 right now. Jinx is very low though. Ted is pretty healthy. Ash is pretty healthy. We've got a lot of low health bars on Prime, and this could be re-chased down. They have to be careful here. No ultimates left available for either team. We do see a re-engage with Poppy though, very tanky. Re-engage with Diana too. Jinx gets the kill. And will Poppy be killed as well? Lysandra coming through. Oh, double stopwatch. Everybody's gold in this
Finish
game.
the dragon!
Everfrost, but she will fall. The chomp is to try and stop the dragon from being finished off. Ash is chasing them down. Kayla's here as well. They're going to have to leave. Ash is chasing the solo, but Poppy's going to say, where are you going? They do get the dragon. Flash forward from Lulu to kill the Jinx. It's 3-for-3, and the dragon actually goes over to Ronin.
Oh,
wow, talk about a game of inches.
Yeah, the Jinx is getting away with 1 HP twice in a row. And then at last, Gugu takes matters into own hands and flashes in. But wow, what a good W from the Poppy though. Because Jinx did get caught, but Poppy completely saved that fight. Playing really well this game.
That was crazy, honestly. And just seeing how close these fights are right now is terrifying. Like, there's 300 gold. We're 30 minutes into this game, and 300 gold separates these teams. Like, it doesn't really get much closer than that.
Yeah.
Like, that's it's pretty nuts.
I mean,
nuts.
We spoke last game a bit about how Ronin doesn't really seem good at like a split push comp, right? They don't really seem to know how to pull it off. But I feel like it would be so free this game for the kill. And you can see that the team fights are actually really hard for them. Or it's pretty...
What they've been trying to do, and Kale is likely going to get put here, ult will be used from Nocturne and also Kale, but Zhonya's is only going to delay a little bit until they start whacking you down. Poppy ult is used as well, and yeah, they're going to collapse on the Baron, so this is actually kind of good for them. Who's up here to stop it? Lysandra?
Poppy STP.
It's not going to be enough, and it's Ash Yasuo. This thing dies very quickly. Glacial arrows used to will stop Galio coming over as well. It does let them know that they're on the Baron though. Lysandra has arrived. Will look to engage, does so. Galio basically lose to Galio the livery system, and Ash will be the next target. Jinx has to go for that one. Will eventually fall to Diana. This Diana's very tanky. You got to be careful. You will get her on the day. It goes 3-for-1, but they do get the Baron, and I think that's worth overall.
Yeah, for sure worth for Ronin Myra. And you can see that Diana can still just one-shot the Jinx. So maybe it would be good if Crown saves his ult purely for his AD carry, because if Jinx isn't gonna 1v9 the fights for
Yasuo trying to fight on the tower, and he'll win this as well. This is a 2.5 fight Yasuo now. You can't fight him on the tower. He's level 16. And terrifying. Terrifying.
Yeah, and also now Nocturne is going on a Legacy item, even though everyone on the enemy team from the top side has armor, so...
Yeah, I don't know if it will. GA will be better for me, I think. Get a GA in there, get yourself nice and deep into the spot. Don't worry about dying then. You can buy more time for your Jinx. Perfect.
Yeah, maybe like, yeah, for sure. GA or Randuin's, just something to buy a bit more time for your true carry, yeah? You don't have to kill anyone, you just have to make sure Jinx is hitting enemies.
So they question mark the Kale. Got to make sure that they're not free pushing bot lane. They'll question mark the Yasuo when they see I sound up there probably and go, we've got to make sure we don't lose our top lane. And the way Typo's been playing this, so we do see an engage from Poppy though, straight into the Ash. Super Mega Death Drop comes through as well. Wild Growth is used, but Ash will not have enough to live this one. The kill does go to the left, so that means 2 will follow because of the excited exhaustions as well. But that means tower will fall. The excitement continues, and we will see Jinx pressure the middle of the map right now.
Yeah, that's massive. That's such a good pick. I think they can get more if they group for it. I think they could have broken mid. Yasuo is still top, but they seem to be a bit hesitant.
Yeah, don't know why.
Yeah, I honestly also wonder why. I think they're just... They know that if they make a huge mistake now, that they're out. Maybe that's it. Because I think they can do more. But yeah, I mean, taking it slow is not the worst. Jinx has some soon. Can flash the Diana engage or kill force it.
We see Death's Dance, by the way, as being the third item picked up by Yasuo.
Yeah, that's a good
Ruin's
item.
Hurricane picked up by Ash along with the Bork, so the tanks are going to die very quickly. That's pretty much to say, hey, Poppy, please get off me. Leave me alone. And the Cloud Soul is yet to spawn. This is where we've seen last fight. The flash engage straight into the Jinx, though. Managing to live, which is huge. And the fact that Yasuo dies as well, this is incredible for Prime. Absolutely fantastic. The rest of the team turns up now. Kale gets ulted out. Ash is getting plenty of damage down. Oh, she's getting plenty of autos. Not enough damage. Lulu's here as well to try and keep this Ash a bit more stable in these fights. And a pick that could have been into a pick that went the other way. Diana, Yasuo are off the rift. Drake is about to spawn, and Cloud Soul could very easily fall into the hands of Prime right now. They've got to be careful how they play this one, Ronin.
Yeah, and the Poppy pick, you can just see how good the Poppy pick was this game. And Key is playing it really well. He's making sure Jinx stays alive every fight. Like 2 or 3 times already, he's completely saved the fight.
Yeah, and Poppy being poked a little. I'm going to say, I don't really care too much about your little poke.
This seems a bit int by Crown.
I don't like this taunt, but we are going to see them basically delay the fight and let Levity run up and get some more kills. Ash will flash, but that's not going to be enough to keep you alive from the damage. Double kill to Levity, triple kill going over to the Jinx now. 14-3 and a 300 farm. Half an item away from being full build, which will likely happen if another recall does. Yeah. And this game is starting to very much snowball into the hands of Prime, I've got to say.
Well, my bad, not int by Crown at all. That was actually massive. And now they can probably end. There's 3 down. They should be able to end. Don't be too afraid now.
Yeah, just close this one out. Don't let them have a chance of coming back in.
Yeah,
we know this fail can scale. Yeah, Poppy is pretty much unkillable at this point. 9-1-15 on this champion. Smacking down the second tower, excited Jinx, Nocturnal, Diana all coming through, but Yasuo can't follow, because Poppy jumps straight on the Yasuo. He all comes through now, does hit the Jinx, hits the Lissandra too. He's doing everything he can. Icehound is trying to end this, he gets Jinx, but the Nexus does fall, and we get a game 4 on our hands at Prime take game 3, making it 2-1 in the series.
That's great to see, that's great to see. They deserve that win. They played well. They played also well before, but didn't manage to closed out. This time they closed out. I think that's deserved, and that's really good to see that we have a real series now.
Yeah, definitely. I think both teams do deserve to be here. They've shown that throughout the entire series so far. A little adaptation from both teams to bring in the Poppy, bring in the Ash, and I like both of those things. I think both of those champions done well. It's going to be hard to if you're coaching or drafting for either of these teams. Where'd you really point that and go, this was the issue? Yeah, sure. Yasuo had problems in the early game against Lissandra, but you then just ban Lissandra? Surely not, right? Like that wouldn't make sense at all. So I guess all we can do is guess and find out. We're going to take a break, Lars. 4 minutes time. We'll be back here. More action on the Valence League main channel. Division 2 losers final. See you then. Hello and welcome back to Valence League main channel with the Division 2 losers final between Prime Nebula and Ronin Myra. Currently 2-1. Ronin Myra off to a fantastic 2-0 start, but Prime Nebula fighting back in every single game and eventually getting a win on the board to give themselves a fighting chance and make it to that all-important grand final. These two teams have faced off before, and Ronin did win, but Prime Nebula have shown a new kind of strategy they're able to adapt to and have some absolutely devastating results. So, with me today is the increasingly experienced Lars, who's been taking us through the colour casting of these, breaking down the fights, telling us the decision making behind the thought processes. And Lars, do you think Jinx is going to be the priority going into Game 4 for both of these teams?
Yes, or it should be 100%. Because
Yeah.
Jinx is, I mean, the Poppy also did work that game, but the Jinx is for sure so good for both these AD carries, so good for how both the teams want to play. Neither really plays side lane this series. They both play team fights. Jinx is really good here.
We are opting to stay with the same sides again, so Ronan Myra selected red. My question to you is, if you're Ronan Myra, do you actually ban the Jinx? Because they seem comfortable with the Senna, they seem comfortable with the Ashe. They do ban the Jinx!
Yeah. So
In
what
favor
ban
of the
did they
Karma.
sacrifice for this? I
Karma.
think.
Which is
Oh yeah, the
instantly
Karma
picked.
ban. Well, because I know Vanoffel played a bunch of Karma in earlier playoff games, and it seemed to be working super well for them. So yeah, it's more of a utility pick. To be fair, I think Vanoffel has already been doing good anyway against Icehound on all picks, which I didn't expect. But this is still comfort, and they want to pick the Akshan earlier. Yeah, they did not want to wait for a second phase where it will be 100% banned.
Interesting. So yeah, I was thinking about this show on the break. I was getting some lemon and lime water, and thought, I wonder if Jinx will get banned. And lo and behold, it was banned. The Kai'Sa picked up, and these are both flex picks as well. We could see Kai'Sa go into the hands of Icehound.
Yeah, the auction is for sure going top. I can tell you that. But yeah, the Kai'Sa, it's possible for sure. Iceland plays a few champions,
And you
and
gotta kind of be thinking that this probably will go into the hands of Icehound because they have the AD carry top lane already. Having an ADC Kai'Sa as well, and then maybe pick up a mid, it could be interesting. I don't know.
well, and the Aurelia is a counter pick to the auction. That's a very good counter pick. After 6, there's nothing the auction can do. He cannot walk up to the wave. It's a bit rough for Aurelia, so I hope Key is a bit like safe in the early game, but then he should completely roll over the auction. It's also a good pick into the Kai'Sa.
Misfortune being the option that we see getting picked up for Levity. Probably we could see that flex down into support, but I'm hoping that isn't the case. I really have not been enjoying seeing Misfortune support. Skarner's a great pick here.
Yeah, Skarner is of course a good pick already against Aurelia. Aurelia should be paying the tax this game of buying a QSS. And what will
Yeah.
they even ban now? I think they should look at support bans. I don't think it's easy to ban the jungle pool of P2.
Yeah, plus both your squishy targets so far are pretty mobile, so if Nocturne is picked up again, they can kind of get away from that
Yeah.
Nocturne engage a little bit easier than we seen last game.
I like the Nautilus ban. Maybe ban Leona too, or maybe pick it yourself first. But there's many ways you can go with MF, right? You can still just go you can go either an enchanter support or you can go an engage support. So we'll see.
Yeah, or like I said, we could see it flexed into support as well. Although unlikely, it is something we have seen resurface as of late.
Yeah, the AP. I watched some Veigar V2 videos about that, or where he talks about it, and apparently AP misfortune is like an actual thing, or something you can actually go in some games. So we'll see if they go. That's a weird ban, the Veigar ban. So they're
Respectful
still
Veigar ban.
afraid for the flex, but I think if they did their research,
Like,
it's pretty clear that it should be going mid.
yeah, I guess they're concerned, maybe not concerned, but maybe just didn't really have anything else that they wanted to ban.
Yeah, makes sense.
I thought, well, we've seen Veigar do work, let's get rid of it. Nocturne was an option though. Like,
Yeah, Nocturne is an option, but like you said, I do think especially Akshan has a really good way to get away from Nocturne.
Jax.
So it is the flex Akshan. Okay, that's sick though. That's super sick.
But this still leaves Kaiser as a flex as well, because the Akshan can be played mid pretty comfortably too. It wouldn't be the first time we see it, and Akshan will not be punished by Karma the same way some other mid laners would. His wave clear is pretty good,
Yeah.
and he still
Yeah.
has the roam potential.
Wow, that's
Ah,
actually sick that they do that. I did
we,
not know Icehound could play Akshan too.
we've
And now
got put,
that's such a good matchup for the Jax.
yeah. Diana being picked up again, pretty safe, secure, standard pickup, but looking kind of squishy on the side of Prime so far.
Yeah,
I
I don't
imagine we
know.
see a tank support like Leona, like you mentioned, and maybe Braum to stop the scanner engages.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I wouldn't even hate Poppy as a support here, but
Seraphine.
no, Seraphine.
You know what? I
Okay.
kinda like their comp if they just do a Death Boss 5. They have Karma and Seraphine, but it will be hard to start a fight, right? It's just a Diana who has actual real
Yeah, it's
engage.
hard to start a fight. The poke, if this ends up being an AP Kaiser as well, the
Mm-hmm.
poke is going to be insanely
Yeah.
strong.
Yeah. And it should be an AP Kaiser for sure. It should be this game.
Um, what do we see? Rakan coming out. So yeah, Kaiser or Akshan will fall to the bot lane. I imagine it will be Kaiser, but
Yeah, I think so too. Well, this is a really I like what they did, but if Teddyat on Jax doesn't like get a good advantage here or is super useful, then I don't think it's worth to put uh Isa maybe a bit off comfort, right?
well, we're finally seeing V3 on a carry champion. This is something you've been asking for the last 3 games. You finally
Yeah.
got your wish, and unfortunately, it's into a Jax.
Yeah.
And I don't
Insta
fully agree
punished.
with you. Yeah,
Don't
right.
listen to
Like
me, guys.
Ted, I don't think Ted Jed needs to even win this matchup. He needs to
No.
just stay relevant in the matchup because yes, Irelia scales really well, but so does Jackson. As long as we have a split pushing answer to
Mhm.
Irelia, which is what Jax basically is in this matchup, then they cancel each other out. And then if we look at the other 4 players. The 4v4, I kind of favor Ronin, but it depends how the fight's set up. I think this game's coming down to vision. Whichever team gets to the objective first is probably gonna win.
Mhm.
If they can set up zones to defend with the Karma, with the Seraphine, you've got your Misfortune, Rain of Bullets and stuff. It can be really hard for Ronin to get in.
Yeah, I agree for sure. It's hard for Ronin. It's also hard for Prime. I guess
Yeah,
Ronin does have the Aksha, but I mean the Rakan, but Karma and Seraphine have such good disengage that
yeah.
I think indeed whoever gets at an objective first, they will probably just get it because the other team will have
Yeah,
a hard time engaging.
I agree. I do like the composition the Prime have drafted. It's actually not as complicated as it looks. They have some really good ults. They have some really good tools. The problem for me is if they fall behind even 2,000-3,000 gold, it can be really, really difficult for them to get back into this game.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if Ronin fall behind, I don't think it's as hard for them to develop into this game once more. Your Kaiser and Action will eventually get items and do damage. Your Jax practically unkillable when he's got 3-4 items as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Jax is actually not that, from my experience at least. Jax is not actually that good against a comp like this. This comp has decent kite back, right? And Jax
Yeah.
kinda just wants to stick on his target in a
Yeah,
team
he's
fight,
just
but
there
that
for
will
the
be hard.
sideline, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he should perma side game, but they have already shown, or in my opinion, that yeah, is not the greatest side game. He's better at team fighting.
And there's
So,
not really much wave clear on the side of Prime either. Sure, Rona don't have a lot, but Akshan isn't terrible at it. And they have Kaiser as well if they do end up against like
ooh,
siege minions.
yeah,
But
that's actually a good
again, on the
point.
side of Prime, where's the wave clear?
Yeah, that's a
Karma
really good
Q?
point. Whoever gets Baron buff will just have such a nice siege here, yeah.
That's if either team can kill Baron. Because I can see Baron getting an ace versus Prime's team if Karma isn't there. Like,
Damn. Yeah, I mean, I think this might be a game where there's very few kills if they don't just completely
yeah,
Goomba in the river, because it's
this
actually
might
very
be the
hard for
quickest
the
game of
teams.
our lives. For either team, honestly, I want to see nothing but fight. I want to see the opposite. I don't want to see no kills. I want to see 20 kills each by the 10-minute mark. I want to see invades.
Let's see it, man.
I
And
think I think we should see an invade from Ronin actually. Rakan's pretty good at the invade. Yeah, he's a good counter invade, but we're not going to see an invade from Prime. And what do they have to defend against you with? Yeah, Karma level 2 because she gets a roll at level 1. Sorry, so it's sure she's not as weak as other supports, but Akshan level 1 is so much damage.
yeah, I really hope Prime can win this one. I want to go to game 5. I like the last 3 games, all 3, even though Prime lost 2, I thought they had the better draft. This game I'm not so sure. I think both drafts are a little sus. But but I mean, these guys are probably gonna give us a fun game because it's just team fighting with both these teams, and that's really fun to watch.
Yeah, we've had nothing but fun games so far. I think you're 100% right there, Lars. And I'm excited to see what Game 4 is going to bring us. And we don't have to wait too much longer as we count down to the 10-second marker, sync up with our production team, and get ready to have this game underway. I'm paused and ready to go.
Same.
Wait for our production to catch up. Yep.
Yes.
And away we go. Don't close the scoreboard or I won't be able to see what I'm looking at. Good job, Fluffy. Okay, so we will be seeing the action in mid lane anyway. That's something that we never finalised for anybody who's just an audio listener out there.
And
I'm sure there's a few of you studying or doing coursework that you maybe should have done already, but instead you're watching VL games that are just listening. So yeah, action mid.
I know that feel, man. Next week exams, but easy peasy.
Easy peasy exams, gonna ace them.
Not ace, but I will pass them.
No jungle ganks on this one, bro. Support got you.
And they're just both 5 pointing now, which makes sense. I do think I agree with you that Ronin could have gone for an Gil invade.
Yeah, look at this MF positioning, right? That's a free flash if Rakan walks in.
Oh yeah. This is so troll. Monsi, the AD carry of my team, he did it at first a bit as well, but then he learned that he can just stand like a little bit in the river, right? And then you're completely safe.
Yeah. Alright.
And Ramku is against MF, Seraphine, as Kaisa, and he goes refillable potion. Now that's pretty big balls. That will be hard for him.
Yeah, you actually get less regen on the refills compared to normal pots as well. We do see both junglers starting top side of the map, and therefore we'll be looking for their first ganks in the bot side. So we should see an altercation happening in the river for that bot scuttle really early on in this game, which is the first time in the series as well. And what we've seen an early fight.
Yeah, and Typo starting leashless, so Jax can get the cheese, but didn't really matter much.
I watch for the Seraphine poke early as well. Rakan does have healing in his kit, but it's a negligible amount really. It's not going to negate the poke from the Seraphine, and Seraphine looks more like Rakan than Rakan does with that skin. You can't change my mind. Jack's already going for the level 2 fight though. The E is here, the counter attack. W's going to not be up because he went Q first. And good trade, very good trade all in all from the Jacks. Start W on Irelia though.
You have to respect the Jax level 2, right? If he hits level 2 first, he can just insta-Q you, you can do nothing back. Yes. An evasive stance. But to be fair, in this matchup from my experience, Irelia can actually... She can kill him in the early game. If Jax is a bit too aggro, Irelia does have
play around the Z properly, yeah.
W when Jax E's. Nice fast scare, by the way, by Diana, but skipped the chickens. Yeah.
Well, the chickens have been warded. I assume that they were aware of the ward, and she's like pathed around it to avoid it, to not give any of that information out. Likely what's happened. Probably been told in the old voice comms.
And a very good ward, a good poke as well. That's the second in a row from Gravity. And a super good ward by Prime, I think, to spot out the Skarner early. Also spot out if he goes for the crap or not. Really weird buffing, I think. I mean, I'm not a jungle mate, but now Diana does do the chickens.
Maybe was thinking about looking at mid first, but can't get action. There's almost impossible as a Diana with a Karma to back you up.
Karma's first.
Diana was
and
ready, but Karma
Trial.
is first. Seraphine's here as well. And Diana wins these fights early on, pretty much against anybody but Zinzao at this point. Akshan looking to aggressively trade and maybe biting off too much here. Icehound has been forced to flash away. Rakan has turned up, exhausted through. Icehound will live. Diana ends up being really low. Facebook goes over to the Kaiser. That's an unexpected turnaround. Meanwhile, Jack's aggressively trading the top side again. I didn't expect the first blood to go over to the side of Ronin with how that interaction started.
Prime have to commit a bit more. Like, they have flash on Seraphine, they have flash on Karma. For sure, the Akshan was kingable. Just flash for the last auto attack.
Yeah, we do see Cole being picked up because of the forced early back onto Icehound here. So will scale mid-game a bit better.
Yeah. So he knows that it's just a pretty chill lane. Karma shouldn't die to him. I think that makes sense.
Yeah. And both those champions are actually kind of looking to shove and roam if they can. Both pretty proficient at doing that.
Yeah, I agree.
And they could, like, action roam into this bot lane. It is something that would destroy Seraphine Miss Fortune very quickly with the Rakan engage as well.
Oh, and it's so good that Remco actually got the red buff because that helps him a lot. I mean, the sustain is not that huge yet, but it does for sure matter.
Yeah, the extra damage definitely helps a bunch as well. Irelia looking to take the aggressive fight this time, and the counter attack really being held on to.
She dies now.
He missed, so Ted will have his counter attack available, flashing forward, ready to use that E, and just going to straight kill instead.
Yeah.
Solo kill going off to Ted yet on the Jax.
Yeah, bit of a misplay by Key. You have to hold your E for the Jax Q if you're not 100% gonna hit it, because otherwise Jax just gets a free jump on you, right?
Yeah, and I'd say you actually probably want to more hold it for the E, and then you can E him, get out of his E range, and then Q back in with your resets. But mechanical issues aside, there was just a little bit over eager, I guess, from V3. Yeah. But hey, Irelia scales plenty into this game, and I'm not too worried about the matchup yet. Still got the farm lead.
And it's still top lane. So if Jax like makes a big mistake or a decent mistake once, Irelia can still kill him. So
100%, yeah.
It's still Irelia.
Yeah, plus he did ban the flash there where Irelia did not.
Yeah,
so...
that was super good that he held the flash actually, because that will make him able to flash Jax this E once, and that. Ooh, good gank here, and he should die for this ice.
And we're able to walk in. Action's E going really far away, no ultimate available. Ultimate trying to come through on Karma, but Dana will tank that one up. Action trying to limp away now, and the Q's here, but yep, eventually dies. Look at the damage though onto the Karma. Action, man, dude's an insane champion.
Well played by the Prime guys though, because Diana also blocking the Action ult while doing damage to the Action. That's very good.
Yeah, it's very hard to organize. We've all been the guy who tries to block that Jhin ult or the Caitlyn ult and steps one step too far, and well, there goes my carry. But they managed to line up perfectly on this one, and pays off. So.
And this is scary for Key, because he
a lot of
has
casters
to
in this wave. There's a lot of casters in this
winnable.
wave. Irelia can hit you. Those Qs just no, you missed a Q reset on that caster minion though, so Jax can trade you back now. Ult is there, but it isn't going to be enough. You're forced to counter strike.
Oh man.
Jax is scared of those minions there. You have to be careful with Irelia. You don't have your damage to one-shot those casters, yeah. Now that right there speaks to me like somebody who's played a lot of Irelia, but not so much recently. Back when Triforce was the way you played her and you got Sheen first item, you'd one-shot those casters. No problem.
Exactly. You
but
need to know at every point of your item how much damage you would do to a creep, right? You'll almost never one-shot a how do you call it? A mega creep without Sheen.
Oh yeah.
But you can one-shot the casters at like one item, so. But not with a...
Oh, Diana being caught out here, though. We've seen very predictable and patient play from Typo. Jackson's here as well. Oh, stun lands on both. Diana turns it. Karma's here as well. 2 kills go over to the side of Prime to tie up the scoreboard. And wow, what a fantastic play by them. Counting that coming through from VT.
And this is not a good roam by Akshan, because look at the wave state. There's no way Prime will fight into that, right?
It would have to be a dive, and yeah, they've got the exhaust and ignite up, but it's a pretty big risk.
I don't think it's happening now.
I think they probably could have took the dragon, honestly. Akshan, Kai'Sa, and they know that like both junglers with his top side. I think they could have just melted the dragon here.
Yeah, I agree. But this is huge. Top is back to even. That's a bit of an advantage for Diana. And good from Van Affel that she moved. That actually gave her 2 assists and it probably saved the Diana. And now,
well, this is to land the E, we'll stack up some Qs, actually clear out the wave. Honestly, farming with Irelia on the tower is so satisfying. It almost feels like pushing into the tower is just not worth your time. She's just kind of just cleared it up without any effort.
Yeah, and now every time when Aurelia pushes the wave towards Jax, so whenever she has like a few stacks of her passive, Jax just can't contest anymore. For a while at least.
Yeah, the power spikes within that lane are definitely going to flop back and forth throughout this entire game. Unlike in mid lane, where I think Akshan is going to get increasingly stronger and eventually be able to take control of the Karma.
Yeah. But I mean, in the 1v1, right? Because I think Karma this game will skill, of course, good to the team fights, maybe even better than Akshan.
Yeah, it all depends because these team fights are going to be really, really explosive from Prime, which isn't really where Akshan shines. He needs to be able to stack that passive up and get his DPS off. Sure, Kais will be fine in that environment, but Akshan could struggle. So yeah, I think you're right. Karma probably scales better into the team fight situations if that's what ends up being the case. Mountain, still not being taken. Mountain.
But then, in that case, Ronin can still good stun by.
Oh, good.
This a kill. This a kill. Just ult.
By V3, but no, the counter strike is here. Jax smacking away, but no, the kill comes through, and V3 will take that one back. Skarner, find the Diana
again.
again.
Get to Karma.
Oh, good E ult though. Oh, look at this Diana damage. Skarner does get the kill though. Karma, you've got to be careful. Misfortunes here. Actually, not will land, but MF cleared.
Wow.
Flash bullet time.
Wow.
Double
that
kill
was sick.
through. Seraphina was a bit wasted though. Oh, good engage from the Rakan. And they're going to try to end this one. Kai'Sa roll through Exhausted on the Kai'Sa though. Exhaust is available. Use your summoner spells, please, Ramco. No!
Oh,
You're just running away and giving more kills over. Look at this. 4 kills for Zip. Oh, no.
Well,
Exhaust is available the entire time from Ramco. Can you imagine?
Yeah, that is a big mistake. He's getting pinged by a support too. What a...
Oh, yeah, that's a tilter.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tilter. But you can just see already, the Karma has already good value, right? AoE shields, Karma, her base damage is high. This pick is so good. But they felt like they had to bend the Jinx. Nice sidestep.
Yeah, bit of fancy footwear from the top laners, and
Is this scary?
this happens often with Irelia. You end up on the wrong side of the rift, but Jax is able to aggressively trade Flash for the E to land now and shut down Gold, going over into the hands of Tejet, and these two are having a good slobber knocker in the top side of the map.
You could see what Key was trying to do though. It was a very good attempt, and that's what you have to do. When Jax presses E, you have to kite him away, but that can be super hard if you don't properly prep the wave.
Yeah, can try to get some sort of bot vision here for Ronin.
Jesus, or Akshan. Yeah, now Prime are just looking good. Their mental should be good too. They just won the game. They are smelling the reverse sweep, maybe.
Everyone loves a reverse sweep. Dyna's here. Good disengage from the Rakan now, but is it enough? No, Dyna will eat the Rakan and get the reset over onto the Kai'Sa. Rampage for the Misfortune now. Double kill coming through. It's a 5-0-1 levity on this Misfortune already. Double buffs going over as well. Oh, scary.
The wave is in an awkward state. Ronin really want to shove it all the way under, but yeah, they just pay for it. It's just too risky. Kai'Sa does not have long range wave gear, so has to walk all the way up to crash a wave. And that's just so scary against Seraphine Diana. And Seraphine didn't even use her ulti.
Yeah, true, yeah. So that's one huge tool ready, along with the Misfortune as well. Both of those are ready for the re-engage of bot that could be happening. Instead, we see Seraphine moving over to mid, and Karma's got a hand of this anyway. Says, "No thanks, Crown. I'm fine. You can get out of here."
And look,
giving up this wave though.
Man. Wow. Yeah, this game is looking really good for Prime. They also have the first Drake. They should have complete control over second Drake.
Kraken already completed for the Misfortune, so it is looking a bit scary right now. Akshan is lurking around and seeing to find a way back into this game. Will this blue buff go over to Seraphine? I don't think it should. No, just here for the Jax. Just here to 3v1 the Jax. Does Ted know what's happening? There's been no pings that we've seen from the bot lane. No, he definitely doesn't know. Said walk forward into Exhaust, into Seraphine E. Counter Strike will delay some time. Good ult from Seraphine to land as well. More Q poke coming in. Jax is so tanky already though. Skarner's finally turned up. Look how low I really got. Ted done a really good job, and the ult has come through onto the Seraphine, under the tower. half damage, but not enough. I think a bit eager with that ult, maybe thinking that more would get done,
Yeah.
but Skarner's just hanging out here and kind of going to leave us where we are.
And Gravity just respecting the weak side, just chilling, not taking the risk. He misses a few CS, but it's completely fine. His team
Yeah,
is playing
Rakan
top
gets
side.
so far so quick, yeah, so you got to be ready for that.
And Akshan, again, he just can't find the roams this game, Isa. Normally he's good at roaming, but maybe they flexed a bit too hard. He doesn't seem to... Because Akshan, I feel like you should get some early advantages, right? But he's only a few CS up. He's not that big in the skirmishes. Has not found a good roam yet.
Well, there's been quite a few fights around that mid lane. Not necessarily in it, but around it. Like the first fight we seen that ended up just outside the Dragon Pit. We had the fight there with Misfortune got 4 kills. Pretty much, well, 3 kills and an assist, I think it was. And Action's been involved in those and unfortunately missed out on waves and such because of it. But we do see more aggression coming through in the top lane.
Yeah, that's good sidesteps, man.
Yeah, consistently sidestepping this E from Irelia and having a good time with it.
Because I think a while back they changed something so that Aurelia E, no matter how wide the E is, it's the same cast time or the same time where it arrives, right? So
Yeah.
if you get a bit of muscle memory, it's easier to sidestep for sure than before, but it's still super hard in my experience.
Getting the pork alone, I realize a one-shot these casters now, that'll feel good. Maybe we get to get that passive stacked up nice and quickly. Makes the trades a lot stronger and posturing towards the dragon. 11-4 up, 3k gold, looking to expand that gold lead. Get dragon number 2 on the board.
Remove this. Yeah, good job by Prime. They know they are stronger and they take control.
And I wonder what soul we will see this game. We have yet to see an Inferno Soul this series. It will not be Hex, as Hex is going to be dragon number 2.
Akshan maybe looking topside for Rome?
Yeah, I think they're giving up their streak, and if they are giving it up, then they should go and do something elsewhere. That should be the call.
Yeah, I think so too.
I totally respect teams that give up objectives. That I think quite often that is the right play. But if you're giving it up, then give it up and go do something else with your time. Standing here and doing nothing like the Scar is doing right now, you've been here for what, 40 seconds, maybe more? You could be taking your chickens, taking enemy grump, getting gold elsewhere on the map right now rather than just watching this happen. And Dragon is taken, and sure, now you're going to go far, but so's Diana. You haven't really achieved anything. You have literally given it away for nothing.
Well, the Aurelia did move all the way down because Jax had TP advantage, and he does get first tower for that, so that's a small victory for the Jax. But again, Tedja just missing a lot of farm in the early game. I don't really know what's happening to that, because every time we look top, he's playing mechanically well, but he's missing a lot of CS.
I think he's farming pretty well, but there's been a lot of priority on that side of the Rift from Prime and not from Ronin. I mean, we've seen Dyna up there a couple of times, we've seen Karma up there, we've even seen Seraphine up in the top lane. So we haven't seen that kind of commitment from Ronin. So I guess Jax is just being bullied off a lot of this wave.
Yeah, makes sense.
Borders Metal is in. Cull is finished now, so we do see Kraken coming through for the Akshan as well. And Isan maybe looking to try and make an impact.
Yeah, and Prime up 2k, which is I think almost all on the MF. That's super good for them. MF is for sure the carry in this comp.
Well, yeah, MF is floating on about 8,000 gold now, just shy, and Irelia has just hit 6,000, matching the Jax. So, yeah, the biggest difference, is the 80 carries.
And Lefty playing well this series. They're kind of drafting a bit to protect him this game too, and game 3 too. And he is pulling it off. He's playing well, so it's working well for Prime.
Yeah, it seems to be moving in their favor as they again clear vision around the next objective, and this is what you like to see from teams. This is when you know they're in the groove and they're feeling comfortable. They're moving their vision around the map. They have a clear plan. Okay, what are we doing next? Okay, well, we're doing Dragon next. Let's go get our wars down. And they've done that. And then once Dragon was spawned, they made sure they were secure. And then they're doing the same with Rift. I really reason, hang on, I'm going to be caught out here. Scannerall comes through. I'm just going to hold them still, Action. Throw all your DPS down. E used as well. I really are pretty tanky, but the gold will go over to the Action. I think it was just 150 he collected for that, though. Not the full 300.
It's not the worst. You still get the objectives that you really want to break mid-open. Key a bit far up though, considering his whole team is topside, right? He should know, maybe I play a bit back here. But we all make that mistake sometimes.
Rift Herald going to be used to batter down the mid tower. More gold to go into the hands. Tempted engage from Rakan. The W doesn't land, but the ult will follow. Serafino hits you with the bullet time to follow as well. Jax, you jumped back into that, you psychopath. 3 kills going over into the side of Prime on that one. Could have just been 2. But Ted said, no, if my friends are dying, I'm dying as well. I'm not staying in this world alone. Screw that.
And one more to get one more.
That means that we're going to not just get a second tower, but we're going to get the charge on the third as well. Yeah. Shelly lining up the shot, charging forward, head first. Boom, here we go. Another 500 damage onto that tower. Dyna counter jungling coming through as well. And just like that, the gold lead goes 5k in the favor of Prime.
Yeah, Crown looking good on Seraphine. Really nice ult to set it all up. Insta follow up by Diana and MF. That's just perfect for this comp, right? This is exactly how they want to play the team fight, and it's not that easy, I feel like, sometimes to hit good Seraphine ults, but this was a really nice one.
Yeah, the Seraphine ult was pretty good. It wasn't waiting for that greedy, I want to hit everybody with it. It was like, hey, there's 2 targets there that are going to try and mess up this fight. Lock them down, get them secured, and then Jack says, that looks fun, I'll hop into.
Also, it's double Frozen Heart, and I'm pretty sure that doesn't stack. So that's
correct. Frozen Heart does not stack. I would much rather one of these champions, probably the Jax, opted for a Randuin's Omen instead.
Yeah,
if you really want to go for
the
slow.
Yeah, it seems a bit weird, but to be fair, a lot of high ego players are now building Frozen Heart second on Jax, so probably that's just why he builds it, and he didn't really talk about it with Typo.
We could have even seen the Dead Man's coming in from Typo instead with the extra movement speed on the Skarner.
Yeah, that would have been a good item too, I agree.
Yeah, I know Dead Man's isn't exactly in the meta right now, but situationally into the Skarner when they're getting movement speed, yeah, I think it could wear, rather than wasting these stats, these passives as well.
And
Double E from Seraphine.
Where you can see the weakness, I feel like, of AP Kai'Sa, because it takes so long to stack your item.
Yeah, being in bot lane, but Skarner could get picked here. Serafino is going to be used. We'll actually hit both of them as well. Bullet time coming through. We can able to get out and back in again, though. Making sure that Levity gets all of the gold. I think somebody's been given some bonus money in between these games to make sure that we get a game 5, and that's the way we're going, because Levity is 8-0-1-2 right now. 700 gold for the shutdown.
Oh, and remember, game 5, Remco, maybe he can't play. Last series he couldn't play a game 5, so if you stall Ronin into 5 games, you actually get a massive buff.
Yeah, that's actually huge, considering Ramco's actually been getting better throughout the series as well, in my opinion. We do see Skarner trying to get the pick here, and yeah, first kill of this fight goes over to Skarner. Aurelia has already fallen. Jax is trying to tank up all of this damage, but 4 is too many. You can only run, you've run out of mobility, buddy. Only one of your abilities go forward. Trades over the walls from Kai'Sa and Diana. I think Kai'Sa's going to win that one. And Diana looking for an engage though. We're kind of here for the re-engage. Seraphine 8 doesn't land on anybody. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, Bounty Gold is being picked up in the middle by action. One tower's gone, 250 gold. And yeah, another tower's going to be gone. That's another 250 gold going into the hands of Ronin. Honestly, this is going to be crazy. Diana though still nearly finding exhaust is actually used this time. Very well played. Get away from that, Diana. Run. Use your W. Use your Q. You still get killed. That's so unfortunate. The fight is still going though. Rakan stays back up with Skarner. The shields on this Diana. Teleports are coming in from Jackson. Jackson's already died in this fight once. How's he back again for round 2?
But you can just see, man, if they walk as a death ball, there's nothing you can do.
Skarner sprinting after Steam Exhaust has to be used. Action has finally arrived to this fight after taking all those towers in mid lane. Camera able to stay, hey Skarner, you're on a leash now. Stop chasing my team. Bad dog. And instead it's now Ronin turning away. Serafino misses though. Skarner's so fast. Double bullet time, not doing too much damage either from Misfortune, and it would be enough to scare away the side of Ronin, but man, what a prolonged fight.
Damn. Okay, well.
Break down the last 2.5 minutes of fight for me, Lars. Go for it.
That was so sick. But that's just what you have when you have 2 comps with little engage, but good guide, I guess, from Prime. The fights are not super explosive when it's not just a full on engage.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And now I just feel like there's almost no. If they don't side lane, if Ronin doesn't side lane, I feel like there's almost nothing they can do, because when Karma puts the shields on, when Seraphine puts the shields on, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. You need to use the poke. We do see Serpent's Fang being picked up by the Action, which will help get through these
That's a
shields as well.
smart buy. Yeah, it's a smart buy.
It doesn't really synergize overly well with this kit, though, so you've got to be aware of that. Going further into the game, that damage will cost him if they do continue to fall further behind. Baron is available. We will see Cloud Soul be available shortly as well. This is going to be a tricky minefield to navigate for both teams going forward.
This is a good rookie.
Luckily, it's Akshan and is able to eat out of this and get away. Diana does try to follow, able to ult, and they really, really want this Akshan to die. So much resource used. Flash up from Myra as well. They do get the kill, goes over to Diana. Re-engages them from Rakan, but the knockup doesn't land on this one. Seraphine double E hits, but Blasco gets Rakan out to safety as well. And we are just going to lose the action for none. Has the Baron been started? Karma's dancing around a lot. Maybe it has, maybe it hasn't. It has now. We are looking for a Baron start from Prime. Diana isn't super tanky this game though. No Bammy Cinder for this Diana. All damage. More poke coming through from the side of Ronin. Looking for a clear engage. Rakan is here on the sideline. No ult available. Looking for a way in. Maybe Skarner's going to look to grab somebody and get an ult as well. Or we're just going to go for a smite fight. Seraphine Charm hits only one. Jax gets straight onto the backline and everybody from Prime turns. The golden shiny ball from Diana keeps you steady. Bullet time coming through and wrecking the entire team though. Kaiser's got to fight backwards, but now there's only Kaiser between Prime and this Baron. And I don't think that's going to be enough as Irelia chases him down. And this is going to be a free first Baron plus 3 kills over to the side of Prime after this engagement.
Man, I'm really impressed with Prime this series, that they put back like this. And especially, honestly, with... Ooh, another fight. Yeah, he just kills him. He even gives him a bit of BM. I'm especially surprised by FT, how well he's playing. I honestly didn't really rate him very high, but I feel like even that fight flashes the Jack T to reposition himself, insta ult on 3 people, very good positioning. It's just shield this man and he will carry.
I think the team have really enabled Levity for the series, and it's paying off dividends, like you said yourself. They were left to their own devices a little bit, but throughout the series, it's definitely came to fruition that hey, if you give this man a fish, he'll eat for a lane, but if you teach this man to fish, he'll carry your game. And Levity has definitely done that. Look at this 9-0-5 misfortune, 0-0-15 per van on this Karma. By the way, we can see why that was banned for the first 3 games.
And they're all playing really well though. Like this is because of the Irelia pick even. Key having a nice. Yeah, this is just a pick.
Skarner's quick, but you're not that quick. You're going to be locked up. It's Irelia E, Seraphine E, still trying to scurry away, but eventually will be chased down. Jackson just runs past us. Hey, bye Skarner, I'm going home. I've got no interest in that. MF meanwhile did start up the Cloud Drake, so Soul will also be going into the hands of Prime, giving them a pretty secure 6,000 gold lead with Baron still in play.
It's massive for their comp.
It's starting to look very tricky for Ronin now and how they're going to get back into this game. Akshan's still trying to out macro, and it has made it to level 14 and it's farming okay, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I feel like the Akshan flex, the idea is nice, but you have to be able to actually play Akshan right. And I don't know, it doesn't seem worth.
Jack's trying to get the sneak fight, but you're 2 levels down in a Baron Dominion wave, so having to flash away from this one, you're going to be re-engaged on... Honestly, Rakan here to save again. Panda Cheese has been everywhere. 0-5 for sure, but that's a lot of dying for your team. I think the scoreboard would be a lot worse if Panda Cheese weren't playing Rakan this game, because he has been everywhere saving people.
Yeah,
honestly.
I think Panda Cheese, his laning phase is a bit weak from what we've seen, but his mid game is really clutch. He's a really good mid game support.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive so far. Rakan's still trying to get some vision back in their own jungle. And hey man, we need to get something out of here. We've got to figure out a way back into this game. Kaiser's approaching the 3rd item. That's when those W's will really start to hurt. But I don't know, it's getting scary. This Irelia level 15.
This is the problem though. If your team is not carrying you to a good position when you make AP Kai'Sa or like this build, basically hybrid Kai'Sa kinda, you stack your tier at 26 minutes. That's so late to hit the power spike for an AD carry. MF has already 1v9 the game. and you have only just hit your power spike.
It's why we typically see AP Kai'Sa more so in mid lane rather than in the bot lane, because it takes so long for the XP scaling as well, because you're sharing that XP early on. You want to get that going nice and early. Look, the action's level 15. Imagine it was a level 15 Kai'Sa instead of level 12. Probably have that third item completed as well. And yeah, the power spike would have just came in a lot sooner and maybe give you a bit more of a chance in these fights. But it's looking pretty dire right now, and Prime are able to let this one just filter out until the Baron spawns. Quite happy to be complacent.
Iceheim's just... What's he doing, man? Is he done with the game, or... Why is he there?
Yeah, no Baron on the field. It's like he was pulling people down here for some macro play. Just a little bit overextended, I guess, and maybe a little bit of tilt from the last game
I think
into this
they are
game.
for sure tilted. It's slipping out of their hands, and I think they are feeling that too. They were 2-0 up. They played so well in the mid-late game the first two games, and now it's just slipping away, getting outplayed by Prime.
As I did say though, best of fives do tag into your fatigue and also your mental fatigue as well. I think if a game's in a state like this where you're 8,000 behind, you know that next game decides the series, then maybe you don't put all of your effort into this one. You realize, okay, we've lost it. Let's not try too hard. Let's not get too tilted. We'll just play, have some fun, and then next game we'll reset. We've had our bad game, and we're ready to go into game 5 now. And I think maybe there's a little bit of that coming through, hopefully, from Ronin.
I hope so too. I really hope so. But for Prime, it's looking up. They are for sure having a good mental here. They're just crushing Ronin right now.
Yeah, I actually think we've seen both of these teams
being 2-0 down.
Yeah, I think we see both of these teams at their best in game 1. I don't think Prime have played bad this game. They played really, really good. But both teams, like, simultaneously having a good performance was game 1. And I would love to see that for a game 5 finisher to kind of redeem the series, because right now this has been an absolute showcase of a stomping from Prime, and Ronin they seem a bit lost. Control ward fight going on. Skarner being chased away.
He can't walk in. This just actually nothing. This comp is so scary if you don't split push against it. I feel like there's almost nothing they can do.
I just think if they get ahead, and they did, respectful flash from the action to run away from this Irelia who was about to melt you. 3 items apiece. Using a lot to try and catch the Skarner. Missing that Seraphine ult is actually really big.
He's no fresh.
Skarner will be picked though, and yeah, Levity gets the kill credit for that one. Another 300 gold in the hands of Misfortune. Kai'Sa now running, and this death ball is coming at your face, and you have nothing to stop it. There's no Misfortune ult, no Seraphine ult, nothing on Ronin's side of the rift that's going to say, hey, you can't just run at us. They're quite comfortably going to do it. Icehound is in the top lane, and recalling now, but it could be too late. Jax will be locked up. Good engage by Rakan, getting all the way out as well, forcing the bullet time. Honestly, considering it's a 3v5 situation, Rakan done really well, but Kai'Sa still gets picked off at the back of all of this. Very unfortunate, and this will be the game. Honestly, 31 minutes would have felt a lot faster. 26-6, 10,000 gold lead, and we do see a game 5. What a fantastic display from Prime, honestly.
Yeah, they must be feeling good. Well, you can't leave Karma open versus them, I guess. I feel like you have to play split push, and Ronin and Myra have shown that they cannot play split push. So just ban the Karma. This is a really scary composition. Very well done by Prime on playing it.
Yeah, that was really scary. Again, the one fear we had was this comp was if it doesn't get off the ground running early on, then it would probably fall apart. But it got off the ground very, very quickly. And yeah, it showed just what kind of strength they can present if that is the case. So for now, I think both of these teams are going to be taking a bit of a breather, getting the mental ready going into this last game to see who will make it through to the grand final against Eclipse Luna, which is your own team.
Yes, sir.
And we'll be back in about 5 minutes' time, guys, to see what the end result is going to be for this series.
Let's go.
Silver Scrape going to game 5. Going to game 5.
Hello and welcome back to the Valence League Division 2 losers final between Ronin and Prime Nebula. We've had a hell of a series so far. 2-2 overall with a 2-0 start for Ronin. Prime Nebula, though, digging deep, bringing it back with a fantastic stomp last game. Honestly, they really brought out all the stops with a very, very interesting team comp that we don't often see. Joining me for the cast today has been Lars for the last 4 games. And lucky for everybody else, he's here for the 5th as well. Lars, what a series we've had. What do you want to see for the last game of this series?
Oh man, I would have really liked if, because Jinx seems to be a counter pick, or I mean a very strong pick, right, this series. So I would have liked Ronin to pick blue side this game, but they're taking red side again. They really value the top lane counter pick, but I don't think it's as impactful as they seem to think it is, right? I would have liked to see them blue, but they're now going red, and I think they still can do it for sure. Because Ronin have shown that if they're even in the mid game, they are probably mechanically slightly better than Prime.
I don't know if this is a record for VL playoffs, but I haven't seen it in a game that I've cast so far, and I've done 2 games a week so far for these playoffs, where there's no side switch at any point throughout the series.
Yeah, that's so strange, right? So both these teams just look completely, or well, not completely, but they have a very different view on how the game should be played, ideally, or at least for their own personal preference. And also, it's super good to see that Remco can still play Game 5. Apparently, it's not bedtime yet. Maybe
Yeah.
he has made an agreement. I'm very happy to see it because I rate Remco highly. Think he can carry if he gets the right resources.
And these games have been close as well. It'd be a shame if, let's say, Ramco was taken out of it and then Prime stomped Game 5. It
Yeah.
just wouldn't feel like the closing out to the series that any of these players deserve, or anyone that's watching either. Big hype to everybody in the chat, by the way. Thanks for sticking with us for this fantastic series so far. Karma Bank coming back in.
Yeah,
Not-
that's smart.
Not surprised.
That is very smart. I wonder if they go Ezreal Jinx now for the last ban.
Yeah, man. Jinx, they're leaving
Jinx.
Israel open this time.
Well, thank God. I think this was about time. I don't even think they're gonna first pick it, or maybe
For
they will,
4
but I don't
games,
think it's
For
gonna.
4 games, we've asked for it to be left open, and it finally is.
Mm-hmm.
What do they first pick though?
It's probably not Jax or Rumble. So
I would like Rumble. Although they're actually first picking Ezreal.
that's big
Wow.
balls. That's
I
nice to
mean,
see.
I pick Vayne here. 100% I pick Vayne here.
Oh yeah, he actually can play that, by the way. Nope, they're just gonna go back to
Oh
Senna
my
Kench.
god. I hate this. Vayne completely claps Ezreal from level 2.
Yep.
Like, she doesn't
agree.
have winning matchups, except like Ezreal. She destroys him.
Even Kai'Sa could work, but then just please go AD when you are bot lane Kai'Sa. Just go AD.
In defense of Ronin, when they did run Senna Tom game 1, they did win game 1.
Yeah.
Was it on the back of that bot lane? Not really. But they did win it with all of the parts to that puzzle. So maybe they're thinking, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's see what we drawn in game 1, and let's draw the same thing again and act like it's a different picture. Who knows what we'll see?
Yeah. True. I mean, the Senna Tam still performed though in game 1. I think they had a rough laning phase, and then they still did. Also, Pike. That's a banger pick, but that's super risky. Wow, that's a banger
because
pick.
I mean, Tom can actually ult whoever Pike's gonna ult.
Yeah.
Presumably Senna.
And I mean, you can pull Tam in the early game, but at some point he becomes quite tanky already. After 1 or 2 bases, and then it's very hard for the Pike to do anything.
Once he's got that first part of his mythic done, you don't want to pull him anymore. He'll probably have a Bammies. Don't pull Tom into your carry. Please don't do that.
Tabi also super good because it's double AD. Okay, yeah, I really like this. This is a repeat.
God, we're literally doing repeat of game 1. Oh, let's go. I no longer doubt the Udyr pick. Typo hasn't exactly played bad. I don't think any player has played bad throughout the series. I think every player, I would actually say every player has had moments of flashy greatness, every single one of them. And I would like to see more of that, but Typo just hasn't been as impactful since that Udyr game. So seeing them back on the Udyr makes me feel good.
Game 2, she was also quite good on the Skarner, but that's not as flashy as the game 1, where she just completely rolled the Diana over.
7-0-1 in the first 12 minutes or something,
was
right?
insane.
Malphite ban, respect that.
Yeah,
But
they're
now you have
afraid
to
of
ask
the
yourself.
Wombo, I guess. But
Well, I don't even think it's that. So if we ban the Malphite, what did you pick Malphite into last time?
Pantheon. You would think they could Pantheon again?
So, I mean, the Pantheon worked as well.
I think they want to blind pick Corki on blue side because
I don't understand the Silas ban.
I think it's because they want to go Corki. Otherwise, I have no clue why they do this.
Yeah, that's an interesting ban for me, especially with Malphite already off the table.
Yeah.
Vigar being taken away.
Please go
That's
Vladimir here.
smart.
Vandal will show him. Or Victor. Or
Victor's
Syndra,
banned.
if she plays
Victor's
it.
banned, bro.
Oh, my bad. Go Syndra
It's
or
okay.
Vlad, please. Just show your comfort picks. Let's go.
I prefer Syndra over Vlad in this matchup.
Oh yeah, the matchup is for sure better for Syndra, but I just got Vladimir.
Zillion.
Zillion mid.
I rate Zillion.
I rate
Now,
Zillion too, but he's kind of hard actually. He's a bit of a hard champion. I feel
what's
like
your
to
top lane gonna
use.
be? Do we see a carry or do we see a tank? It's a blind pick. Either way, we don't know what Ronin are gonna
Might
take top lane.
just be the Ornn. I feel like, and
Or
otherwise
the
it's
Irelia.
kind of. Oh, it's
Ooh,
Gragas.
Gragas! I like this pick. But I
But
do. Did they take it?
They left the Akshan open. It
Yeah.
does that yet not just answer with Akshan here? I feel like it's a fine matchup, and the full AP, the full top side of Prime is AP, can itemize very well against it.
Oh man. It's a very spicy looking draft from Prime. I like it. They have a lot of engaged tools compared to the last team comp they ran. And a lot of disengage as well, honestly. Gragas, Zillion speed ups. They can get out of these fights. It's Kale. I don't like Kale. I do not like the Kale pick.
I'm gonna be honest, he did not look great on it the last time we saw him.
Yeah.
He knew his laning phase, but then it was very hard for him to contribute a lot in the late game, even though that's where kills should shine. So
I guess he has more of a front line in front of him this time, so maybe he
Mhm.
can do a bit more work with it, and I'm hoping that's what we see.
Now,
Kale, though, still very easily to be picked by Diana and Gragas.
yeah, for sure. This is these are both just pretty cool comps again, just not very conventional, I feel like. And I really like the Zillion pick, but I'm afraid that Veigar is actually super good into what Prime wants to do.
Yeah, it's very weird because if Prime tries to go in here, then of course you get the baby cage. On top of that, you've got Udyr running around and nose booping people in bear stance. Even if you get through to the Kale or the center, then Tom's going to eat them into safety.
I mean, it's also just, can Udyr even go for anything with these lanes? Top
I mean,
should be losing early.
we've questioned that before.
Yeah, I get.
I fear
I
being
mean,
wrong
I'm not
again.
doubting. I'm not doubting Type as a player for sure, not on Udyr. But it's like Prime should have prio everywhere, like actually in every game. So it's gonna be interesting to see.
This is another game where if Prime get a handle of it early and close it out, then yeah, I think they have the not just ability to do so, but they've drafted champions that can definitely do that as well. Snowball the early game, get the game to a point where it's almost uncontestable, and then win it early. I think they 100% can do that. And with the potential momentum shift of winning the last two games, the reverse sweep being on the cards, hey, we were already out of this, but suddenly we're back in, that can definitely be a big swing that they need. However, on the other side, if we see minimal to zero deaths from Ronin for the first 15 minutes of this game, let them have the dragons. Let Udyr just farm up. Let them take the first two drakes. Their late game is nothing. Ezreal late game, Pike late game, Zillion late game. What are we scared of? We have Veigar and Kale and Senna.
Yeah, I completely agree. You have to sack a bit in the early game, especially the first two drakes. I completely agree with that. And then later on, you'll have a good time. I really hope Ronin and Myra has had like a mental reset though.
Yeah, get up, stretch the legs, do some squats, eat a baby bell, whatever
But
does it for you.
If any comp will do that for you, I think it's a comp like this. I know they have picked, every single one of them has picked comfort picks, except maybe the support. I've heard from reliable source that he doesn't really like Town Kench, but everyone
Well,
else
he was very
had a
clean on the
comfort pick.
Rakan, so yeah. But yeah, comfort picks across the board. I think you're right there. I honestly, Zillion early is good. I think the bot lane's pretty even, honestly. I don't see either of them killing each other. Top lane is the biggest question mark for me.
Yeah, it's
Kale is really susceptible to being killed early. Well, I'm sure Ted can pull something out. Then again, we talk about people who've been getting better throughout the series. V3 as a whole has improved throughout the series.
Oh yeah, he's popping off now. Yeah, for sure. Especially in the Poppy game. And I think even in the Aurelia game, because he picks Aurelia, he forces he forces the enemy mid off comfort, right? Because of they have to swap, and still Jax doesn't just run over him. He's still fine, and that's so valuable actually.
Yeah, I think the important thing is that Poppy game gave some confidence back because you didn't just win the game as a team. you clapped your game as the top laner who lost the last two, right? So give you a bit of that confidence back. We need to see some picks. We need good vision from Ronin. We're going to see Prime trying to death ball again with a comp like this. Need to try to get them in between those rotations, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if I favor a team. Ah, if we say it's purely based on composition, I probably slightly, and it is slightly, lean towards Ronin. But if I had to go into my head pick which team was going to win based on the comps, I think Prime. They played so well and so aggressively the last two games and closed them out efficiently. It's scary for me. Like, if Prime get ahead, they will snowball this. It's been so devastating. Right, are we ready to sync up and get things on the way for Game 5 of this final? Looks like we're ready with the stream. Are you at the mark there, Lars?
Yeah, I'm at 10.
Just gonna wait for our production. Yep.
Yes, sir.
And away we go. Again, I don't think we'll see too many shenanigans. We may see a little bit of a river step from the pike. Haha,
Yeah,
look,
the
I could
pike
throw
can
my
fit.
hook, but I don't think I will, but I could. I always like that little bit of a dance that hook champs give you.
And I do agree that Ronin have good tools to win this game. I think
Yeah.
if they just respect the power of that the enemy is a bit stronger early, I feel like Veigar will be so good this game. And
Yeah.
even Tahm Kench will be strong this game. I don't really like how, unless Gravity gets really fat, it's gonna be super hard for Prime to actually kill the Udyr, the Tahm Kench, who can just build Force of Nature, right?
Yeah.
I think Ronin have this one in their hands.
For me, yeah, you tell Typo just farm, Giga farm, Uber farm, Hyper Mega Super Duper farm, ignore dragons, hover top lane. Because that's your vulnerable spot right now. That is where you're most likely to have a deficit. The other lanes can just not fight, but Gragas can force a fight. Hale should never step up to the river, in my opinion. You lose farm, that's fine. If the wave gets out of control and you're no longer getting pushed into you, say, hey Udyr, my wave's out of control,
Yeah,
come and
exactly.
help. Send your Udyr up top, sort the wave out, Udyr leaves, Kale is back to happy clappy chappy land. And that's the way that we need it to be, because if this Kale just loses farm but doesn't die, I don't see, like you said, I don't see how Prime win this game, because Ezreal his damage isn't terrible. There'll be a moment of lag, guys. There was a pause in the game. Don't have to touch up keys. Don't go anywhere. Stay in your seats. I show you things will be on the way again in a moment.
And he is actually gonna go for AP Gragas. He took the phase rush. That normally means you go Everfrost into Cosmic Drive, and then it's very flexible. And that's actually good. That will give him a lot more pressure to actually kill the kill.
Yeah. Worth noting that both junglers did start on the top side of the map again, so both of them will be pathing to bot lane. And last time we seen Udyr find Diana in the first scuttle fight, what happened there?
Yeah, the Diana gets completely rolled, of course, by Udyr in the early game, and Typo knows this. So
all the way
she
back
might
to
just
game
look to
one.
abuse it again.
Priority so far gone over to the Ezreal though. Prime are taking advantage of this lane, and it's a disconnect from Ramco. Maybe he's been told it's too late and he should have went to bed. I guess we'll see.
He might actually have Angry Mother in his room as we speak, but actually he does seem to be back. So
yeah, just a quick blip. Happens to the best of us. It's never happened to me before, I promise.
never.
No, I'm not the best of us. Sure, it's happened to you though, Laz.
Nah.
I've heard nothing but good things about you. As we wait to get back into the game, we'll make sure lag's gone, pings down, and we are ready up, and away we go. And we may see another slight back delay in a sec.
I feel like in this lane, it's actually good hook by Crown.
It is a good hook by the Pike, actually.
Great poke. But I feel like if Senna and Tam...
Oh, wow.
So don't play like this. Respect them a bit. You're gonna outskill super fast. Build Tabi early. Build a bit of armor.
And look at the Tom smile on the freeze.
Yeah.
That was cool. Okay. Vandal Gragas in the top lane of the map right now.
Gonna go
And yeah, this is
for-
fine for Carlo. You want to be pushed in. This is the exact state where you want the wave. Maybe where the barrel is, I guess, but
Mhm.
the slow from Zillion
Nice
coming through.
cage.
Baby cage though. W does not too much damage, but it does proc the electrocute, so very good trade back from Icehound there.
Actually surprised that he took the electrocute against Zillion. He does not feel like he needs Predator to set up ganks. Guess he just wants to skill once again.
Yeah, maybe like we said, not looking to roam and looking to just hang out in the lane a little
Ooh, look at the
instead.
Gragas, look at the Gragas. Oh, no. I thought it was gonna go for gank. Sorry, go on.
Just dropping a ward down. Some more trades coming out in the bot lane, but again, this does favour the side of Ronin because they have better sustain, being Senna.
Yeah.
Everybody has the High Noon Senna skin. I don't rate it. And not that I think it's a bad skin. I just think Riot done themselves dirty. I think the base skin for Senna is so good. Like, I actually like her original art so much that why would you get a skin? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's really badass. Well,
Oh, Diner is here already, but the Q actually misses. Tom is able to W out as well. No hard CC down here ready just yet. Pike Q, of course, landing short. Senna will heal up, and Udi's here for the counter gank. They can bait a re-engage, but maybe they're advertising it too much, and Typo will opt to recall instead.
and
As will Diner.
Deviat in top lane playing the early game phase again really well. He's just really good at laning on kill. He's just... Look, his lane is gonna... I mean, he should probably not have hit that, but he's just... Even in farm, right? That's
Well,
perfect. That's so
yeah.
good.
He's probably just been told, hey, there's Diana's bot lane already.
Yeah.
So he's going to go, okay, well, this is my chance to force the wave in. Gragas is kind of low mana right now as well. Push that
Yeah.
wave in, get a reset. Gragas is tanky enough to stop this as well, though. Yep, look, keeping the wave frozen.
Gragas is maxing the Q. I think that's a mistake. I think you should always max E. At least in the early
Yeah.
game against kill.
Unless you're going Comet for the poke, maybe, instead of Phase
Yeah.
Rush.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to see a counter gang coming in, though. The Body Slam Q will land the W to follow. And it's an equal trade so far. Udia has arrived, and Gragas got shunked really low here.
Mm-hmm. Lethal tempo kill. Even in the early game, it's quite strong.
Yeah.
And this is just a this is so good for Ronin. They're just chilling. They're a bit behind the CS in bot, but look at that CS gate in mid. That's
Yep.
massive. That's so big for a Veigar, man.
Yeah, and this is what we said from Ronin. We wanted it to be a more relaxed style game from them. And on the other side, I want the opposite from Prime. I want chaos. I want to see tower dives. I want to see jungle invades. I want to see Pike getting sped up by Zillion, and then 3-man Veigar under his tower. I want to see absolute chaos. Once the Zillion hits 6, I want to see you under every tower possible, and just use that the chrono shift. Sorry. To just bring the champion back to life. We got the kill for free. See you later. Back in 60 seconds.
And I wonder why the Pike didn't roam mid from base. Because what is he gonna do here now? The wave is way too big. Ezreal could have just got this alone, right? It's completely fine for Ezreal.
The reason
And
you
now-
pick Ezreal as well is he's so safe in the lane.
Exactly. But now the Pike... I mean, maybe... Crown has been playing really good last 2 games. So maybe he will surprise us again. But I feel like he's not doing what he should do to win this game. They should make more plays.
Yeah. Barrel landing short. Still getting the slow off, but not a whole bunch of damage because it wasn't charged up. And
And
the
now kill
wave
6.
again pushing into Kyle, and yeah, that 6 comes in. Explosive
Nice
cast
grenade.
lands onto the Q as well. Very good damage from
Wow.
V3 there.
Yeah, that was really nice. Good play.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Gragas combo is actually
Forced out
harder to do
already.
than you might
And
think.
now he can fight on the tower. Your ult isn't available, Kyle. Taking tower
Wow.
damage, and Body Slam will get the kill. Yeah, that AP damage coming through nice and early. First blood going over to Gragas. Dragon also falling to Prime as well, by the way. Mountain being the first one once again on the
And
cards.
that's how you win the game as Prime. You have to get these advantages. That's so massive that Gragas kills the kill there, because he had like 2 stacked waves under tower, crashed, and kill misses it all.
The explosive cask onto the barrel Body Slam was
beautiful.
Yeah, it was so chef's kiss. Right.
And now
And
Kill's wave is gonna push back away from her, so she has to crash it. But she's no ult. She's really weak to a gank, or even to a solo kill again.
Yeah, with no ult. Flash is retained though.
Yeah, that's
At
good.
least. But yeah, Gragas, this Bruiser style Gragas you get in the top lane with his passive giving the extra sustain. It's quite scary. It can tower dive.
Oh, I think we have to reset the scoreboard on the stream.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know
that
if
first place
British
production?
British Grace is here, but
Yeah. Oh, he'll be here.
Okay.
Production are always listening. So I'm surprised I haven't been told off for casting on stream yet. I do it at least once every series, and I don't know why. I can't help it. It's part of my language, dude. I'm from Liverpool. What you expect? Another barrel poke coming in from Gragas, and yeah, it's we can talk people through it while waiting for pro production to catch up with the spectator bug. It can be a bit funky sometimes. So, CS across the board, pretty even. Big deficit in mid lane, deficit growing in bot lane as well. In the side of Ronin and Prime respectively. Gold pretty even across the board, as well. Oh, explosive cast into body slam towards tower again. W to follow. Udyr is here to save the day, but man, these ultimates from V3 are something to be worried about. The fact that we
Really
haven't
good
seen this
mechanical
Gragas all
player.
series.
Well, this is just in though. What's he?
Well, Udyr's got no mana, right? So it's just a red buff and plenty of auto damage coming through, though. And no, the kill goes over to Ted yet as well. It couldn't have been more perfect. The flash was bad despite the kill going over.
I feel like he must have been
Little bit
going
of
for the E
disrespect.
flash.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's
The Q misses, backstep, Diana Q doesn't land on the center. I feel like Diana should have took the Q on the tower and then E'd over to center from it and then ulted. But hey, they decided to back out of this one and we'll go their separate ways.
And go. This is so. Tom Kench went first item Mercury Threat against Ezreal Pike. I'm pretty sure that's not ideal. If you want Mercury Threat so badly in this game, don't go with first item. Against two AD champions in game, but it's fine. He's doing okay in CS.
It's a bit interesting, considering he's the one who's farming as well, so you
Yeah.
want to make sure you're not getting picked off in this lane.
Yeah.
But
I don't think I'm saying he's doing fine in CS, but I think actually it's like 30 down. I think that's more than you should be.
yeah,
Although
30 is
it's
quite
really
a bit.
far. It's really hard to be fair this time.
Yeah, so if we look at the bot lane, it's 5,300-ish gold for Prime and about 4,500 for Ronin, so they're not too far behind. But the trade-off is, of course, that you get a full champion out of it with Tom and Senna, rather than just an ADC and a support.
Yeah.
It's how that's supposed to work. This Herald being dropped in the mid lane. Like gold.
Some gold for the Vega. I think that's fair. That's a
I
decent.
actually think it
first
all
step.
goes over to Udyr, right? Because it's his rift.
It
You see
did.
the-
He was
yeah.
not in range. The Vega. Maybe he wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it all went over to the Udyrs. Kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, that's
honest.
not good at all then. Then
Yeah,
they
there's
should have
only-
waited a bit.
Vega's only on 500 gold right now in his pocket, so yeah.
Yeah,
Get it all
probably
went
not
over
on
to
him
the
then.
Udyr.
I sound CSing super well though. He's second highest in the game. Only Gravity has more farm than him. And Isound is gonna skill so well in this game versus the enemy
So-
team comp.
Well, I want to revisit a point you made earlier that you kind of alluded to of why didn't Pike roam mid out of base?
Yeah.
Why isn't Pike roaming mid ever?
Yeah,
Because you're not
I
killing
don't-
this bot lane.
I don't understand. If with how?
Oh.
No, well, speak of the
Never-
devil. He's
never
gonna
mind.
try.
Yeah, he's on his way now. Baby Cage is going to be there to try to keep Zillion stopped from the engaged. Diana does flash forward, but respectful flash from Icehound and gets away from this one.
Yeah,
No,
good
see,
flash.
no flash from the Veigar. I want to see this Pike back here.
Yeah, but it's just you have to do that. You actually have to use the pike pick to make roams, or it's not worth. Because this champion is not good in the late game. He's just not. You have to make plays.
Yeah, why are you taking him if you're not going to be aggressive? You know you can't kill this Tom center. Or at least
Yeah.
it's going to be very, very difficult to do so because you've got Ezreal, because you've got Pike. And
They're
it's
gonna
so
attempt here,
sustain
though.
heavy,
This
but they
will
are
be-
trying.
Right.
Well, they
They should
put
focus
Diana
on
to
Tom.
help out. We're going to see an exhaust used immediately. Tom is pulled out, but the
They're just
Devour
out.
is available. And they're just going to walk away for now. Heal him from the
Wow.
center as well. Return poke. And yeah. No
Wow.
ult was available from Diana, so they're very limited on what they can do. Zillion's the one who's roaming down now, gives Jester XP to Pike. And some more to Diana, level ups across the board. But yeah, I guess that they're going to start up the dragon.
Yeah, this is early soul though, and that is what Prime does need to win the game.
Yes.
Because I feel like
agree.
Ronin are doing very well. They're just doing what they have to do, which is basically nothing.
Yeah,
and they are
with
doing it
that
super
win
well.
con. Yeah. Oh, they're really good at doing nothing. What a compliment, Lars. What a compliment.
I mean, that's actually a skill though. That's actually a skill. I swear, the
Patience
amount
is a
of
virtue,
times-
as they say.
Yeah. The amount of times I've played a late game comp where the team still wants to make plays, including me.
Talking about things that favour the late game, Ocean Soul is what we will see for this game. Another fantastic explosive cast.
Again,
This time,
beautiful cast.
instant ult though from Tedja. That was perfect, pixel perfect on that. Actually took no damage following the cast. But yeah,
Straight up
Ocean Soul.
ults is still in favor of the Gragas, but yeah, they have such a short window to then make a play, right?
Yeah. And Ocean Drake actually benefits Ronin more because of the Tom and the Udyr, I think. But we do see an engaged. Diana is actually caught up in the middle of everybody. Udyr trying to run away, but there's so much hit slow him up. Pike ult finally comes through. The full gold being shared amongst everybody because that's how Pike ultimate works. What a balanced ability that one is. Looking to keep this one going though. There's no flash or ult available for Ted yet. Pike is lurking. You know that he's there, but are you running away fast enough? Flash ult doesn't land. The Q will though. Eat the follow. Ignite is popped as well. Center ult could be enough. Could be a turnaround. It is. The kill gets traded back. Gragas has forced the burn flash as well to trade the kill over, and that's kind of good for Ted, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I respect the attempt from Crown though. That's for sure the right way to make it. He just failed on the execution with his Q.
And that's the baby cage into the W. No primordial burst. Good patience from my sound. Forcing the ultimate out of ban there.
And look, Pike is top, but S12 is just fine, right? He should have done this so much earlier. It's 40 minutes and only now he's starting to roam. S12 is completely fine in this game.
This is again something that you mentioned earlier. The early Merc treads on Tom isn't necessarily bad, but it meant that he didn't have the additional armor to be able to tank that tower for a tower dive on the Ezreal.
Yeah.
Vigar though being picked off, TP coming through from Venofilan, another good solid gank from BTO on the Diana. 300 gold going over, and they're getting a bit antsy now. Ezreal playing forward, and they've got to be careful, but the Shroud will come in.
I think Ezreal played so aggressive that Tom Kenshi said I thought there was someone else there too.
Yeah.
Because that was a free kill if they just ignite him and focus him.
Okay, we've got to deal lurking now. It's been question mark ping though, they have seen him come through. Zillion is coming down so fast.
Typot is here to cover, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think much is gonna happen on an Ezreal Pike. They're so safe. And good cover from Venofilan.
Yeah. And I think Typo should find the control ward that spotted them out. Yep, clear that one. Take the scuttle. Oh man, this game, I feel like it's on a knife's edge. If Prime get it a bit more, then they can start to snowball it. And oh my god, the damage out of the Vigar.
Yeah.
No primordial burst, not available, so no kill going through. Gragas is threatening the dive on Ted, and V3 definitely shaping up his next meal. 40 CS lead in that top lane nearly.
Yeah, that's so big actually, because kill is fairly safe in this game at some point. This is
the
nice
engage from Diana though. We do see the Hextech protocol come through. Zillion ult is popped. And the kill is actually taken by Diana. Meanwhile, the fight in the top lane did eventually happen, but it's in the favor of Ted. Ultimate is used as well. Explosive class is available for Gragas, but we've been darted over to the bot lane for some reason to watch Ezreal poke in a catfish a bit more. I wanted to see the top lane fight. Gragas did use his ultimate. God damn it! Why did directed cam take us away?
Yeah, it can be a bit interesting sometimes.
I don't want to watch the catfish get autoed for 20 minutes.
Wait, Prime are cracking Ronin a bit though here. They're starting to make a few more plays, which is what they have to do. So
yeah, and it's forcing, I think, Ronin to be more proactive, which they don't want to be. Like you said, it's hard not to do something.
And I am curious if they are gonna even contest the third rank, because if they don't, it's basically free soul for Prime, which they should be able to snowball a bit more. Oh,
that feels bad.
Yeah. Poor Jungler.
Poor Jungler. I mean, he ran away from it.
He put it in the bush on purpose. Oh, sorry, bro.
Okay, Udyr has been found, but we've seen how tanky this Udyr was last game.
Nice dodge.
Able to keep running away, but Diana on-click chase is pretty good. Pike is here as well. Look at the stun. Look at the stun again from Zillion. Yeah. Pike will come through. And finally, what we've seen is Crown leave the spot lane and become a menace.
Yes,
he's been top, he's been bot, he's been in the jungle, he's going back to mid. Vigar's on the run. This is what we wanted from Prime. Early game aggression.
You
good damage. Oh, the Primordial Burst comes in, but the Zillion ult is so good, and the Chrono Shift will enable the respawn from Pike. Gragas is here too, and there's nowhere for you to go, I sound. Who's going to get the kill credit? It is the Gragas. 300 gold in the back pocket of V3.
And you can see that Crown is good on Pyke though. He knows what he's doing. He's ulting to dodge the Veigar cage. He is playing very aggressive now. It's really good to see.
Yeah, it is. It definitely picking up some more confidence as the series is starting to progress.
Yeah.
Dragon does go over to the hands of V2 as well. So Ocean Soul is on the cards, which means we'll have a very early Elder, 23-minute-ish Elder. 28-minute-ish Elder, sorry. 23-minute for the Soul.
And that's the nightmare as Skagen comp, right? They're slowly now just losing everything on the map, which is not what you want to see.
Yeah, unfortunately, that clock we've got, it's got to come sooner. It's got to come sooner. And Kale's farming okay, but not great. Explosive cast to get into the body slam, into the Everfrost. Q to follow. Ult is finally here and through, but is it going to be enough flashes post as well? Harpy B from the Harpy Gragas. The Fat Man's having a ball in this top lane.
Oh, Ezreal ult? I think it did hit her.
It did hit. She's down to like 12 HP.
And Pyke is looking. No, gonna back all the way off. But to be like, you can't like Ronin is a super strong team in the mid late game. They have good team fighting. They have a pretty decent macro. They have mechanically good players. So there's for sure still a chance that they can make something happen. But it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, it is going to be rough indeed, and we can see the CS differential starting to form throughout now. 60 CS up for the Gragas, 40 for the Veigar, got about 30 in the bot lane for Ezreal over the time as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I think that from the Tam, that's quite alright. 40 CS is really not that huge, but the Pyke is making plays around the map, right? Whereas Ronin is not.
Yeah,
but credits to Isan though, look at that CS gate, and he's even been ganked a lot, but he is still farming very well.
Yeah, 0-3-0 and still having the most farm, second most farm in the game is pretty impressive. Makes you wonder how much he'd have if he didn't die. I guess we'll never know.
Isan will be Isan, man. He will die to every gank. Or to most of the ganks. But this guy, if he reaches the mid game, he's a monster. He will have a really good performance.
He's opting for the tier as well, second. I wonder if we'll see that go into a staff or actually into a Fimbulwinter. I've seen tank Veigars becoming a bit more prevalent lately.
Yeah, it's a very good build.
Oh no, Ted, you're overextended without vision again, buddy, and 4 people are turning up to take part in this kill. 100 gold for everybody because of the Pyke ultimate sharing system. No capitalist regime up here, we're all communists.
Maybe they could have even done Baron, although I think they don't have enough damage because Ezreal was not there. But Kill was dead, Senna and Tam were bots, and they were on vision, but I guess I can see why they don't take the risk. I think they're doing a good job. Snowball here.
They
nice
take
cage.
the tower. Primordial Best comes through, and this time, no Zillion to save today. Diana has potentially been caught here. Ezreal trying to chase down the Veigar, but Typo's very tanky. Good sidestep to double Ezreal Q. Diana finding a way back in. Very well played by V2 here. And that does allow Levity to keep poking on this Ezreal. TP eventually coming in. But where's it going to be? Into the middle of the fight as a Kayle again? This isn't really where we want to be.
Nice kill.
Gragas has arrived too. Kayle is quick though, and Senna does quite a bit of damage at this point in the game. But the deck is already completed. Diana will live though. Flash to get the kill done. Kayle does fall over to Ezreal on the other side of that fight. Very unfortunate that Diana just got away. And Ezreal is going to be caught up by the Senna W. Tomken's going to follow her through. Zillion is here for the bombs though. Doesn't quite get the double bomb, but Ezreal dies inside Tom, I think. Stopping that Zillion. Oh, yes, he does.
He held him so long.
And the lockdown is going to come from center again. And this bot lane has finally turned up and said, hey guys, we farmed plenty this time. We're ready to fight. And honestly, how that turned up being in Ronin's favor overall, I will never be able to tell you. Hopefully, Lars, you can.
Well, these guys are just, like I said, Remco hits every W. Tamkench hits his W. These guys are just mechanically good. And I feel like Remco and Panachis, they don't want to lose. Their whole top side is falling apart, but they are still holding strong. And they are gonna have to carry though, because we need more fights like that.
For Senna. Instead of like a traditional crit build, I'm going for some lethality instead, probably because we see, you know, the Ezreal, Zillion, Pyke. It's quite a squishy roster, so.
Yeah, I think that's good to build against this game. And Manimian too. I'm just worried for them that this Drake fight will be so important. And I think they have to contest, but it will be super hard. Look at the Ezreal. He has his Manimian stacked. That's a massive damage increase, but But
But I
Rambo
don't-
does not have his mana immune.
I only think the streak's important in that it puts Elder on the field. Ocean Soul doesn't actually do a lot for the side of Prime. So if they want to give it up in favor of fighting in 5 minutes time, I wouldn't be against it. But no, they'll put a way in.
I see what you
The
mean, but I
engage
think
is
it would be
denied from
really
Dude,
scary. What a nice
Nice
hook,
hook lands as
exactly
we
on
look follow
Rambo.
center so low already. We will see the engage attempt, but Diner is hitting this dragon the entire time. Gragas has used the stopwatch. Tom W is too soon. Diner gets in with the Zillion ult, so the Zillion ult is not going to be used because of the Zonyas, so that's kind of unfortunate timing on that one. Meanwhile, Ezreal gets the pick on the Vigar. Tom will kill Diner, and Kale is finally rolling out some damage. Zillion falls too. Dragon did reset throughout this as well, by the way. Kale is now in the point where I can DPS you all down because you let me charge it up in this fight. Dragon will potentially fall over to the side of Ronin here if this smite is in safe hands, and it is. And that is denied Ocean Soul.
Wow.
3 kills for 1, and that could be the Baron as well. You want to talk about waiting until the right moment? I
Nice
think
touch.
they just found it, Lars.
Jeez, that's positioning from Remku and Tedjet was top notch. That was so good. They were just free hitting both at the side. Tedjet had a very good ultimate. Remku was untouched that whole fight. And then the power actually just of Tam Kench and Weirdo, stalking the fight for a long time. Kill DPS coming in with the Senna.
Good ult damage from the Ezreal.
I don't
and
think
we
they
will
can do
see-
this actually.
Well, there's
Or
a TP
it's
from
coming
Vigar
close.
to the mid lane to try and get the secure. This is what I like. Dedicate the TP. Like, okay, I'm definitely going to come. We're definitely going to lock this down. Tom, don't want your team. I think you stay and die here. Just stay and die and don't let them follow it up. Vigar trying to delay the Ezreal. Baby Cage hits a Primordial Burst, actually gets the job done. The trade will come back from the Pike as well, though, so it's 1 for 1, but Baron is secured, and the rest of the team scrambling for a way out. They didn't run far enough, though. Diana does find an engage. Tom Kench has ended up back here again. Pike is coming on over as well. Don't lose these Baron buffs, guys. You've worked so hard. Let the Senna die if that's what it comes to, honestly. Explosive Cast is already used as well. You're fighting too much here. Tom Kench gets the ult, though, and instead they are actually getting every member
They're
out
out.
of this fight.
No
There was
way,
no
man.
dedication from Prime to one target.
Oh no, I think Ronin are gonna do it now. I think this is actually all they needed. Baron is off the map. They are gonna get more time to farm. Kill is level 14 already.
Baron's off the map. Elder's
Yeah.
not going to be available for another, what, 8 minutes at this point at best. So the Elder Dragon won't be around to give them the extra damage to close out the game. Oh, no, Prime. Prime, there's still time. There's still time, Prime. You've got to find a way to pick off these carries.
This is gonna be scary, man. Oh my, because now look at the items that are gonna come through for Ronin. They are strong.
We've seen a total flip as well. Game 1, I said I wanted to see Prime get pushed to the limit by Ronin and then see if they could fight back. And this game, we've seen the exact opposite. Prime needed to push Ronin to the limit and see if Ronin could fight back. In Game 1, Ronin were able to get the job done just about by a smidgen. But in Game 5, as we follow the storyline along, it turns out that Ronin are actually more comfortable in the mid to late game.
Yeah,
And
yeah, for
Udyr,
sure.
stun the Diner and walk away. Pike hook lands. Senna's going to be locked up. And the ult comes through, but Tom ult saving the day. Senna gets out. Explosive cast from the flank of Gragas, though. Ezra gets a kill on Senna. And some of the damage is already gone. Kale isn't here for this fight. Everfrost comes through. Diner will eventually fall to Udyr, but that's not going to be enough. Zillion bombs are landing every day of the week. And that is 3 kills for 0. Actually, they got there and it's 3 for 1. I learned how to count in Liverpool school. Don't blame me. But yeah, giving up a lot of Baron buffs for this one.
What a clutch flank from Gragas. He played that super well, ulting the Senna back in the team, then E-flashing on the Veigar, making sure he dies too. And Tedjet again, he's just not able to find his teleport key ever when he's playing a side laner. I don't know, man. It doesn't seem just group if you don't TP.
Yeah, I did say this could be the way that we see Prime get back into the game. There was still time, and they have found a way to still force themselves in and really push the elbows out and say, we're not ready to go home yet. We're not done with these playoffs. We want to get that last spot in the grand finals. We fought back tooth and nail. We lost the first 2. We won the next 2, and oh, what a series, man! What a series!
Yeah, great, actually great series. Super close. Both these teams are neck on neck. And I just feel like the congrats that Ronin has. If Ronin are just grouped as 5, I feel like Ronin is just too congrats for Prime at this point, because like even the 1-5 Veigar he already solo killed the Ezreal, right, at Baron. 1-5 and he still solo kills. I feel like these guys are just really good players mechanically. If they group and set up well, they can pull this off. But Prime, especially Gragas and Diana, are really good
So
at making
Kyle
phase
has
too.
been spotted in the bot lane, but actually gets out of this one. Maybe Ted's sick of getting beat in the face. We'll see. What a spectacle we've witnessed today, honestly. If either team wins this series, they deserve it
Yeah,
at this
for
point.
sure.
And you can't
For
say
sure.
that very often. Can't.
I wonder. So Veigar's going Force of Nature. I think that's a fine item this game, yeah, because he should be mostly getting dove by Diana Gragas. Death Bush.
Gragas Q checking the bush, making sure it's clear, realizing it isn't. We'll see the Shrine Orb coming through as well. And bit of poke from Ezreal. The poke is lacking from the side of Ronin. That is one thing that they don't have. Ezreal coming through a little bit of damage. It is taking quite low here, actually. Half HP, the insane movement speed though. Drake has been started. Tom can tank all
They
of this.
50-50 it.
Diana gets all the way in. Explosive cast actually delays. Diana ult is good. She is saved by the Zillion ult, but it only gets used once. Diana falls, Dragon falls, and you don't want a prolonged fight against this Ronin squad because they will scale up and destroy you throughout. The Pike is in now. Exhaust is used, but that doesn't stop the ult shutdown coming through. Ezreal is hitting Tom, but you're gonna go in. The stomach devour gets used. Meanwhile,
Wait,
the fight is
Veigar
taken down.
running it.
Flash out of the wall by Tom. Very well played. Gragas is going to be the next dish on the menu for Tom Kench, but Kale gets the kill for that one. More gold going into the side of Ronin. Meanwhile, yeah, Icehound went mid, and Veigar's just going to push this game. People don't understand how much AP scaling does to these towers as well, but Pike is going to be the one that gets back. Ezreal kiting out very well, good damage. Second on this fight, but Levity does eventually fall. And look at the AP scaling damage that Veigar gets on these towers. And Pike is all that's been sent back to answer. What a fight from Ronin.
Yeah, but you can just see this Diana engage was so good though. I think 4 people she got with her ult. Oh my lord. Well, goodbye.
Good night. Good night, Pirate Man.
But Diana got a 4-man ult. Kill ult did not come in time, and still Ronin and Myra win the team fight. Their comp, I think they have just passed that point where they don't even have to play perfect anymore. They just have to play good, because they are rewarded for picking scaling and getting to the late game. It's in their hands now for sure.
Panda Chi's done a really good job of knowing how much damage he could take on this Snap Gench. TP from Gragas though, Body Slam will land. Kale is ready to trade back. Explosive Cast doesn't actually do enough. But Zillion ult is used as well, and they get the shutdown gold. And it goes into Gragas, and that's good, but they lose the Baron for it, and I'm not sure that that's a worthwhile trade-off.
This is a deja vu though. I feel like this happened like, what game was it? Game 1 or game 2? Kill gets caught in the side lane, and they just lose the Baron for it. It's not worth. For sure it's not worth.
Ezreal will come through, but it's a little bit too early, and safe hands of Typo getting that Baron through. And there's a lot of large health bars starting to form on the side of Ronin now. We do see the tank-ish build from the Veigar coming through. Death Trap is of course completed for
super smart. Super smart that he buys this item. I think it's the perfect item to buy at this point. Veigar should not be hitting him. I mean, Ezreal should not be hitting him. He should only be getting threatened by Diana Gragas.
And it probably will be a Fimbulwinter that comes through.
Yeah, looks like it, and otherwise it's gonna be on a team, I think. Still though, Prime can clutch it for sure. If they get a massive Diana ult,
they're sending Kale to bot lane. I want this Kale to come mid. You don't have the Baron, you died, remember? You don't have the Baron. Come mid and just team fight. If you just 5v5, you win the game. Instead, Udyr has been hooked. Stun isn't enough though, it's Udyr that was hooked, nobody else. Bear Stance comes in to get the boink on the nose, keep Ezreal still. But the return damage is here, Pike gets the ult, so the reset will
Kill
come
found
through.
the TP, but
Explosive cast to delay it, Ezreal comes through as well. Veigar flash forward, but it's not enough damage. The Primordial Burst wasn't used before escapes thrown over the wall, and this fight's gonna just dissipate.
Well, oh my god, man. They are both playing these fights well though. It's so close. Yeah, I agree with you completely. Kill, please just group. There's no... Look at the wave state bot. What are you gonna do there, man? There's no objective also. Just group.
Yeah, honestly, it's a level 17, 3.5 item Kale. Stand behind the Tahm Kench in 2v5. I honestly think that you can at this point. That's what you pick the champion for. You don't need to split anymore. Look, run it through the enemy jungle alone. You could have run into a Diana there, you'd be dead. Like,
and also, it's really people. Oh, this might be big.
Oh, could be a potential pick on the bot lane. Flash body slam from Gragas. Comes through, and instead it's the Veigar who gets punished. The
And they
team
can
needs
chase.
to
They
stay
can chase
together.
more.
If you want to draft a late game comp that fights together, then you need to fight together in the late game, guys. Otherwise, you're going to fall apart, and Prime will take advantage. We've seen it time and time again. Tom is next on the shopping block, but will W away. Udi is here now, and instead was given his life so that the rest of the team can live.
Udyr is not a tank anymore.
Yeah, I mean, well, the Divine Sundra first pick instead of Triforce, I guess. It's a
Yeah.
little less tanky, and yeah. Pike still get the pick here. Why are we fighting for
They're
blue buff?
just crushing it here. They're just actually crushing it. That's so impressive though by Prime. I felt like Ronin had this game in their hands.
They did, but Prime have just been relentless with their pressure, and
Yeah.
that is something that we've seen Ronin crumble to time and time again in this series, is just being forced to be reactive. And
Mhm.
you always want to avoid being reactive, but when you have a team fight comp like this, that super late game one where you're hitting your power spikes,
Yeah.
just walk mid. Just play
It is-
ARAM. I
it
hate playing
is-
ARAM, but that's what you've drafted.
Yeah, true. It is the anathema for Veigar, but I don't think he has put it on anyone. So maybe on the Gragas.
We can take a quick look. No, it's not on anybody yet. You're right.
Well,
Ezreal
that's
comes through, and
really
the
useless
Ocean
item
Soul is secured quite comfortably into the hands of Prime.
He's still not putting on anyone. I think just put it on Ezreal. You have MR. You just need to not get insta killed by AD damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way they boost this though, right? Veigar kills Senna, and they have reached the late game. Ronin just group and play the comp indeed, like you just said, Ruffy.
I mean, it's definitely losable. More than it is winnable for Prime. I think it's definitely losable for Ronin. If they look, even now, Udi is kiting to the wrong direction. Kale is actually here for the fight, though. They just need to make sure that Prime commit to it. Okay, the Primordial Burst was used, but the Zillion ult is actually going to be wasted. Senna ult is used, so Tom is going to take no damage here as well. And they are finally pushing into the base as a 5. And look at Prime run. They've realized the win condition.
Yeah.
Now, hang on a minute. We've got a level 17 Kale. Why haven't we been doing this all along? Inhibitor Tower's dead. As a 5, go bot. Don't go different directions because you're going to get picked off again.
Yeah,
Please.
I would not be surprised if Gragas finds another pick here and Ronin just gets caught. But we'll see. They're pinging the kill too.
They now try to push up mid lane. And we spoke about this as well. The wave clear on the side of Prime is non-existent. It is so bad. They have Zillion, and that's pretty much it. Ezreal is terrible at clearing super minions, never mind regular ones.
And
Group
it's
up,
a
group
really
up, take
tanky
3
build.
inhibs and win the game.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's really tanky Zillion build. It's not actually an AP build, right? That can one-shot the waves. So yeah, you are reliant on Ezreal R and Diana Qs.
Yeah, and they see Kale, so they have to send Gragas to answer it, but the TP is available. I want to see Kale TP now. I want to see TP straight down, secure the inhibs, don't risk losing a fight of being outnumbered because we see 5 members of Prime are moving to the spot lane, but are they going to get here soon enough? Diana is here, the E ult comes through as well. Primordial Burst comes through, so Diana will fall. They are so tanky on this side. Kale did eventually TP in though, and the fight is going to turn. Double kill goes over to Veigar. Another kill coming through for Kale. Ezreal, you can't run away from this. Look at the DPS. Zonya's being used for good measures to make sure no deaths are coming through. Good explosive cast to break up the fight, and a body slam will help out as well, but this tower will fall, and it took us a long time to get here, guys, but game 5 does go over to the side of Ronin. 3 games to 2. What a fantastic match, and we will see Ronin go on to face Eclipse Luna in the final. What a series from both of these guys.
What a banger series, man, and super deserved. Both teams played really well. Ronin kept their mental up high, did not completely tilt the face of the earth after losing 2 games in a row. That was impressive. And they played to their comp in the end, and they instantly won. Well done by them.
Yeah, that was... Man, they were giving me heart palpitations. That definitely could have swung in either direction again. Honestly, what a game. Thank you to everybody who's watched us go through this. We are going to get a quick interview with some of the players. And then we'll close out the show. But let us get some of the guys from Ronin in first and have a quick chat. Lars, just while we're waiting for them to come through, after seeing this matchup, if Eclipse had any reservations of who they'd be playing against, would you, after watching how close and how good this series was from both teams, are you a little bit worried now, at least going into the grand final?
Oh yeah, I mean, I already was. At first, at first I thought we would just smash everyone, but we don't smash everyone at all. We have super close series against Ronin Myra before already. And I think Prime improved so much this split, because at first they were super one-dimensional when I used to scrim against them a lot with my team. But
Yeah.
now they can play towards the bot. They can play through the jungle, who also, I think jungle was, he stepped up so much in the last few games compared to the first two. Really big props to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they it's unlucky for them. They had a really good performance too. But Ronin are, in my opinion, the deserved winners. They are the better team.
I mean, they definitely played their style better. It was interesting to see how the style switched from Prime being the guy scaling to late game
Mm-hmm.
to Ronan being the guy scaling to late game by the end of the series.
Yeah.
Right, I believe we're going to be joined by Icehound and Ramco, so these will be the mid and AD carry for Ronin. We're going to get them in immediately, guys, and get this interview underway. Man, what a series! Icehound, Ramco, welcome. You guys must be exhausted after that.
I'm actually okay. I was like kind of chilled, you know.
Kind of chilled, yeah, just hanging out, killing creeps, getting some
Ramco
stacks.
wasn't. He raised his voice a few times, you know.
Man, when you're an ADC, in a
you're-
mobile ADC for
yeah,
5
but-
games in a series, it's scary.
I don't know, this guy is living in a different world or something.
What a series, guys. Going up 2-0 and then getting pulled back to 2-2 is a mental test of fortitude for any player, never mind any team. Is there anything that you guys done between game 4 and 5 to kind of reassure yourselves it's okay, guys, we've still got this, it's not over, it's not like they've got momentum, but we're going to be fine? Like,
well, to be honest, we were kind of like in a few disagreements about things, but then
Yeah.
our manager, Mr. Ambitious Ram, he came in, he gave us a big pep talk. We were like, okay, Mr. Ram. And we listened to his words very carefully, and honestly, I think that's what made us win.
outside perspective helps. Yeah.
Yeah. Ambitious Ram, best manager in VL.
Oof, well, you've heard it here first. Best manager in VL. Lars, do you have any questions you want to ask our winners going?
Yeah,
You're going
did
to be
you-
playing against them in the finals.
Did you guys just think, or like forget that Jinx is such a strong champion at the beginning
Yeah,
of the
to
series?
be honest, we were like, I think we want to ban these. Like, we wanted to ban Ezreal because we wanted to play like, because in our opinion, well, like from what we understand, PGX is like, they play through top lane, right? So you're like ban Ezreal so they can't just like weak side it. Ban
Oh,
Victor
okay.
because Van is a one trick,
Ah, okay,
and
that
ban
makes
Karma because that champ is like too easy, I think.
Yeah, we were unsure why the Ezreal ban was coming through for 4 games. We're like, but it's only Ezreal.
Yeah,
What are you
and then we
scared
were
of?
like, when we really think about it, it's just ban Jinx.
Yeah, it's
Makes it
yeah,
10
makes way
times
more
easier.
sense.
Yeah.
But I'm happy that you guys realized that later on.
I don't know, I still can't believe I lost to Collective Jinx, to be fair.
So, is it a team decision, or is it just kind of, I don't want to point fingers, Ted's own fault that the KO stays in the side lane for almost the entirety of the game?
I mean, we were like pretty chilled that game. We were like, it doesn't matter as long as we're not like 10,000 gold behind, we'll probably still
Yeah.
win, just because their comp is like a bit atrocious. Like once Vigar has was it Force of Nature and Anathemas, like I'm just unkillable.
What's
Like
killing you? Yeah.
Diana can't kill me, Gragas can't kill me. Tom Kench can peel for Senna, like, and then kill level 16 is pretty self-explanatory.
I'll ask you one last question. Be careful how you say anything with this, okay? Because not only are they probably watching, one of them is in this voice call. Do you have similar bans / plans going into the grand final against Eclipse, or have
So-
you not looked that far ahead yet?
I don't think we need to do much. I think we just like leave top lane open, and that's probably the worst player, right? So we,
Yeah, guys, what's your game plan against ECL?
so we just let
Well,
them play
personally, I
top
think
lane.
what we're gonna do is me and Ramco have been practicing a lot of Aphelios, and we're gonna flex it between bot and mid.
Oh, nice.
Oh no.
As
What
long
are
as
we
it's
gonna
not as
do?
good as that action, right?
The
Okay.
auction flex was also really OP, but maybe you can put some more
Yeah.
time in it and
Lars, do you have any questions you want to ask these guys before we let them go?
yeah, one last question. Remco, how did you convince your mother that you could to stay up.
He was
Yeah, I
like,
mean, she was ready with La Chancla, you know. She was ready.
Right,
My
Ramco,
dad-
then I'll
my
let you
dad
go
told me.
first.
So I want to
Anything
shout out my dad, and I want a shout out to Cloud because he was mentally supporting me.
Awesome. And what about you, Isound? Anyone you want to give some shout out to other than the manager?
let me think. Again, Ramco's mum. At the
Yeah,
very end of the
shout
game,
out.
everyone was like, "Woo!" And then Ramco's
he
like,
didn't
"I
do
have to
anything.
celebrate quietly because otherwise my parents will shout at me."
No, you have to thank
Thank-
my dad, man. He's the real MVP.
Oh,
Cool.
okay.
Well, thank you
I'll
very
get
much
that-
then, guys, for putting on a great show as well. Thank you to everybody who's been watching. We had up to like 60 views at one point on the main channel. Back to numbers that we deserve here with VL, especially with a game like these plays. But on both teams played fantastically. I can't say thank you enough to everybody from both teams who put on such a good show. From Lars, it's been an awesome co-caster, by the way. Considering you're apparently new to this, I think you've been lying to somebody. You've done very well today, so thank you for that. To British Players for being the broadcaster as well. And to everybody who's going to be here for the next games, we will say good night. Thank you for hanging out, and we'll see you again soon. That's all from VL, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Man, I gotta pee. See you later, boys.
Yeah.
See ya, man. Well done, Isaac, man. You played well.
I feel like